I wake up, breathless. Is this real? I grab a mechanical pencil and stab my own leg. It hurts. Okay, it is real. A sharp scream cuts through the air. It is him. Park Mitchell, cornering a helpless kid in front of the whole class. The blonde kid knocks him down, forcing him to smell his shoe. I freeze. But get this, it isn't what you think. It is not fear. This is the exact day I died. I somehow came back to the same morning. I will not let this repeat. If villains are feared, I need to be even more terrifying. I will crush every single one of them. But first, listen. I just wanted to graduate. Instead, I fell from the top of the school building. I still can't believe they had the guts. Those guys tormented me for years, and in the end, they tossed me off. I did nothing. I was just a target. Now I am going to die. I did nothing. A miracle. I regained consciousness, but the doctors said I was in a vegetative coma. I heard everything, but I couldn't move or open my eyes. My grandma visited every single day, praying for me. I felt the warmth of her hand. Everyone else abandoned me, but she never stopped. She refused to let them pull the plug. She would shout for me to wake up. My brother visited too, saying those school thugs were using him as a punching bag now. For 10 years, I lay in that bed, my mind burning with nothing but the need for revenge. I was innocent, and they put me here. Even the teachers turned a blind eye. After 10 years of pure, obsessive rage, my brain just gave out. I died. And that is when I woke up back in this classroom. It is like a glitch in reality. I see that bastard Mitchell in front of me, stand up, walk over, and say, "Stop." Park Mitchell just laughs, thinking it is a joke. A total loser like me, actually talking back? He asks if I and the rest of the class can stop him. I don't wait for the punchline. Before, I did nothing. Now, I react. I slam my fist into him with everything I have. Mitchell is stunned. He never imagined that I, the pathetic Kim Hyunsung, could even look him in the eyes. The whole class is paralyzed. Mitchell stands there, face twisted. As he moves to threaten me, I grab his hair and smash his face into the desk. Mitchell is so caught off guard he cannot predict a single movement, despite his experience in street fights. I don't give him a second to breathe. I strike hard, over and over. 10 years of bedridden misery fueling every hit. All the suffering, all my grandma's pain, it is all on my mind. Mitchell is defenseless. I just keep swinging. I force his face into my shoe, too. Shame I don't have stinky feet, but the humiliation is enough. This bully has never been on the receiving end. I am not stopping. Then, a chair slams down beside me, forcing me to freeze. Mitchell's crew is shouting for me to let him go. I stare them down, cold, and ask, what if I don't want to? They are stunned, whispering if I have lost my mind. Young Minho and the others don't know me, so they are confused by my calm. Young Minho stays cautious, but the big guy has more muscle than brain. Kang Chang-suk is their heavy hitter, and he is ready to throw down. He stares at me, ugly mug twisted to intimidate, but I don't blink. A kid screams that the teacher is coming. That saves my skin. Mitchell can barely stand, but he manages to growl that we are not done. Kang Chang-suk glares, muttering that my days are numbered. As they leave, they warn me there is nowhere to run. I just watch them, showing absolutely no fear. Mitchell sits at his desk, head down. Humiliated in front of everyone, he probably cannot even process what just happened. He is already cooking up something worse than tossing me off a building. That deadly stare of his is piercing. He is already planning how to break me with his crew. But I am not distracted. My mind is ice cold. To them, I am still the nerd, the wimp. They have no idea. The old version of me is dead. In the other room, the bullies are counting the seconds until they can jump me. Young Minho tells the group I didn't flinch. They decide to make an example of me so no one dares to fight back again. In my room, the final bell rings and the teacher leaves. Mitchell stands up to link up with his goons. He never even sees the kick coming. Once again, I make him taste the bottom of my shoe. His eyes roll back, nearly passing out. No way. I need him conscious to feel every single second of this. Mitchell doesn't know me, but he is sure I am a coward. So where did this sudden courage come from? Instead of class ends, and they move fast. They were sure I would be hiding, shaking in fear. They reach my door, and the hallway is packed. Like everyone is waiting for a show. Young Minho looks nervous that knot in his stomach is showing. Mitchell's friends shove through the crowd. They finally see me. I am just standing there, holding a trash bag. I stop cleaning and tell them they are late. And this guy here? He is my new little buddy. Kang Chang-seok charges at me like an armored titan. I have run this fight a million times in my head. I am not physically strong, but I can do this. I know I can. I grab a metal padlock and swing it hard. That hits him. Maybe he is out cold, but I am not stopping. I keep swinging with everything I have. It does not matter how much muscle you have, there is no muscle protecting your head. After destroying him, I toss him aside. I do not care if he is breathing or not. The other two? They are frozen, totally paralyzed. Now they have to be sure I am out of my mind. It is better this way. I am not strong, but now they think I am both strong and insane. I go for the biggest loser in the group. If I wreck him right in front of young Minho, he will be too terrified to even move. I put my entire weight into it. Jo Young-tak goes down, but I cannot stop now. I let loose a sequence of heavy, serious punches right into his face. The sound of my fists is so intense that young Minho won't have the guts to try anything from behind. His face is a mess that dental work is going to cost a fortune. I have spent years training for this battle in my mind. My body is weak, but my mind is sharp as a blade. Every inch of me hurts, but I cannot show a hint of weakness. I look at young Minho, I think he just wet his pants. He is wondering if I was always this strong. Talk about irony. The bully everyone fears is looking at me like I am the monster now. He is clearly replaying his whole life in his head. I step closer, my voice cold as ice, and ask if he has strong teeth. Young Minho freezes. I am just about to test that theory, but then a teacher shows up to check on the commotion. Young Minho manages a smile, and the moment is gone. I cannot hit him now. The teacher stares at the 3 students lying unconscious on the floor. Young Minho thinks I am totally screwed, but I am not so sure. The teacher drags me to the staff room, pointing his finger, lecturing me about limits and how smashing faces is wrong. But he is not actually furious about the violence. He just hates the headache these kids cause him. He claims he has been a teacher for 10 years and never seen anything like this. He says the parents of these spoiled rich kids will never let this slide. I look at him and tell him not to make such a fuss. This is not your first time dealing with violence, is it, teacher? You are pretty good at sweeping things under the rug. Just handle it like you always do. Cover this up for me. Don't blow it out of proportion. The teacher loses it and slaps me across the face. The other teachers pretend nothing is happening, but this reaction is exactly what Kim Hyunsung expected. My tragic end in my previous life was not just about the bullies. It was also due to something else. It was these despicable, willfully blind adults. Especially this homeroom teacher, who has been doing countless disgusting things in the shadows. Kim Hyunsung leans in and whispers a threat. If you keep causing trouble, I will have no choice but to spill the beans about those bribes you take. I know you are in constant contact with young Minho's mother. I know about your little secrets with the foreign language teacher, too. So you had better behave yourself, you sanctimonious fraud. People always ask why bullying victims do not go to the teachers. Kim Hyunsung tried that in his past life, but the teachers never cared. All he ever got was a cold instruction to just get along with his classmates. That pushed Kim Hyunsung even deeper into the abyss. Worse bullying from the school tyrants was waiting for him. He could never understand. As a teacher, if you find out a student is being bullied, shouldn't you at least try to uncover the truth? That day, the teacher actually saw the beating with his own eyes. Kim Hyunsung was certain the teacher would finally step in. To his shock, he just turned away and pretended he saw nothing. Later, he found out the teacher was constantly taking bribes. Young Minho's parents were his biggest source of side income. From that moment on, Kim Hyunsung decided he could only rely on his own fists. That day, the conflict with the bullies changed forever. Young Minho's parents showed up at the school to apply pressure. In the end, Kim Hyunsung's grandmother had to apologize, while the bullies walked away without a single consequence. Only after becoming a vegetable did I realize that brute force alone would never bring me justice. You have to neutralize the adults interfering to achieve true revenge. The homeroom teacher is exposed, and he is clearly starting to panic. Kim Hyunsung speaks coldly. Before you talk to me again, you had better think carefully. You take money from young Minho's parents every single month. You also have an improper relationship with the English teacher, the one who is already married with 3 kids. And that is not your only dirty secret. Want me to keep going? Because if it all comes out, you are never teaching again. Do not even think about brushing this off as mere rumors. Try it, and I will drop out myself just to ruin you. The homeroom teacher gives in. What do you want me to do? The method is simple. Just keep turning a blind eye like you always have. Except this time, the one you protect is me. If you bury what happened today, I promise not to use your secrets against you until graduation. You understand me? The homeroom teacher was now firmly under Kim Hyunsung's thumb, but he was only the first card in play. He needed the next card ready fast. But first, there was something else to settle. Right now, Young Minho was rampaging around the classroom. He had to admit Kim Yoon-sung's earlier aura rattled him, but he figured no one noticed. He needed to reassert his dominance. He could not let Kim Yoon-sung knock him off his throne. After venting, a thought began to form. Kim Yoon-sung, taking out 3 people alone, had to be a fluke. One-on-one, he was sure he could win easily. As if reading his thoughts, Kim Yoon-sung appeared. "We have unfinished business, right?" Young Minho broke into a cold sweat. A punch flew, sending him and his chair crashing to the floor. The once menacing Young Minho looked like a lamb waiting for slaughter. Kim Yoon-sung kicked him square in the jaw. Blood and spit sprayed everywhere. Young Minho started screaming. "This guy is a total maniac. Somebody save me." Suddenly, the homeroom teacher appeared. Young Minho thought he found a lifeline, but the teacher just turned away. "I would not count on anyone helping you. Not in this school. No one will ever stand up for you." After beating Young Minho, Kim Yoon-sung felt a sudden emptiness. The person who had tormented him for 3 whole years was now trembling like a leaf after just a few slaps. It made him realize how weak he had been in the past. Nearby students were so scared they did not dare to breathe. To them, Kim Yoon-sung's life was as good as over. The principal dreamed of an elite institution, which meant keeping powerful parents happy. Now, 4 well-connected students had been sent to the hospital by Kim Yoon-sung. The principal was adamant to expel him. Just as the English teacher raised her hand to agree, the homeroom teacher nudged her, signaling her to stay quiet. "If you do not want our relationship exposed, you better protect Kim Yoon-sung. If he gets expelled, we are both finished." The homeroom teacher stole a glance at Kim Yoon-sung, feeling a chill at his calm look. He quickly began to plead Kim Yoon-sung made a mistake, but he is not solely to blame. According to students, Young Minho and his gang have been bullying classmates for a long time. I plan to punish them. But I never expected Kim Yoon-sung, unable to bear the bullying, would act out like this. He was a victim before he became an aggressor. If we punish him now, we are failing as educators. The principal finally announced a disciplinary committee would meet in 1 week to decide Kim Yoon-sung's fate. Until then, Kim Yoon-sung was suspended and needed to return with a guardian. Kim Yoon-sung coolly replied, "Understood." The homeroom teacher hurried after him. "I did everything I could for you, but this is out of my hands." Kim Yoon-sung understood perfectly. He had specifically involved the teacher because the man was quick-witted, and if handled correctly, would fully commit to a cause. Kim Yoon-sung said, "I know you did what you could, but you knew about the bullying from the beginning, did you not? Remember this. Until I graduate, there is only one way to keep me quiet. In any situation, you will do everything you can for me. If you ever fail to show your loyalty, I will tear your life to shreds. And I promise you, I keep my word." As much as Kim Yoon-sung wanted to see the teacher ruined, he could not discard such a useful pawn out of anger. Until Kim Yoon-sung solidified his own position, the teacher still had his uses. In a week, everything the principal hoped for would turn out the exact opposite. After lying in bed for 10 years, Kim Yoon-sung finally found himself walking the familiar road home. His family lived in a rundown apartment. As a child, he resented it, but now the sight filled him with aching nostalgia. Back then, hearing his grandmother was going to sell their home to pay his hospital bills had made his world collapse. When he arrived, he found his grandmother was not there. She must have gone out to work to earn more money. He took a moment to steady himself. No more sorrow, he had a second chance at life now. Forget revenge for a second. He was going to make sure his grandmother never wanted for anything again. This week was critical for his prep. The path forward was simple. First, he had to get stronger. And winning over one specific person? That would be his golden ticket in every fight to come. Second, he needed muscle to handle the school bullies. Penniless and alone, he couldn't do this solo. Revenge required leverage he just didn't have yet. Third, and honestly most important, he needed backing to make his plans actually stick. This protection was his top priority for the disciplinary committee. Years as a vegetable hadn't been wasted. He'd been listening to the news every single day. The chairman of Myangjin Construction was about to name his successor. The eldest son, Go Chang-baum, only had a high school diploma to his name. His younger brother, Go Chang-silk, was the opposite, a top university grad, married into a powerful, well-connected family. One day, Go Chang-baum got arrested for a fight. He claimed he was provoked, but with no security cameras, he had zero proof. The police knew the family connections ran deep here. Releasing Go Chang-baum would clearly tick off the younger brother, Go Chang-silk, whose influence now overshadowed everyone else. Go Chang-baum knew this mess was going to tank his entire succession bid. He was completely stuck. Then, a high schooler stepped out of the shadows and pointed right at him. "I am here as a witness for this gentleman." The police finally saw the dashcam footage Kim Hyunsung had pulled from a nearby car, and everything changed. This gentleman was provoked by those thugs and only acted to defend himself. If he's guilty of anything, it's just knocking the other guy out with one punch. Go Chang-baum threw an arm around Kim Hyunsung. You're not just a good-looking kid. You've got a silver tongue, too. With that hard proof, the police had no choice but to let him walk. Go, Chang-baum grabbed the officer by the collar. I'll remember your face. Your life is about to get very interesting. Once outside, Go Chang-baum tried to pay Kim Hyunsung off with a thick stack of cash. He figured the kid would be blinded by the money, but Kim Hyunsung didn't even blink. He wasn't your average high schooler. Suddenly, Kim Hyunsung spoke up. Do you really think today was just a random coincidence? Let me be blunt. I know who you are, Go Chang-baum, the eldest son of the Kang group locked in a brutal succession war with Go Chang-silk. Go Chang-baum's face went dark. Who the hell are you? Kim Hyunsung stayed completely unfazed. Today was no accident, and I have the proof. If you're actually grateful, give me an hour of your time. You've got nothing to lose, and this could change your entire future. They headed to a cafe. Kim Hyunsung slid the dashcam footage across the table. Those men had been waiting there for 30 minutes. The moment Go Chang-baum arrived, they deliberately moved in to start a fight. Honestly, Mr. Go, you felt it, haven't you? Ever since the race started, someone has been setting you up. Haven't you considered that all of this is being orchestrated by your brother, Go Chang-silk, to bury your reputation? Go Chang-baum asked, what do you want? When the kid claimed he wanted to help him get revenge and become the successor, Go Chang-baum laughed. A high school student? But Kim Hyunsung's next words hit hard. You have a whole team. But have you noticed they're all actually working for your brother? I know you won't believe me right now, but just give me a chance to prove it. Go Chang-baum sat with that for a while. The kid was right. Compared to Go Chang-silk, he had nothing. If he kept going like this, he was going to lose it all. Could he trust a stranger? Then he recalled his father's words, if you lack ability, find people who have it to serve you. Don't worry about their age or background. If they're useful, they're all you need. Go Chang-baum decided to gamble. Tell me your plan, I'll hear everything before I decide. Kim Hyunsung kept it real. Go Chang-silk is the better successor on paper. He's got the degrees. He's got the powerful marriage and the loyal camp. Other than being the eldest, you really don't have a single thing in your favor. Even so, I still believe you're next in line for the throne. No matter how perfect Gang-suk looks on paper, your father has one specific reason he pushes you both to compete. He's old school. He wants his eldest son to inherit the empire. If Gang-suk, who excels at everything, were suddenly dragged down to your level, who do you think Dad picks then? You need 3 things to win. First, connections. On that front, you've already lost. Through marriage, Gang-suk has fully tied himself to the local elite. Second is reputation, and yours is that of a reckless, brash thug. Third is pure ability. While you've been living it up, your brother is already working the company ladder. Let's start with the first point. We destroy his connections. You have to drive a wedge between Gang-suk and his wife. Once she pulls her support, your brother lands right back at the starting line with you. Soon after, Gang-suk received some devastating news. His wife found his secret villa, and she gave his mistress a brutal beating. The scandal hit the Go family's reputation hard. Chairman Go Mong-jin was furious. I told you, a man who can't keep it in his pants is nothing but a walking disaster. If you're going to play around, you might as well be like your brother, live like a bum and stay single for life. And Go Chang-baum, why are you at the police station again? Go Mong-jin expected his eldest son to be defiant as usual. To his surprise, he admitted the mistake and promised it would never happen again. Go Mong-jin was actually pleased. I know the other side started it, but you did everything you could to avoid a fight. You did well. I'm proud of you. After the 2 brothers left the meeting, the younger one was absolutely seething. I don't know who leaked that address to my wife, but if I ever find out, I'm going to tear them to pieces. Meanwhile, the elder brother, Go Chang-baum, was basking in that rare praise. My father usually just tears into me. He actually complimented me today. From here on out, I'm earning his approval. Of course, this was all thanks to Kim Yeon's coaching. After the incident, Go Chang-baum had taken a real liking to Kim Yeon. He vowed to follow his lead. Kim Yeon said, "Next, you should join the firm and start from the very bottom." At the mention of starting from the bottom, Go Chang-baum frowned, but he relaxed just a moment later. "Whatever you say, I'll do it." Then Kim Yeon raised a condition. "I'll help you, but you need to meet my demands too." Go Chang-baum replied generously. "Just say the word, Kim Yeon. For you, I'll do anything." A week later, the disciplinary hearing began. Jung Minho's mother cornered the teacher and slapped him across the face. If you want to keep your job, you'll make sure the kid who hit my son gets expelled right now. The teacher was in a nightmare position. He tried to pressure Kim Yan into admitting fault for a lighter sentence. Kim Yan stared him down. I know her mother is breathing down your neck, but you better pick your side carefully. If I go down, you go down with me. The teacher was desperate. No matter his choice, his future looked bleak. That was until he spotted Kim Yan's guardian. He recognized that face from the high-end nightlife scene. It was Go Chang-byum, the eldest heir of the Go Group in Daeon City. He was untouchable. Young Minho's parents couldn't even compare to that kind of influence. But why was he standing in as Kim Yan's guardian? No time to dwell on that now. He was the only one who knew Go Chang-byum's true status, and he had to switch sides immediately. He flipped the script, testifying that Jung Minho was the bully and Kim Yan only acted in self-defense. When the principal heard the teacher's statement, he started sweating. Mr. Kim, you had better be telling the truth. But the teacher kept pointing the finger at Jung Minho. That day, Kim Yan saw a classmate being bullied and had to step in. Stop fighting, we're all students here. But then, he was threatened by Jung Minho's gang. Imagine if someone tried to hurt you, wouldn't you fight back? It's clear Kim Yan was acting in pure self-defense. He only fought back to protect his own life. If we ignore the cause and punish Kim Yan, we're just adults refusing to see the reality behind violence. The principal was unnerved. What kind of nonsense is this? We're dealing with the school's first violent incident. 4 students are in the emergency room. Violence is never justified, no matter the reason. We have to punish the perpetrator severely. Only then can parents trust this school. So, first, let's hear from Jung Minho. The victim's testimony is the most credible. Jung Minho put on a frightened act, then began his lie. All I saw was Kim Yan beating classmates. Ask anyone for proof. It's a fact that he started the fight. I only rushed in when I saw my friend getting beaten. I never expected Kim Yan to use a weapon. I don't get why the teacher is blaming me for this. This isn't even his first outburst. The teacher called him to the office, and the moment he returned, he attacked me right in front of everyone. I didn't do anything wrong. How is that my fault? Then Jung Minho's mother immediately fanned the flames. Just look at my son's face. He's been beaten beyond recognition. How can such a terrible act of violence happen in a noble school? If it can happen to Minho, it can happen to any child here. We must punish the student responsible, or our school will never be safe. Her words riled up the other parents. Soon they were all calling for Kim Yan to be punished. Suddenly, a loud thump silenced the room. A new voice erupted. A bunch of useless cowards talking nonsense. Are you all pretending not to know what is really going on? Don't you see that those so-called students are nothing but monsters in human skin? The principal snapped. How dare you call our students monsters? The voice retorted. If they aren't monsters, what are they? I have done my research. Jung Minho's gang is notorious for extorting and stealing from others. Everyone in the area knows them, yet you keep protecting them. Are you all taking bribes from their families? Those punks may be in the hospital now, but Kim Yan only fought to protect himself. Didn't the homeroom teacher just say, you have to see the truth for what it is? If you were bullied by thugs like this during your own school days, would you just stand by and do nothing? Jung Minho's mother exploded. How dare you call my son a thug? I heard Kim Yan doesn't even have parents. Who are you to talk like this? Gong Bayum flashed a proud, sharp smile. At first, Gong Bayum hadn't understood why Kim Yan wanted him as his guardian. If he just wanted money, he could have asked directly, Kim Yan had explained. To pull off my plans, I certainly need your resources. But what I need most is supreme power. I am going to make big waves at school, and some of it might even cross the line of the law. So I need you to clean up my messes. If you are my backer, no one in the city will dare touch you, and I promise I will make sure you end up as the successor. Gong Bayum agreed without hesitation. No matter what trouble you cause, I will take care of it. Then, faced with Jung Minho's mother's challenge, he declared forcefully, I am Kim Yan's guardian, and also the eldest son of Kang Group. Kim Yan is my most cherished little brother. He would never make trouble for no reason. The moment I heard he had been called to this committee, I dropped everything and came running. I was even planning to donate to this school in Kang Group's name. But now I see there is no point. Not only is this place poorly managed, the atmosphere is rotten. He has been bullied every single day. Should he be punished just for finally fighting back? Why did the school turn a blind eye when he was the victim? If you ignored him because he had no money or status, I will make sure this prestigious school is ruined. Every last bully and every adult who protected them will be finished in this city. I will use every resource at my disposal to ensure it. Everyone in the room was stunned by Gong Bayum's presence. The principal never expected the eldest son of Kang Group to be Kim Yan's guardian. If he insisted on siding with Young Minho now, he would lose all connection to Kang Group. The school would also be shunned by other powerful circles. However, if he broke with Young Minho's family, it was the perfect chance to win Gong Bayum's favor. This would make his dream of a top-tier school only a matter of time. The principal immediately shifted all the blame onto Young Minho. In fact, I have also heard that he is the ringleader of that delinquent group. Kim Yan is someone I recognize as the most outstanding student at Chunel High. For a top student to do something like this, there must be a reason. So, let's hear from Kim Yan himself. Kim Yan spoke up. My friends have reported this countless times to the teachers. But every time, the teachers would say, the Young Minho I know isn't that kind of student. Even when the truth came out, all they ever did was give them a verbal warning. That only made Young Minho's gang more brazen with their violence. Yes, I hit Young Minho and I sent the others to the emergency room. But why is it that after just one act of violence, I have to face a disciplinary committee? Is it because it was too violent? Or is it because you think I have no power? If you don't severely punish the group that's been doing wrong all along, I will make sure everyone outside this school learns the truth about what really goes on here. There is only one way to silence me. Fair and just punishment for everyone involved. Jung Minho's mother was thrown into a panic. I won't allow you to punish my son. Just you wait. All of you. I am calling my husband right now. She dials her husband, desperate for help. But the moment she mentions Go Chang-bae, his voice turns ice cold. He immediately snaps at her. How dare she act out in front of the Kangong Group heir. He warns her not to ruin their family, demanding she bring Jung Minho home to face whatever punishment comes. Silence fills the room. In the end, Kim Yansung receives 100 hours of community service. Jung Minho, however, gets expelled. He lunges at Kim Yansung, but his own mother grabs him, stopping him cold. Kim Yansung flashes a sharp grin. Kneel and beg me. Jung Minho thinks he must have misheard. He repeats it, kneel and beg. Jung Minho argues he is already expelled, so why should he? Kim Yansung tells him to ask his mother, should you kneel or not? Jung Minho's mother turns away, refusing to meet her son's eyes. Kim Yansung presses them, do your best to appease me, and maybe I'll show mercy. Jung Minho's mother finally speaks up. She tells him to kneel. Jung Minho has no idea what is actually happening, but he drops to his knees in total obedience. He apologizes, begging never to do it again. Kim Yansung offers no comfort, just a promise that his misery is only beginning. The committee ends. Kim Yansung takes another step toward the shadowy forces that cost him his past life. Right then, Park Menchul texts him, desperate for a meeting. As soon as Kim Yansung arrives, Park Menchul starts fawning over him. Kim Yansung tells him to cut the crap. Kim Yansung already knows what he wants. Even Jung Minho, with all that influence, was forced to kneel. How could a low-level delinquent like Park Menchul possibly hope to survive? Park begs for mercy, hoping for a way to avoid expulsion. He promises to do whatever Kim Yansung says, even offering to work like a dog for him. Then, Park drops a bombshell. A hidden organization ordered them to target Kim Yansung. As Park hesitates to name them, Kim Yansung grabs him. He already knows who is behind it. During his coma, Kim Yansung saw a news report about a student who jumped from a building. The suicide note told the truth. A group called the Golden Circle was behind it all, even if their core members stayed in the shadows. The founder of the Golden Circle built a sick business, profiting directly from the pain of others. They recruit powerful school tyrants and strike deals with wealthy, influential parents. In exchange for protection and perfect grades, these students are tasked with eliminating anyone who outperforms their clients. To finish his revenge, Kim Yansung vows to drag out every last member. He demands to know how they found Park. Park Menchul is stunned by Kim Yansung's knowledge, stammering that senior Shin Young-min contacted them. Shin Young-min, the ultimate school tyrant who keeps the entire campus under his thumb. While not a core member, Shin Young-min is the Golden Circle's main gateway into the school. But he won't be easy to break. Shin Young-min is training to be a professional MMA fighter. Challenging him now would only end in a brutal beating. For now, Kim Yansung has to deal with Park Menchul. Since waking from his coma, his hatred for him hasn't faded one bit. He remembers his grandmother begging Park for mercy, only to be met with vile insults. Kim Yansung slaps him hard. He wants Park to remember exactly what happens every time he sees his face from now on. In his past life, Park became a model husband, while Jung Minho and the others lived easy, comfortable lives. Kim Yansung never bought into the idea of evil being punished by fate. For him, an eye for an eye is the only law. He wants them to carry scars they will never forget. After Jung Minho's expulsion, Kim Hyunsung becomes the talk of the school. People say the quiet ones are the scariest when they finally break. When they snap, they go pitch black inside. Kim Hyunsung walks into the classroom, and the noise dies instantly. After he sits down, someone approaches from behind and whispers a thank you. It is the chubby student he saved from Park Menchul. The student thanks him for stepping up and promises to help whenever he needs it. Kim Hyunsung replies coldly before the committee. The kid pretended he didn't know a thing. He refused to testify out of fear, so he has no right to thank him now. From here on out, his fate has nothing to do with him. He tells the kid to get out of his sight. Meanwhile, Shin Yong-min is seething. He thought Kim Hyunsung was a nobody, but his guardian turned out to be the heir to Mungjin Construction. No one in Disan can easily go against a Kang, but Shin Yong-min isn't backing down. He uses this as an excuse to squeeze the golden circle for more cash. He orders the top dog of the first-year class to see him. Park Jin-woo arrives on the rooftop, trembling. Those punks slap his face and demand he targets a kid named Kim Yong. They want him broken for good. Meanwhile, Kim Yeon-soon gears up for the war ahead. He has to keep his grades perfect. That is his only path to sabotaging the golden circle. He has suspects, but zero proof. His first move? He needs to get physically stronger. So, he heads straight to Young Dutch's gym. Young Dutch was once a world champion now. He is a retired, washed-up athlete. He asks the kid what he wants. Kim Yeon-soon replies, "I want to train until I can crush every bully in this school beneath my feet." Young's face darkens. He says, "If you are only here to learn how to hurt people, I cannot teach you." Young Dutch, the country's first UFFL champion, now stuck in this tiny hole of a gym. His career vanished after a drug test. He never gave an explanation. He just walked away from the sport. Even so, he later spent a year training a fighter who reached the championship. Kim Yeon-soon states bluntly, "If I get your training, my skills skyrocket. Did you not do whatever it took to win back then? I am doing whatever it takes to reach my goal. What is wrong with that?" Young replies, "That was a stupid mistake. If I had another chance, I would never do it. I do not want you ending up like me. Go home. I cannot help you. 100 million won. If you train me, I transfer it within a day. Up front. So, if you back out, you lose nothing. You should have thought of the consequences before taking those drugs. But you made your choice anyway. I am choosing to fight bullies, even if I end up crippled or in jail for life. I already accepted the risk, just like you did. I am desperate. I need your help." Young Dutch finally shifts. "I will help, but there is a test. Step into the ring. If you can survive one round, I will acknowledge your drive." That night, back at home, his grandmother's heart breaks at the sight of him. "Who did this to my grandson? Tell me." She will not let them off. But let's rewind to the gym. Kim Yeon-soon offered 100 million won for training. The test stays standing for 3 minutes. The round begins. Young strikes first. The punch lands hard on Kim Yeon-soon's guard. He thought he blocked it, but the force breaks through, slamming his nose. A sharp ache hits his brain. He collapses to the canvas instantly. Get up, only 10 seconds in. What follows is a barrage. Young unleashes a storm of blows. Kim Yeon-soon can only protect his head. One clean hit and he is out cold. Suddenly, Young switches it up a vicious low kick. His leg goes numb. You can still quit. But Kim Yeon-soon grits his teeth and stands back up. The 3 minutes are not over yet. To stop the drain on his stamina, he goes on the offensive. He tries to turn it around, but to a pro, this just exposes his chin. The easiest target for a knockout. Kim Yeon-soon collapses, stiff as a board. Young needs the cash, but he will not sell his pride to someone this weak. Just lie there. Then, a voice comes from behind. "It is not over. Keep going." Young is shocked by the kid's grit. Maybe he is not bluffing. He held back before to avoid a real injury. This time, he has to go all out. Kim Yeon-soon shields his head, waiting for another low kick. But Young shifts his target. A brutal liver punch drives pure agony through his body. A hit like that can make someone faint or die. His body shakes uncontrollably. He wants to rise, but his limbs will not obey. Pain like this cannot be conquered by will alone. Just quit. Kim Yeon-soon rages inwardly, "You useless piece of trash. Get up. Have you not waited for this moment? 10 years as a vegetable, wishing for death every single day. You cannot take this pain? If you do not want to go back to that hell, get up right now." Under Young's gaze, Kim Yeon-soon stands up again. Most pros could not have taken that last hit. What kind of life has this kid lived? If someone like this gets power, it could ruin him. Determined to save him from regret, Young swears to end it here. His next punch is full strength. Kim Yeon-soon holds on. Even if his nose breaks, even if he loses his teeth, he is giving it everything he has. Jung's attacks grew relentless. Just as Hyunsung could barely even lift his guard, the timer's alarm saved him from certain defeat. Jung couldn't help but curse. Damn, this kid actually survived. When you get home, keep your mouth shut about me beating you up. I'll send my account info later. His grandmother's heart nearly broke at the sight of his swollen, battered face. Hyunsung reassured her. Just a minor run-in at school, everything was already sorted out. Over dinner, he asked if she had any bank books. Mongjin Construction has a new housing project. You should apply for a spot. We might get lucky and get picked. That investment will be worth a fortune later on. He wanted to just hand his grandmother the 100 million, but she would only question the source. This way, she wouldn't suspect a thing. The next day, school tyrant Shin Yong-min called Park Jin-woo up to the roof. He patted Park on the shoulder, praising his efficiency. I gave the order, and you already handled Kim Yan. I'm impressed. From now on, tell everyone you're my sworn brother. Park Jin-woo looked confused. Then he caught sight of Hyunsung's bruised, battered face. What happened to that kid? Was he too cocky and got jumped outside? Shin Yong-min clearly thinks I did the job. But if Yan can get wrecked like this, maybe he isn't the tough guy everyone claims. Shin Yong-min then ordered his lackeys. Anyone close to Kim Yan, I don't want a single one of them left off the hook. Under Young Do-cho's expert guidance, Kim Yan began a hellish, high-intensity training regimen. Young grew impressed by his endurance and decided to ramp up the special training. As long as you can keep up with me, everyone else will be forced to kneel. A week later, Kim Yan was deep in his studies when his old friend Park Jin-woo suddenly showed up. Hearing him say he didn't want to ostracize him like the others left Yan completely confused. Park Jin-woo seemed shocked that Yan didn't know about his isolation, so he explained the main bully had threatened everyone. He warned that anyone getting close to Yan would be targeted. You and I have been friends for 10 years, so I can't just watch you suffer alone. In Hyunsung's previous life, Park Jin-woo had noticed the bullying and immediately stepped in to protect him. But from that point on, he became the primary target himself. After having his leg shattered, Park Jin-woo pretended not to know Yan. Later, while Yan was in a coma, Park Jin-woo even came to apologize. If there's a next life, I'll never leave you alone again. This time, Kim Yan didn't want Park Jin-woo to suffer on his account. Don't act like we're close, just ignore me like the rest, I'll handle my own business. But Park Jin-woo insisted I won't let you face this alone. I'll come find you after class. Yan didn't want him involved, or he'd only end up miserable again apart from family. All ties had to be cut. After class, Kim Yan was already plotting how to convince Park Jin-woo to give up. But time dragged on, and he never showed. He then overheard classmates whispering that Park Jin-woo was finished. I just saw the lackeys drag him out. Yan's heart skipped a beat. The next second, he sprinted out like a cheetah. He wouldn't let history repeat itself. Park Jin-woo and his gang had been cornered in the bathroom. I warned everyone not to go near Kim Yan. Didn't you hear me? Or do you just not care? Park Jin-woo faced the bullies without a trace of fear. He's my best friend. If you want to fight, just do it. Stop wasting time with threats. Park Jin-woo prepared to strike. Park Jin-woo actually landed the first blow, humiliating the bully in front of his own crew. Enraged, the bully ordered everyone to attack at once. Facing the group assault, all Park Jin-woo could think about was Kim Yan. He knew Hyunsung was pushing him away for his own safety, but he had gotten involved anyway. Even if Hyunsung was angry, he couldn't regret standing up for him. To Park Jin-woo, Hyunsung was more than just a childhood friend. He could never abandon him. Park Jin-woo seized the chance and kicked him hard in the chest. I heard you practice taekwondo. There's always some show-off like you everywhere. Just because you learned a few moves, you think you're tough? This world runs on background. Your problem is, you think you're special. From now on, you and Kim Yan are going to wish you were dead every single day. I can call you out whenever I want. You better get used to it. Just then, the bathroom door was kicked open. Kim Yan stormed in, furious. What do you think you're doing? He had been waiting to deal with the bully for a while, and this was the perfect opportunity. They were a mismatch physically, so Yan decided to provoke him into losing control. Everyone is saying you beat me up. It's humiliating. You're nothing but a fat pig. If you have to gang up on Park Jin-woo, what does that say about you? Park Jin-woo, a brute who only knew how to use force, took the bait. He insisted on a one-on-one fight, but his moves were sloppy and easy to counter. Yan kept taunting him. What a total waste of muscle. Park Jin-woo loses his cool, charging in with everything he has. But Hyunsung remembers Jung Do-chul's training. Keep your distance. Strike repeatedly until your opponent can no longer stand. Hyunsung needs to instill real fear today. Soon enough, Park Jin-woo is beaten to a pulp, a bully, sure, but still just a student. Faced with a demon, Park finally breaks. Tell me, were you the one who jumped me before? Speak up. Park Jin-woo is shaking, stammering out the truth. It was all Shin Young-min's idea. I could never beat you on my own. If it weren't for him, none of this happens. Please, don't hit me again. I am done messing with you. Yeon turns to the others. Don't ever lay a finger on Park Jin-woo again. Then Hyunsung kicks Park Jin-woo hard in the jaw. If I see you touch him again, I am coming for every single one of you. Hyunsung warns Park Jin-woo to stay away from now on so he doesn't get dragged into more trouble. But Park Jin-woo grabs Hyunsung's hand and insists, even if it happens again, I will still stand up for you. Seeing he cannot change Park Jin-woo's mind, Hyunsung lays it out. You think these fights are accidents? I am the one provoking them. They all deserve it. This is just the beginning. I am going to wipe out every single bully, even if I lose everything. I cannot tell you the whole truth yet. Just know I am out for revenge. If you stay my friend, you keep getting dragged into this. If you can't even beat someone like Park Jin-woo, stay out of my business. Let's end things here. You just wouldn't be able to handle it. Meanwhile, Shin Young-min is racking his brain, wondering how to spend all this cash. He cannot believe bullying a few students made him hundreds of thousands. Suddenly, the back door kicks open. It is Kim Hyunsung. He stares at Shin Young-min, voice cold and vicious. Are you that bastard, Shin Young-min? Shin Young-min has never been insulted like this before. He is about to explode, but Kim Hyunsung gives him no chance, launching a kick straight at him. Shin Young-min quickly blocks. Who the hell are you? How do you attack without even introducing yourself? Kim Hyunsung says nothing, charging in with his fists. Shin Young-min curses furiously. Who the hell are you? He notices the guy has some skills, but the punches feel weak, the moves predictable. The next second, a powerful blow hammers into his gut. Shin Young-min coughs up blood on the spot. You want to know who I am? I am Kim Hyunsung, the one you have been looking for. Now that the kid finally speaks, Shin Young-min demands to know why he is here, but Kim Hyunsung stays silent. Instead, he grabs a chair and smashes it down. Shin Young-min thinks he is crazy, but this is all part of Hyunsung's plan. Keep the pressure on. Never let up or he loses. Shin Young-min has been forced to defend, but he finally strikes back, grabbing Hyunsung's fist. You are not walking out of this classroom alive. Hyunsung raises his arm to block, only for Shin Young-min to copy him and suddenly change the angle of attack. You think you are the only one who can fake me out? Hyunsung grits his teeth, telling himself to hang on. He knew from the start he was no match for Shin Young-min. He did not expect to walk away unscathed. Instead, he is waiting for one shot, betting everything on it. Seizing the moment, Hyunsung grabs Shin Young-min's leg. With a burst of force, he hurls both of them toward the window. They are on the top floor. Falling out means death. Luckily, Shin Young-min manages to cling to the window ledge for dear life. He is terrified. Hyunsung, wild-eyed like a madman, whispers, either you die today or I do. A classmate shouts for someone to pull the lunatic away. Though Shin Young-min survived, he is now completely haunted by Kim Hyunsung. Hyunsung leans in close, whispering a final threat. You think this is over? The moment you laid a hand on my friend, you doomed yourself. Just wait. Next chance I get, I will drive a chair through your skull. Remember this for the rest of your life. This is what happens when you cross me. A classmate asks if Shin Young-min is all right. He tries to keep his tough act up. Why ask me that? Didn't you see me beat that guy up? The student quickly apologizes. I did, but don't you think you should get your back checked out at the hospital? Soon after, someone reports to the homeroom teacher that Hyunsung beat up Park Jin-woo in the bathroom. The teacher expects a mess, especially since the principal is pushing to make the school a national model. But in the office, the principal tells him to drop it. The sponsor, Go Chang-beom, has one condition. As long as Kim Hyunsung is enrolled, the school will bury every mess he makes. Pretend it never happened. This isn't charity, I'll make it worth your while. You'll be first in line for bonuses. And with the new housing projects, Go Chang-beom has set aside 12 units for us. Prices are skyrocketing. Grab a few for yourself. Just keep doing what you've always done, shielding the students. Only now, the only one you need to watch over is Kim Hyunsung. The teacher promised to handle it. Seeing him play ball, the principal grinned, call me big bro from now on. The teacher gladly agreed. They immediately put on a show of brotherly affection. Same goal. Get Kim Hyunsung through graduation and stay under the protection of Myeongjin Construction. As they daydreamed about their future, someone burst in, screaming. Kim Hyunsung has been attacked. They both flew into a rage. Who dared touch him? Meanwhile, Shin Young-min was fuming. Shin Young-min was livid. Kim Hyunsung was the aggressor, yet he was being painted as the victim. The principal and teacher, clearly in on it, refused to listen. I almost got thrown off the roof. Plenty of people saw it. The teacher patted his shoulder maybe, but who's going to believe those witnesses? Kim Hyunsung is the school's golden boy. Who do you think everyone is going to side with? Shin Youngmin cursed under his breath. The teacher grabbed his collar. You dare raise your voice at me? Push this any further, and your punishment gets worse. The blatant corruption was sickening. He realized these adults were as rotten as the system itself. Taking down Kim Hyunsung would be no easy task. He lowered his head and admitted fault. But Shin Youngmin wasn't ready to fold just yet. He used his own money to hire Cho Taijin. Cho Taijin was the fixer who recruited muscle for the Golden Circle. If these thugs failed, the fallout would land entirely on his own head. The Golden Circle never tolerated failure. Using connections to kill investigations was their signature move. Any student who crossed Kim Hyunsung got expelled, with the staff protecting him at all costs. Cho Taijun marched straight to the principal. I heard 4 students were hospitalized and expelled, but the one who did it, Kim Hyunsung, got off with a slap on the wrist. This is a police matter. Are you giving Kim Hyunsung special treatment? I will pursue this to the very end. The principal didn't even blink. We chose not to involve the police to protect the students' futures. We already reported it, so do your worst. Cho Taijun shot back. I am a man of my word. The principal remained unmoved. Here in Dasan, threats like yours are absolutely meaningless. Cho Taijun tried the police station next, but the officers claimed Kim Hyunsung acted strictly in self-defense. Furious, Cho Taijun threatened to expose everything. You know how dangerous the internet can be, right? The officer just shrugged. This is Dasan. Even if you cause a stir online, it blows over in a few days. Cho Taijun was out of options. He never imagined a place could be this corrupt. He tried bribing people to dig up Kim Hyunsung's connections, but nobody would touch the bait. Public officials were openly covering for him. If he didn't find a new way, this mission was headed for disaster. The Golden Circle never let failure slide. His life was on the line, so he dumped all the pressure onto Shin Youngmin. Don't eliminate Kim Hyunsung, just drag his grades into the dirt. I don't care how you do it. Lower his scores and we are done. Fail, and we won't just hunt Kim Hyunsung. You will pay a heavy price too. Shin Youngmin muttered curses to himself. That bastard promised to back me up, but now he's folding and dumping the load on me. Just then, a brick smashed into the back of his head. A familiar voice echoed, I told you to watch your back, Shin Youngmin. He spun around, ready to swing. But Kim Hyunsung's calm tone made him freeze. Is this job really worth your life? I know the client went to the principal, so I know exactly what kind of hole you are in. But hear this, the eldest son of Myeongjin Construction is my guardian. You have bitten off way more than you can chew. Don't think expulsion will save you. I will do everything to push a criminal case until you are behind bars. You will get a permanent record, and once you are out, the people from Myeongjin Construction will be waiting. They'll make sure you can't survive in Daesan. If you want to live like a human, you need to leave for good. But run all you want, I'm not letting you go. My goal's simple. Whoever lays a hand on me gets destroyed. You want to live like a person here. Grit your teeth and endure it. Learn from the guys you used to bully. Next day, Shin Youngmin shows up to school covered in bruises. Everyone whispers Kim Yan must have jumped him. No way he lost otherwise. Reality? Shin Youngmin could have easily crushed Yan if he actually fought back. But Myeongjin Construction's grip made him untouchable in this city. And now, it's his cage. Let Yan go, and the Golden Circle ruins him. Better to be expelled with a record than lose everything. Losing it, Shin Youngmin slams his head against the desk in total frustration. He never should have taken that money. He prays silently for Kim Yan to screw up the next test. Even a small grade drop buys him time. Meanwhile, Kim Yan is just waiting for midterms. Once I crush these exams, all that hidden resentment will explode. The furious client, the desperate bullies, the Golden Circle, when they all snap at once, I finally get my way. Maybe it's dirty using the principal and Myeongjin Construction against each other, but as long as I win, it's worth it. After this, nobody at this school will ever dare touch me again. This fortress of violence gives me peace of mind I've never known. And I'm still grinding my fighting skills. Jung Do-cho is pretty satisfied with his pupil. If not for the money, he would have told him to go pro. Just as Kim Yan finishes training and heads for the door, a familiar voice calls out from the entrance. My name is Park Jin-woo. I'm the one who booked those fighting lessons. When Park Jin-woo learned, Yan provoked Shin Youngmin and they nearly crashed out a window, he realized Yan was sending a clear message to the school. Touch anyone close to me, and you're inviting disaster. Park Jin-woo couldn't grasp why Yan changed so much. He used to just want a decent life for his grandmother. Now, his only goal is risking everything to wipe out these bullies. Still, how could Park Jin-woo abandon his best friend? He heads straight to Jung Do-cho's gym. Kim Yeon tries to talk the coach out of it, even offering to pay extra tuition himself. Jung Do-cho already senses their bond. He knows Yeon needs a friend to keep him from going too far. Jung Do-cho sounds exasperated. Do you think my gym exists to teach kids how to use violence to solve problems? Park Jin-woo tears off his bandage, showing the nasty bruises on his face. I got these standing up to bullies. School violence isn't as simple as you adults think. If Yeon hadn't helped, I might have died on that bathroom floor. He took every risk for me. I'm not quitting on him. If he's training here, he has his reasons. Here's all the cash I have. If it's not enough, I'll work off the rest. Jung Do-cho pounds the table, frustrated. He hates seeing kids forced onto such a brutal path. Their situation is dangerous as hell. He isn't even sure if stopping them from fighting back is right anymore. After a fierce internal struggle, Jung Do-cho finally caves. Show up tomorrow, but if you can't keep up, you're out. As Park Jin-woo walks out, a pair of gloves comes flying straight at him. Kim Yeon speaks up, "Coach took you, but I haven't. You'll have to prove you can handle this. Even if you end up in hell like I did, you need the will to claw your way back out. Let's see how far this friendship goes. Get involved, and you'll get ambushed. You could end up in prison for life with nothing left. From now on, I'm not your friend." Park Jin-woo just smiles. He knows Kim Yeon is just trying to scare him off with that intensity. But Kim Yeon seems to have forgotten one thing: Park Jin-woo used to be a pro athlete. If he hadn't been confident in his skills, he never would have stepped up. He could have flattened any bully long ago. But now, after Kim Yeon's training with Jung Do-cho, things are hitting a whole different level. Seizing the moment, Kim Yeon pins Park Jin-woo down and rains down punches without an ounce of mercy. As he strikes, Kim Yeon shouts, "Give up!" But Park Jin-woo stubbornly refuses. The blows only get sharper. Kim Yeon tries to break his spirit with force, but Park Jin-woo stops fighting back. He just keeps on laughing. Yeonung finally threw up his hands. Why go this far? He had done enough as a friend. But in Park Jin-woo's mind, a memory always lingered. When he was young, he was constantly beaten by bullies while his parents simply ignored him. In that hopeless darkness, Hyunsung had appeared to him. He was a ray of light in a world without sun. You ask why I go this far? None of this was ever your fault. As your friend, I cannot just look the other way. This is my life, and how I live, it is my choice. At that moment, young Dutch walked over. He looked at the two. Have either of you ever thought about giving up fighting and becoming athletes with me? I would stake everything to put you both on the biggest stage. This was not just a whim for Jung. He could not figure out why these two brothers kept getting bullied by ordinary people. They were unbeatable. Park Jin-woo had explosive kicking power and a natural sense of distance. Kim Yong-sung was a genius tactician, always able to predict which move would benefit him most and never missing a single opening. Because of their financial arrangement, Jung had not planned to bring this up, but seeing their talent, he could not help himself. He urged Hyunsung to drop out and dedicate himself to training, convinced the boy could become a champion. But Yeon replied that he had no interest in fighting. Every fight is nothing but pain. I only do it because I have to. If you insist on making me compete professionally, then let us end our deal here. Please do not get in my way. When Hyunsung walked out, Park Jin-woo chased after him. He had made up his mind to fight by Hyunsung's side, no matter what happened, with no regrets. Hyunsung set 3 conditions. First, they would train together every day. Second, if they ever faced a fight they could not win, or if it became a legal issue, Soo had to stay out of it. Third, Mongjin Construction would pay him a monthly living allowance, no questions asked. Additionally, he had to keep up his studies. If there ever comes a day when we escape this hell, I hope you will live better than anyone. A few weeks later, the midterms for the second semester arrived. If Yeonung did not ace this round, his whole plan would collapse. Strictly speaking, he did not need top grades for revenge. He could have simply gathered evidence and exposed Golden Circle. But his true goal was to crush them completely. Golden Circle prided itself on a 0-failure record. So he wanted to stomp their pride into the dirt, to make himself the thorn they most desperately wanted to remove. Although Kim Yeon had been a vegetable in the hospital for 10 years, his memories of student days were crystal clear after his rebirth. He remembered the answers to every question. So after the exams, while his classmates were checking answers, he just waited calmly for his results. That is when Oh-hai, the class beauty, approached him and asked why he was not checking his answers. Oh-hai was not only cute and popular in his past life. She had even confessed to him, but he turned her down, explaining that romance would affect his grades. She offered to check his answers. Yans did not stop her, knowing her popularity would be useful for his revenge. Soon, the entire class was drawn in by her surprised reaction. No one could believe it. Kim Yans had scored perfect marks in every subject. The next day, he called his homeroom teacher up to the rooftop. "Have you heard of Golden Circle?" Kim Yan asked. "Let me tell you what Golden Circle really is. Take your time to think it over." After Kim Yan achieved a perfect score on his midterm exam, the principal's phone was immediately bombarded by calls from other parents. They all questioned whether the principal had given Kim Yan special treatment or if he had secretly enrolled in extra tutoring classes. The homeroom teacher also remarked that the test had been particularly difficult this time. It should have been impossible for anyone to get a perfect score. But the principal replied, "I have high hopes for him. I can already picture Kim Yans becoming the top scorer in the college entrance exam. He will get into a prestigious university with exceptional marks. Our school will finally have the chance to rise to national fame. With the backing of Myeongjin Construction and Kim Yong-sung's academic excellence, my lifelong dream can finally come true. But I have a bad feeling Kim Yan might stir up trouble again that could seriously hurt our school's reputation. So, my brother, I need you to keep a close eye on Kim Yong-sung. Make sure he becomes a model student, both in character and academics. Now that your class has produced the top student in the school, here is a little reward for you. I hope you will keep up the good work until Kim Yan graduates. After that, I will make you a core leader of our school." The money-hungry homeroom teacher immediately replied, "You can leave everything to me." Later, Kim Yan called the homeroom teacher up to the rooftop and revealed a secret, warning him, "If anything happens to me, you will go down too." The homeroom teacher realized how powerful the Golden Circle was. He was already tied to Kim Yan's fate. He asked, "What should I do now? Should I try to stop those young men from coming after you?" But Kim Yan said, "No need. My request remains the same. Whatever I do, keep your hands off. Just pretend nothing happened. That is all I ask. You better prepare yourself." The homeroom teacher immediately felt immense pressure. It was clear this guy was about to cause big trouble. At that moment, Shin Yong-min was taking a harsh beating from the Golden Circle agent. "If you can't take care of Kim Yan this time, I'll break your arm. This is your last chance." Filled with hatred, Shin Yong-min gathered his subordinates to plot revenge. Someone suggested ambushing him after school, but that would give Myeongjin Construction an excuse to interfere. So, they had to act on school grounds where outside forces could not intervene. Making Kim Yan anxious enough to ruin his studies would be victory enough. Then the top dog in the second year offered an idea. Instead of hassling him one by one, why not go after him together? Everyone knows the principal dreams of a prestigious school. He would never dare punish so many students at once. Shin Yong-min was instantly intrigued. A few days later, Kim Yan was suddenly surrounded by a group. One of them bumped into him on purpose and cursed, "Watch it, asshole." Immediately, another slapped his head and shouted, "Are you blind or just stupid?" Then the crowd closed in. Without a word, Kim Yan threw a punch. He had been wondering why no one had come for him yet. He was practically itching for this. "Bring it on. Only then will I find true meaning in trampling your lives." After teaching them a harsh lesson, he spat out a threat, "Tell your boss to bring everyone here now." Soon, the second-year boss arrived with his gang. Kim Yan said, "Fighting in the classroom does not do you any good. How about we move somewhere teachers rarely go?" They ended up at the trash sorting area behind the building. Facing so many upperclassmen, Kim Yan clearly was not their match. He pointed at the students watching from above. "I assume you guys care about your reputation. A whole gang beating one person would be humiliating, right? Why don't you come at me one at a time? If you are scared, never mind." His taunt worked perfectly. The second strongest bully in the year stepped out first. "You want one-on-one? Fine, but once I am done with you, no one else will be needed." He put everything into his first punch. But in a split second, Kim Yan blocked the attack with his arm. The bully clenched his fist again. "Let's see you dodge this time." But Kim Yan easily slipped away, a sly grin tugging at his lips. With a sudden heavy punch, he floored the bully. Watching from upstairs, Park Jin-woo broke out in a cold sweat. This lunatic knocked out the infamous upperclassman with a single punch. Maybe losing to him last time was not just luck. Just as Park Jin-woo resolved never to cross him again, someone tapped his shoulder from behind. Park Jin-woo turned, but took a punch to the face from Kim Yan's loyal friend, Kim Se-woo. Earlier, Kim Se-woo offered to join the fight, but Kim Yan refused. He explained that if Kim Se-woo got involved, the others would have an excuse to use their numbers. So Kim Yan said, "If you want to help, go get revenge on Park Jin-woo." Prove I am not fighting this battle alone. Park Jin-woo, furious, snapped. Don't think you can act cocky just because Kim Yan has your back. I'd rather destroy you than keep living like this. But the next moment, Kim Se-woo kicked him hard in the chest. Park Jin-woo questioned his whole existence. Can I not even beat this guy? No way could he lose face in front of his classmates. He charged at Kim Se-woo, only to be sent flying by a knee to the jaw. Kim Se-woo smashed his leg down on Park Jin-woo's face. Meanwhile, Kim Yan was busy slapping the second-year boss silly. The upperclassmen had not expected Kim Yan to be so cunning. He had planned all along to challenge them one-on-one. Now, in front of the school, he was beating every second-year bully. The boss realized his reputation would be completely stolen. Ba Zhen-go stepped forward. Enough. Now, I will be your opponent. I respect your strength, but trying to beat us all single-handedly is just an insult. Kim Yan replied coldly. That is exactly what I want to humiliate all of you. Ba Zhen-ho growled before throwing a punch. But this time Kim Yan did not dodge. He countered with his own strike, Bai and-jo following up immediately. And to everyone's shock, Kim Yan just started laughing while trading blow for blow. Ba Zhen-ho never expected his opponent to go toe-to-toe like this, clearly failing to realize the massive difference in their strength and reach. Ba Zhen-ho began to tire. Yet he knew giving up meant total scorn from the entire school. He just wondered when this guy would finally stop. Kim Yan landed a direct hit on his front teeth, the sharp pain leaving Ba Zhen-ho dizzy, but the attack did not let up for a second. Kim Yan grabbed his opponent's hair and slammed Ba Zhen-ho's face down with all his might, watching him collapse into total unconsciousness. The other lackeys were too terrified to move, so Kim Yan stared them down, telling them, "Don't just stand there. Go get Shin Yong-min now." And when Shin Yong-min heard that Kim Yan had beaten up all the second years, he ordered his followers to proceed as planned. Kim Yan had injured so many people that no matter how much the principal liked him, there was no way to cover it up, so students ran to alert teachers while others called the police. Not long after, the principal received a call directly from the Education Bureau. Shin Yong-min thought that with all this commotion, Kim Yan could not possibly avoid punishment. But everything turned out differently than he expected, because after speaking to the Education Bureau, the principal brushed off the incident with only a few words. The teachers dismissed all student complaints as pure nonsense. The police even warned them that filing a false report would lead to trouble. So Shin Yong-min's plan failed, and he cursed furiously. A bunch of scum, how are they even allowed to be teachers? And the cops won't even bother to check. They just call it a false alarm, so fine, I will take care of Kim Yan myself with my own hands. Just then, his phone rang. As soon as he answered, his father's furious voice exploded, yelling, "You little bastard, are you trying to pick a fight with someone named Kim Yan? Don't you dare touch him, because if you do, our whole family is finished." It turned out Shin Yong-min's father had racked up a huge amount of high-interest debt, and Go Chang-bum had tracked down the loan company. Go Chang-bum claimed Myeongjin Construction had a few small projects coming up and wanted their company involved. The loan sharks were thrilled at the prospect of working with Myeongjin Construction. Go Chang-bum then asked them to hand over Shin Yong-min's father's loan contracts, and Shin Yong-min was livid, knowing it had to be Kim Yan, that sly fox, threatening his father. Just then, another voice came on the line, saying, "Hello, Shin Yong-min. This is Go Chang-bum. Listen closely. Your house will soon be seized and you will be left with a mountain of debt. All of that debt will be transferred to you, and do not even think about refusing your inheritance, because the loan sharks will not let you off. From this moment on, your life is over. Though do not say I did not give you a way out. If you are willing to let Kim Yan beat you to a pulp and make sure no one notices you are letting him, you might get a break." Shin Yong-min protested that it was dirty, but Go Chang-bum snapped back. "Are you stupid? This is a fight. Nothing else matters. Winners make the rules. And I always keep my promises." When the students saw Shin Yong-min show up, everyone anticipated a good show. Kim Yan grinned wickedly. "So you finally showed up. What are you waiting for? Come on." Hit me, fuming with pent-up rage and under threat. Shin Yong-min charged at him without hesitation. To his surprise, Kim Yan just stood there unmoving, and at the last second, Shin Yong-min pulled back his punch. After all, Go Chang-bum had warned him that if he left even a scratch on Kim Yan's face, he was finished. Kim Yan taunted him about getting the call, then landed a heavy punch right on Shin Yong-min's face. "Did he tell you not to lose too? And obviously that is not what I want, so you have two choices. Either kneel like an idiot and beg me, or stake your whole life on this, and fight me with everything you have got." Kim Yan already knew which option Shin Yong-min would choose, because if there had not been so many classmates watching, maybe Shin Yong-min could have held back. But at his age, with everyone's eyes on him, There was no way he would stay rational. Shin Young-min had already decided to go all out at any cost, but Kim Yan had done his homework. He had watched all of Shin Young-min's amateur fighting videos and analyzed his moves with Young Do-jul. Together, they discovered several tells, such as how Shin Young-min would expose his face when excited, and how his counterattack was always a left hook. Whenever his footwork grew bigger, it meant he was trying to end the fight quickly by channeling all his strength into one punch. That was the best time to strike back, so Kim Yan dodged to the side and landed a heavy punch squarely on his face. The students watching could hardly believe what they were seeing. Kim Yan soon locks his legs around Shin Young-min's shoulders, twists hard, and yanks up. Bones snap. Shin Young-min screams, echoing across the campus. The crowd turns pale, terrified by Kim Yan-soon's display. Point proven. Kim Yan-sun and his ally Kim Se-woo have beaten the bullies down. Kim Se-woo worries about Hyunsung breaking Shin Young-min's arm, but Kim Yan-sun waves it off. Don't worry. Everyone saw it, but nobody's talking. This world hates the weak. The homeroom teacher walks past, silently cursing Kim Yan-sunday. This kid is insane. A disaster. How is he supposed to clean this up? He has no choice but to help. Myeongjin Construction and the principal are untouchable. So, he warns Shin Young-min. Listen, your arm broke in a fall. It has nothing to do with Kim Yan-sunday. If anyone touches Hyunsung, all your dirty laundry gets aired, Shin Young-min retorts. Is that how a teacher acts? Shouldn't you care about a student's health? The teacher snarls. Did you think I was a teacher when I covered for you? I haven't changed. I keep my word. Meanwhile, local Golden Circle boss Kang Tu is getting punished. He begs for one more chance, promising to stab Hyunsung if he has to. The middleman speaks coldly. Don't you understand the rules of this circle? We use school bullying to satisfy clients while staying hidden. That's our style. If you expose us, can you handle the fallout? Kim Yan-sun is just a small fry. A week later, the moment Shin Young-min leaves the hospital, he gets a call. Kim Yan-sun says, "Tell me who hired you, and you walk free." Shin Young-min is stunned. Kang To only sent a curt message. The job is over. Nothing else. Shin Young-min feels desperate. Punish me now. I am sick of living in fear. The threats have broken him. He gets home to find the place in ruins. His father beats him instantly. Didn't I say to avoid Kim Yan-sun? We're finished. This is your fault. Even if you want to be a thug, know your limits. You've destroyed everything I built. Shin Young-min feels genuine, crushing fear. How can one student destroy his family? Suddenly, his phone rings. It is Kim Yan-sunday. Soon, Shin Young-min kneels on the ground, begging for mercy. I shouldn't have taken the job. I thought too highly of myself. I want to tell you, but I'm a nobody. I don't know. Please, let me off. I'll be your underling. Kim Yan-sun asks, why should I forgive you? I warned you. Don't touch my people. Yet, you let your lackey act. Pay the price. I believe you don't know the client. The Golden Circle wouldn't trust a small fry like you, but you're begging I'll give you a chance. From now on, you just have to survive 1 month. Show me sincerity and I might forgive you. But I won't tell you what to endure. Find out yourself. The next day, the whole class laughs at Shin Young-min. What a disgrace. He shows his face, but when he glares, the class falls silent in fear. If this is all Kim Yan-sun wants, Shin Young-min thinks he can endure it. After that, he can settle scores and regain his reputation. Then he notices the class coward staring. How the mighty have fallen, even he dares look at me. Shin Young-min holds back. Just endure it. But Hyunsung walks up and dumps milk over his head. Shin Young-min starts to explode. Hyunsung asks, you know Kim Yan-sun? He told us we could treat you this way. How does it feel? A few days ago, Kim Yan-sun listed everything Shin Young-min did to him. If I hadn't fought back, I wouldn't be here. So, I'm going to punish him for the next month. No matter how hard you push Shiny Young-min, he won't fight back. I'm not forcing anyone here. If you choose to stay out of it, he graduates without a scratch. But those of you he's tormented, you'll carry those scars for the rest of your lives. Remember, in this world, nobody is going to fight your battles for you. Those words hit Han Yong-hoon hard. Just meeting Shiny Young-min's eyes used to make him a target. At school, he was nothing but a toy for everyone's amusement. He always told himself freedom would come the moment he graduated. But he wondered, would Shiny Young-min even remember him then? Would he feel even a second of guilt? The answer was clear. Of course not. Trying to fill the void in his chest, Han Yong-hoon realized he had to act. He finally believed Kim Hyunsung. And sure enough, Shiny Young-min didn't dare fight back. Han Yong-hoon sneered. Idiot. How does it feel to get beaten by someone like me? Pretty good. He spat right into Shiny Young Min's bowl. You remember this? You used to do this to me. I'll never forget what you said back then. You made me eat every last bite, you bastard. With Han Yong-hoon leading the charge, the class finally began their revenge. Some mocked him, throwing his own insults back. Others tripped him at the restroom door. Shiny Young Min had done the same to nearly everyone. He barely left the restroom before a bottle cracked against him. All his victims surrounded him. He was a cornered rat, and not a single soul felt pity. He desperately wanted to lash out and destroy them all. But the memory of Kim Hyunsung's gaze sent a chill down his spine. Just endure it, he told himself. Only 1 month. Just wait until Kim Hyunsung lets me go. Meanwhile, Kim Hyunsung was still hunting the true mastermind. 4 suspects on the list, but the real culprit was still hidden. He told himself not to rush. He needed to focus on the immediate target. To Kim Hyunsung, those beating Shiny Young Min and the teachers watching were no different. Thanks to their own choices, his next move could finally begin. Soon, a text hit Shiny Young Min's phone. Follow my orders, and the bullying ends for good. It felt like a lifeline. He agreed immediately. But Kim Hyunsung just sneered. How could he be that desperate? That night, Shiny Young Min arrived at the convenience store. After a long struggle, he pulled on a mask and hat. The clerk inside was Park Min-chul, the former bully who had tormented Kim Hyunsung before dropping out. Shiny Young Min walked in, grabbed Park Min-chul by the hair, and smashed his head into the counter. Park Min-chul asked nervously, "Are you trying to rob me?" Shiny Young Min ignored him and punched again. Park Min-chul suddenly realized the guy looked familiar. Even with the mask, that hair and those eyes belonged to Shiny Young Min. The other 2 dropouts were also ambushed. They couldn't understand why Shiny Young Min was hunting them down. One wanted to call the police, but Park Min-chul stopped him. The guy is crazy. Provoke him and we only face more hell. Just bad luck. If we see him again, we act like we don't know him. Then, a familiar voice cut through the air. So all the little thugs are gathered here. I assume you know I did this to you yesterday, Park Min-chul asked. Why? We never touched you. Shiny Young Min replied. Because Kim Hyunsung has me on a leash. Make you guys live in hell for a month, and he lets me go. You know what that means? With that, he charged. Sorry guys, if you don't go to hell, it's my turn. As he beat them, he shouted, Don't blame me, you brought this on yourselves. One of them protested. Why are we the ones paying? That sent Shiny Young Min into a rage. You still don't get it. If you'd handled him back then, I wouldn't be in this position. And you dare fight back? Have you forgotten who I am? I'm Shiny Young Min, the king of this school. If I can't have a good life, nobody does. Just as it seemed he would kill them, Park Min-chul, driven to madness, grabbed a knife and stabbed him from behind. You've gone too far. We dropped out and are working because of you. Why are you still after us? In that moment, Shiny Young Min finally understood Kim Hyunsung's true purpose. He wanted them to tear each other apart without lifting a finger. The next day, news of the stabbing spread through school. The students were shocked that the culprit was Park Min-chul. Both of them confessed everything, even begging to be thrown in jail immediately. They said they were never coming back to Daesun City. But Kim Yoon wasn't finished with them. He told Go Chang-bae, when those 4 get out of prison, make sure they go right back in. I don't want them living one normal day. Gang Byum was shocked. This guy was colder than he was. Note to self, never become his enemy. I have been grinding at the bottom for a month, just like you said. I haven't seen a single result yet. I don't have the patience to climb step by step. Kim Yoon pushed him to stick it out. Just follow my lead. Back when Kim Yoon was incapacitated, the real estate market was exploding, but a tragedy hit one of Myeongjin construction sites. A worker got crushed by falling rebar. People wanted to call an ambulance, but the foreman shut them down. He didn't want the schedule interrupted by something as minor as a life. He forced everyone to report up the chain first. It took 2 full hours before the worker finally reached a hospital. By the time his son arrived at the ward, his father was already gone. The company refused to admit it was a work accident. No compensation. Myeongjin Construction's reputation was effectively dead. At that moment, Gong Bayum was wandering the site. He had no idea this was the turning point of his life. He wanted a drink, but he knew Kim Yoon wouldn't send him here for nothing. Watching Kim Yoon handle those bullies, Gong Bayum couldn't help but picture his own brother, Go Chong-suk, meeting the same end. Suddenly, a massive crash shook the ground. Gang Bayum sprinted outside to see what happened. A concrete pour had collapsed. The foreman hurried over. At least 5 or 6 guys are trapped. But don't worry, sir. I will call headquarters and keep this quiet so the news doesn't leak out. Gong Bayum grabbed him by the collar. Do you have any idea how bad this is? Gang Bayum felt his blood turn cold. Kim Yoon had warned him, if you hit a crisis at the bottom, forget the losses. Human lives come first. Go Chang Bayum ordered an ambulance immediately. The foreman protested. If word gets out, the delays will cost a fortune. Who pays for that? Gang Bayum stood his ground. I am in charge now. Get every rescue team here and save those workers. I will take full responsibility for whatever happens next. He demanded to know the cause. A worker in a white helmet stepped up. To speed things up, the crew pulled the supports before the concrete set. The rebar didn't bond. That caused the collapse. We should have waited for it to cure. Gong Bayum asked, "Why tell me this now?" The worker replied, "I wanted to see if you actually care. Will you take responsibility?" Gong Bayum did not hesitate. What could be more important than a human life? Even if the building has issues later, the only thing that matters is getting those men out alive. Quit talking and get the rescue team on the line. Thanks to the fast response, most of the crew escaped. Still, the assistant looked terrified. Online media outlets were already tearing the company apart. Headquarters couldn't kill the story. Go Chang Bayum just looked on, unbothered. So what is the plan? The assistant stared at him, stunned. Didn't you have a strategy when you saved them? Plan? I just didn't want anyone to die. His father called, but he ignored it. Go Chang Bayum just stayed quiet. Once the calls finally stopped, Gong Bayum reached out to Kim Yoon for the next move. Back home, his younger brother Go Chongguk started tearing into him. How could you act on your own? Lives are important, but you have destroyed our reputation. Did you think about the cost? If we can't sell these units, are you going to pay for it? Their father growled. By calling for rescue, you brought the journalists straight to our door. So, what is your plan for this disaster? Earlier, Kim Yoon had whispered, your father values quality, but now a safety accident happened. How do you think he reacts? He solves the problem head on. Follow his lead. Gong Bayum dropped a bombshell. Let's tear down the entire project and start over. His father erupted. You think banks lend money for free? Interest is piling up every day, not counting what we have already dumped into this. Developers only care about profit. Is all this really necessary? Go Chung-bae replied it will cost us a fortune, but our reputation is what matters most. News headlines lately are nothing but shoddy construction scandals. Real estate companies make quick cash, but their reputations end up in ruins. If we just patch up the collapsed building, no one will ever buy it. Go Chang-suk sneered, and who caused all this in the first place? But even that is less of a loss than rebuilding. You are wrong, Go Chung-bae said. We cannot just focus on the money. We need to rebuild our reputation by constructing high-quality properties. Currently, only one building has collapsed. If we admit fault and demonstrate our strict commitment to quality, our reputation will eventually recover. This will become the foundation of Myeongjin construction. Go Chang-suk mocked him. Are you some kind of idealist? Our company is about profit, not ideals. Just then, their father smiled in satisfaction. My eldest son has finally woken up. What frustrates me most about this accident isn't that the news got out. It is that we made such a basic, disgraceful mistake in our construction. Such a low-level error only ruins our reputation. Houses are for people to live in. Safety is the most important thing. Chung-bae, you did well this time. I thought you would become a useless playboy, but you are starting to remind me of myself. Keep it up and I will be able to entrust the family business to you. Hearing this, Go Chang-suk nearly ground his teeth to dust. Afterward, Go Chung-bae turned to Kim Yan for advice. Although his father told him to keep it up, Go Chung-bae had no idea what to do next. Kim Yan told him first, take care of the victims of the accident. The first group includes people who had already bought homes, so promise to cover their mortgage interest due to the delay and lower the sale price. Their complaints will soon disappear. The second group consists of the injured workers. Approach them sincerely and take care of all their needs. Make them feel that being a Myeongjin construction worker is something to be proud of. Following this advice, Go Chung-bae not only gave them generous compensation, but he also promised to assign them to important positions at headquarters once they recovered. The workers' families were moved to tears. Through all this, Go Chung-bae learned a lot. He told his assistant, I used to see this company as nothing but a money-making machine. I just wanted to finish buildings and sell them as fast as possible. But now I see how many people devote everything to this job. They want to support their families, and they spend their life savings to buy our homes. I used to take my position for granted, living only for pleasure. From now on, I can't live that way anymore. The assistant had not expected the young master to change so much. It felt a bit strange. Suddenly, someone shouted, Why are you smoking here? Put it out right now. Go, Chung-bae instantly reverted to his old ways. There goes my serious mood. Get lost or I will smash up the whole hospital. Thanks to Kim Yeon's guidance, Go Chung-bae not only won his father's approval, but also earned the heartfelt gratitude of the workers. As someone who had always been arrogant and brash, the praise took some getting used to. This was especially true when one of the workers' families even brought him homemade snacks. Go Chung-bae complained that it made him uncomfortable, but he ate heartily nonetheless. Just then, a subordinate came running. "Sir, there is a visitor for you. They said it is a TV crew, and headquarters has already approved it." Go Chung-bae replied, "Then show them around for the shoot." But the worker replied, "They want to interview you." This caught Go Chung-bae completely off guard. Had he done something wrong? At that moment, Go Chung-bae's father was watching the news report. Myeongjin Construction's decision to rebuild the complex shocked everyone. While this decision would increase the company's losses, it also demonstrated their commitment to quality. Next came the interview with Go Chung-bae. "We have heard you say that human life matters more than monetary loss. Not only that, you have taken responsibility for the accident by ordering a complete rebuild. Why did you make such an unusual decision?" Go Chung-bae answered, "I was simply following my father's teachings. Since I was young, he always told us that our work isn't just about making money, but about building a family business that must be carried on for a lifetime." Just then, his father's phone rang. On the other end, someone praised him for raising such an outstanding eldest son and expressed interest in introducing their daughter. Right after, a marriage agency called hoping to arrange meetings with the daughters of judges and prosecutors. His father, of course, refused. When he had reached out to them before, they had turned him down. He told his secretary, "From now on, you do not need to forward any more matchmaking calls." Then he asked her about the company's situation. She replied, "Many companies and agencies are eager to sign contracts with us now. Projects are stacking up fast office buildings for Scroop, 3,000 redevelopment units in Gangnam, and a massive new city project in Gangbuk. Even Dae City is pushing to lock in their 5,000-unit residential deal, hoping to drop the construction schedule before the year ends. This right here is the exact opportunity the chairman has been waiting for." Not long after, Gang Byum gets hit with wild news. The chairman is promoting him to executive director of Myeongjin Construction. Suddenly, every eye in the room is locked on him, full of respect. It feels like a fever dream. Usually, these people just saw him as a spoiled brat, and most of them were die-hard supporters of his brother Gyo. Then his father steps in, telling him to get his hands into the Daesan City project too. "It's early days," he says, "but you'll learn plenty on the job." Gang Byum bows deep. "I look forward to working with you all." Kim Hyunsung hears the news and feels a chill. Things are moving way faster than he ever calculated. Gang Byum wasn't supposed to touch this project yet. He was meant to use a later accident to secure his spot. But instead, Chairman Gaeong-jin just fast-tracked him straight to executive director. This unexpected shift catches Kim Hyunsung off guard, and he realizes he needs to map every variable with perfect precision from here on out. He cannot afford one slip-up. Just then, a luxury car pulls onto the school grounds. Kim Hyunsung recognizes the ride. It belongs to Gang Byum. But why is he showing up here? There wasn't a single word about this in their messages. Gang Byum walks straight toward the principal's office. "I am here to thank you for looking after my brother," he says, while the principal flashes his most sincere, fake smile. "I was only doing my duty as an educator," he claims. But Gang Byum cuts in courtesy, demands reciprocity. "So, I am donating a brand new gymnasium to this school, complete with the latest indoor swimming pool." The principal is ecstatic. A state-of-the-art gym is the ultimate status symbol for a top-tier school. He starts fawning over Gang Byum instantly, promising the entire school will back Kim Hyunsung unconditionally from now on. Then, Gang Byum asks if he can meet someone else, Kim Hyunsung's homeroom teacher. Rumors have been flying that the teacher took bribes, mostly because he openly disciplined Shin Young-min. Gang Byum tells him, "Don't sweat the gossip. You stood with me, so I will make sure you climb the ladder here. I hear you like to unwind at the bar after work, so I have cleared things with the city's biggest club. Bring your friends, put it all on my tab, and I've even prepared a crate of energy drinks stuffed with cash. Take it home. Remember, you aren't just backed by some rich parent, you have the most powerful successor in Daesan City behind you." With that settled, Gang Byum meets Kim Hyunsung face to face. "If you want to help me reach the chairman's seat, you are going to need my power eventually. So, let's support each other. Whatever you need right now, you just name it, and I will make it happen." Kim Hyunsung doesn't hesitate. "How much money are you actually willing to spend on me?" Shortly after, the homeroom teacher drops a bombshell. Myeongjin Construction has made a massive investment in the school. As a result, the school is launching a 10 million won scholarship fund. Any student who works hard in class and shows real potential will be eligible for a piece of the pie. Faces light up at the mention of the money, but when the teacher names Kim Hyunsung as the first recipient, the room goes cold with disappointment. Everyone knows Kim Hyunsung's guardian is the eldest son of Myeongjin Construction. Students start whispering why even bother with the act. They might as well just hand him the cash directly. And the mood turns even sourer when the teacher names Kim Se-woo as the second recipient. Now the whole room is convinced something is rigged. Sure, Kim Hyunsung has backing and good grades, but what does Kim Se-woo bring to the table? Why does he deserve a scholarship? Was he just getting picked because he is Kim Hyunsung's friend? Rumors about Kim Hyunsung's connections start swirling through the halls. Someone whispers that he might be the chairman's illegitimate son, and the student who says it turns white as a sheet. He tries to vanish, but turns the corner to find Kim Hyunsung waiting, having heard every single word. Kim Hyunsung crooks a finger, beckoning him over. The student, Jo-jin, known as the school's loudest gossip, breaks into a cold sweat, already fearing the worst. But Kim Hyunsung doesn't touch him, he just tells Jo-jin not to be scared. As long as he does a favor, he will be safe. The scholarship process is rigged, sure, but there is no limit to how many people can get one. Anyone can grab one, even with grades as trash as yours, so spread the word and add this little detail. By the next day, rumors were tearing through the school like wildfire. Word was the Myeongjin Construction Scholarship was only for those close to Kim Hyunsung. The gossip said only Kim Se-woo stood by him before, which is why he got paid, and since there is no cap, the money is wide open. Stand with Kim Hyunsung, and you get a cut. They say he is using this school as a base to wipe out every bully in Decent City. People are whispering that he will take in any student willing to help, regardless of old grudges. Most students are taking the gossip with a grain of salt. But second-year boss Bang Ho is taking it seriously, dying for a payout like Kim Se-woo got if Kim Hyunsung needs muscle. Bang Ho is all in. Privately, Bang Ho tracks down Jo-jin for the truth, and Jo-jin whispers back, "I am only telling this to you. Kim Hyunsung wants to turn this school into his own private kingdom, then use it as a launchpad to sweep aside all the surrounding schools. If you step up and show him real strength and loyalty right now, Kim Hyunsung will definitely reward you." Bang Ho knows there is a fortune on the line, but he is terrified Kim Hyunsung will reject him for crossing him in the past. Still, he decides to risk it. The money is just too good to pass up. He nervously approaches Kim Hyunsung to ask for a moment, and Kim Hyunsung agrees instantly, which only makes Bang Ho sweat more. Bang Ho starts apologizing for their past, but Kim Hyunsung just cuts him off. Get to the point. Bang Ho blurts out that he needs the cash and asks if you want someone strong and obedient, why not me? I will not let you down. Kim Hyunsung agrees but says there is a test first, and soon after, Bang Ho gathers every third-year bully in the school. They think he is trying to take Shin Young-min's place as boss, and they are ready to put him in his place. But when Bang Ho walks in, his face is swollen like a pig, and he barks, "Listen up, all you third years. From today on, I am Kim Hyunsung's man, and if anyone does not want to join him, raise your hand. But if you do stay, I will beat you until you cannot even stand. What I need right now is a loyal dog. You do as I say and take whatever reward comes your way. It hurts, sure, but seeing that transfer hit my account makes it worth it. Kim Hyunsung promised me that as his dog, I get another scholarship tomorrow. Stay loyal, and the rewards keep coming. But if you ever turn on your master, I will tear you to pieces." Bang Ho wonders if he has lost all his dignity. He is being treated like a dog, but he has no choice. 5 million won is more than he could earn with his fists in a lifetime. Next, Bang Ho calls all the third-year bullies together. He announces that everyone follows Kim Hyunsung now. And when the third years look unconvinced, Bang Ho uses his fists to change their minds. "Do not think I was always obedient because I was scared of you. It was only because of that monster, Shin Young-min. Now that he is gone, you better think twice about your own strength. Remember, from now on, Kim Hyunsung is our god. You do whatever he says, and anyone who resists, I will personally send them to hell. And another thing, sucking up to Kim Hyunsung gets you paid, so you better start worshipping our god unconditionally. He is never stingy with the rewards." The next day, Park Jin-woo hears the news and thinks Bang Ho has completely lost his mind. Bang Ho already offended Kim Hyunsung before, and now he has turned into his lapdog. There is no way Kim Hyunsung would just hand over that much cash right away. Then he sees a crowd swarming the bulletin board. To his shock, the list confirms that Bang Ho is a scholarship recipient. Park Jin-woo breaks out in a cold sweat. What is Kim Hyunsung's real relationship with Myeongjin Construction? It makes sense for Bang Ho. But why did the loudmouth Jo-jin get a scholarship too? Jo-jin just shrugs and says, "I did what he asked, and I got paid. Let me give you some advice. Be careful from now on, and do not ever cross Kim Hyunsung. or you will end up just like Shin Yong-min. Park Jin-woo cannot believe it. Kim Hyunsung really is turning Chanil High into his own private kingdom. How is he supposed to have a peaceful school life now? With things moving this fast, the Golden Circle's client is losing his cool. I heard the Golden Circle was supposed to be the best, and that is why I hired you. If you cannot get rid of Kim Hyunsung, I am telling the other members you are all hype and no results. The middleman replies confidently, do not worry. This time we are sure to succeed. The Golden Circle has sent their assassin, Cho Tae-jun, to transfer into Chanil High, specifically to kill Kim Hyunsung, even if the principal is hesitant to let him in. The city's education director personally called for this transfer. Choi Tae-jun claimed the director was a friend of his father, but the principal didn't buy it. A forced transfer like this could trigger a full disciplinary review. Why risk it? Was Choi Tae-jun really a mercenary from the Golden Circle? The principal decided he wouldn't let the kid run wild. He warned Choi Tae-jun that Chanil High was a prestigious school, and rules applied to everyone. I won't go easy on you, the principal stated, while Choi Tae-jun just sneered at the threat. Once in class, he ran into an old face, Park Jin-woo. 6 months back, when Choi Tae-jun joined the Golden Circle, he had looked into Park Jin-woo but brushed him off as useless. Now, he saw Park Jin-woo as a source of intel. Park Jin-woo noted the school was nothing special, but he gave Choi Tae-jun one warning: watch out for Kim Hyunsung. Don't mess with him, he insisted, noting Kim Hyunsung had serious fighting skills and deep connections. Choi Tae-jun mocked him, asking why the supposed boss of the school was so terrified. Park Jin-woo just told him to stay away. The Golden Circle had one mission for Choi Tae-jun: force Kim Hyunsung out within 6 months. For Choi Tae-jun, that sounded like a walk in the park. He planned to bully Kim Hyunsung until school was a nightmare, starting by beating up Hyunsung and isolating him. He figured 1 month would be enough. His confidence was backed by his skills. Within the Golden Circle, an S rank was almost unheard of, and A rank was the top 1%. Even a B rank meant you were well above the national average. Choi Tae-jun had hit B rank in testing as a first year. He asked Park Jin-woo to point out Hyunsung's classroom. Kim Hyunsung happened to be there. Park Jin-woo felt a cold surge of dread as Choi Tae-jun stepped up to fight. Hey, what are you staring at? Choi Tae-jun barked, while Park Jin-woo turned ghost white. Kim Hyunsung replied that he wasn't even looking at him, asking if he was just fishing for a fight. You better think twice about if you can handle the consequences, Kim Hyunsung said, before someone punched Choi Tae-jun. Choi Tae-jun was stunned. Park Jin-woo was on the floor, begging Kim Hyunsung for forgiveness. I didn't mean anything by bringing him here, Park Jin-woo cried, pleading to be let off the hook. Choi Tae-jun was completely lost. What the hell was wrong with this guy? Ever since Bae Seon-ho declared his loyalty to Kim Hyunsung, the vibe at Chanil High had shifted. Now, if anyone talked trash about Kim Hyunsung, Bae Seon-ho and his crew showed up for a chat. The students didn't hate it. They actually loved the change. Back when Shin Yong-min ran things, violence was everywhere. But ever since Bae Seon-ho became Chanil's guard dog, the bullies were finally getting what they deserved. The school finally had peace. Now, Choi Tae-jun stood there, openly challenging the new order. Park Jin-woo sensed the danger and dropped to his knees, begging Kim Hyunsung for mercy. Choi Tae-jun stared in confusion, feeling betrayed by his supposed friend. But Park Jin-woo snapped, threatening Choi Tae-jun for being a reckless transfer student. How dare you mess with Hyunsung, Park Jin-woo shouted. But Choi Tae-jun just smirked at him. He reminded Park Jin-woo that he took on the whole wrestling team alone and got scouted by the Golden Circle. You go down in 3 punches, yet you dare mess with me, Choi Tae-jun laughed, while Kim Hyunsung watched with amusement. Choi Tae-jun sneered that Kim Hyunsung wasn't leaving the school alive today. The bell cut him off. Choi Tae-jun threw one last threat, telling Kim Hyunsung not to run after school. Inside, Choi Tae-jun noticed everyone shooting him dirty looks, refusing to even talk to him during group work. Even when the teacher tried to form groups, everyone refused to work with him. After class, he cornered a bespectacled student, looking to make a brutal example of him. Before he could strike, Bae Seon-ho burst in with his crew, demanding to see the transfer student. At Chanil, nobody touches Kim Hyunsung, Bae Seon-ho declared, leaving a frustrated Choi Tae-jun wondering what was wrong with these people. Are they brainwashed? Why is the whole school protecting Kim Hyunsung? Basan-ho charges in. He swings hard, but Choi Tae-jun counters with a single, brutal elbow. Basan-ho just bounces back, tough as a cockroach. Choi Tae-jun is fuming. He doesn't get it. Why does everyone stand up for Kim Hyunsung? Even after that hit, Basan-ho refuses to stay down. Choi Tae-jun wonders if he missed. Fine, he tries again. He grabs Basan-ho by the head and smashes him into a desk, finally knocking him out. He expects a warning to clear the room, but everyone rushes him at once. Cho Tae-jun is speechless. Isn't there a rule about one-on-one fighting? They are ganging up on him without shame. Cowards. It does not matter how many attack. Yet, sneak attacks come from behind. Cho Tae-jun lets out a roar. You would trade your dignity for a win? Is that all of you? But 3 more jump in immediately. Someone screams that they have to gang up or they are doomed. Cho Tae-jun sneers. Bring it on. I will take you all. Basanho staggers back to his feet. Cho Tae-jun warns him to stay down. Why be this loyal to a first year? Basanho says loyalty has nothing to do with it. After clashing with the third years, he got a huge red envelope from Kang Bam that night. He figured if he beats up Golden Circle members, the reward grows. Plus, the big boss would not mind if he lost. Basanho tells the group that this guy is scarier than Shin Young-min. They might not win, but they cannot back down. If they quit, Kim Hyunsung would be disappointed. In truth, being Kim Hyunsung's punching bag already netted him 5 million won, plus a 10 million won scholarship and extra pocket money. With that kind of cash rolling in, how could he ever give up on Kim Hyunsung? Basanho leads 10 second years into the brawl, but Cho Tae-jun is just too strong. This cult-like school already makes him sick. Normally, a loss ends a fight. But these guys are maniacs who never let up. If the whole school is this crazy, he is in deep trouble. Cho Tae-jun realizes Kim Hyunsung has turned this place into a fortress. There is only one choice left: go all out and break through. If he breaks one of Kim Hyunsung's arms, the middleman can report a success. As Cho Tae-jun exits, someone deliberately bumps into him. It is Kim Hyunsung's homeroom teacher. He clearly plans to handle Cho Tae-jun personally. The teacher has already been briefed by Park Jin-woo. He asks if Kim Hyunsung said what to do. Park Jin-woo says he told them to handle it however they see fit. The teacher is in a bind, but there is no way he is letting Cho Tae-jun off easy. He thinks this is his chance to prove his worth. He decides to teach Cho Tae-jun a lesson. He calls Cho Tae-jun into the office and delivers a sharp slap to the face. Cho Tae-jun is furious. What gives a teacher the right to hit students? He vows to get the man fired. The teacher sneers. You have no idea, do you? On day 1, you sent classmates to the hospital, beat up upperclassmen, and terrorized the entire room. Now you threaten a teacher. Go ahead, call that influential friend of your father and try to sue me. You will never get me fired. I have seen plenty like you, and nobody will believe a word you say. No one here will testify for you. Without proof, I can do whatever I want. This is for Park Jin-woo, Basanho, and the others. That night, Cho Tae-jun calls the middleman to vent. Everyone at Chunil High is insane. The teachers and students have all lost their minds. I cannot handle this alone. The middleman did not expect this to escalate so fast. Failure means his own end. He tells Cho Tae-jun to lay low while he works on a solution. The middleman rushes to see Moon Chang-ho, the Education Bureau director, hoping to use his influence to pressure the principal. Moon Chang-ho immediately phones the Daesun education supervisor. I hear a teacher at Chunil is giving special treatment to a student. Can you look into that? The Daesun supervisor replies coldly. Why is a city official meddling in Daesun business? That is overstepping your bounds. Moon Chang-ho shoots back. Do not think I do not know about the skeletons in your education system. Cooperate, or I will blow the whistle. The Daesun supervisor plays his trump card. You know about Golden Circle, right? If you're itching for a fight, are you sure you'll walk away in one piece? Don't push your luck. A falling out won't end well for either of us. It turned out the Daesun supervisor was the principal's own brother, and even he felt the heat. Golden Circle was no joke. The supervisor admitted he was terrified that neither of them would escape the fallout. The principal stayed calm, telling him not to worry since the real opportunity laid with the Myeongjin construction successor, Go Chong-bae. As for any corruption, he insisted there was no need to fear being exposed. That kid they were shielding? Smarter than he looked, and their positions were safe. The next morning, Choi Tae-jun felt the sting of total isolation. During physical education, no one told him a thing, and everywhere he turned, people were whispering behind his back. Choi finally snapped. He grabbed his phone and texted his crew in the city, demanding they get to Daesun immediately. He started reaching out to other schools, desperate to pressure Chunil and cut Kim Yong-sung off from everyone. At lunch, Kim Yong-sung just walked up and sat right across from him. Choi thought I should just finish him right here. Kim Yong-sung asked if the Daesun supervisor had given him any trouble. Choi sneered, so you think you're the king of this tiny pond? Step outside those gates and you're nothing. Suddenly, someone slammed Choi's face directly into his lunch tray. If you know I'm the king here, how dare you show your face, and who gave you the guts to act up on my turf? Choi was dragged to a secluded corner. He shouted, "You guys need a gang just to win. Doesn't that embarrass you?" Kim Yong-sung stayed stone cold. "You're strong. A B-rank assassin, after all. If we were equals, I'd beat you fair, but I'll just close the gap instead. Get him." At his command, the lackeys swarmed Choi. Park Jin-woo pushed in, yelling to let him have a turn. Choi's back was nearly snapped before Byun-ho unleashed a barrage of fists. No matter how tough Choi Tae-jun was, he couldn't fight off a mob. He tried to focus on one target, but Kim Yong-sung suddenly clamped onto his arm in a crosslock. "If you only had one arm left, maybe I'd have a chance?" A sickening crack echoed out. Choi screamed in agony, calling him insane, while Kim Yong-sung tightened his grip. "You have two choices. 1. Finish the Golden Circle assignment, and I'll break your other arm and turn school into a living hell. 2. You become my guy, fake the mission, and act as my mole." Choi refused to fold that easily. "Betray Golden Circle? You're dreaming." Kim Yong-sung just turned toward Byun-ho. "If I paid you 100 million, would you stab him? I'll find someone else if you won't. I'm not talking about killing him. I'll call an ambulance right away. A little injury is all it takes." The air in the room turned ice cold. Everyone froze. Kim Yong-sung's voice dropped to a whisper. "Think about it. How many years of part-time work would it take to save 100 million? I can give you that in 3 seconds. We're just students. If something happens, we call it a prank gone wrong. Nobody in Daejeon is going to believe his story anyway." Byun-ho finally wavered. "Didn't you say you'd pay me if I followed your lead?" Kim Yong-sung answered coolly. "It is just business." Byun-ho nodded. "Hold him down so I don't hit the wrong spot." As things reached the breaking point, Choi Tae-jun panicked. "I'll take the second option." Kim Yong-sung stopped Byun-ho just in time. "Good choice. I'll make sure you get paid. You're off the hook today." Kim Yong-sung then rattled off Choi Tae-jun's home address and mentioned his little sister. "Listen, I am much more ruthless than you think. Anyone who stands in my way, I will spend my life ruining theirs. One last time, what will it be? Loyalty to Golden Circle or becoming my dog?" Choi Tae-jun was truly terrified, and he finally bowed his head. "I'll be your dog." Kim Yong-sung patted his head like a pet. "Smart choice." Byun-ho looked concerned. "Is it really safe to just let him go?" Kim Yong-sung grinned. "If he breaks our deal, he'll learn. Check your account after school. I'll transfer your reward and bring Jo Hae-jin here, but do it quietly." The next day, Jo Hae-jin, the school gossip, spread the word that Kim Yong-sung and Byun-ho had a falling out. Now, even if someone badmouthed Kim Yong-sung, Byun-ho wouldn't lift a finger. Everyone believed the act, and they started wondering if they should distance themselves too. But this was all just a trap Kim Yong-sung had carefully laid out. He was just waiting for the big fish to bite. Meanwhile, since Go Chong-bae became an executive director, his younger brother, Gang Suk, couldn't sit still. He called an emergency meeting with the top brass. At this pace, their father was ready to hand the company over to Go Chong-bae. Director Kim Keel saw through it all instantly. "I am certain there is someone helping him behind the scenes, someone we haven't identified yet. That last scandal of yours was a total leak, and the only person who came out on top was Go Chang-beom. Now he's suddenly grinding at construction sites, clocking in and out like a model employee. Every move he makes regarding site accidents lines up perfectly with what the chairman values. Do you really think the old Go Chang-beom could pull that off? No way. Someone is pulling the strings, and finding that person is the key. The problem is, we still have no clue who that is. We need to throw every resource we have at uncovering who's standing behind him." Over the next few days, Go Chang-suk had his men tail his brother, but they didn't find a single thing. Go Chang-suk grew increasingly frustrated with his team, until someone finally flagged some weird activity in Go Chang-beom's account. Huge sums of money were flowing out to a school for scholarships, a gym, a swimming pool, and a bunch of other random ventures. But Go Chang-suk brushed it off, grumbling, "That guy has always been reckless with money." He reminded his team about the bar girl debt from 3 years ago and told them not to waste any more time on those transactions. Right then, Go Chang-suk's phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "I'm the one behind Go Chang-beom." The message demanded a private talk. It turned out Go Chang-beom had already realized he was being followed. He warned Kim Yans to be careful, suspecting that Go Chang-suk was probably hunting for him, but Kim Yans just grinned. He asked if Go Chang-beom was scared Go Chang-suk would shower him with even more benefits, which made Go Chang-beom tense up and quickly deny it. Kim Yans pressed him, asking, "Do you trust me? If you do, get me someone else's phone number." Meanwhile, Go Chang-suk grilled Kim Keel on what to do if they found the puppet master, and Kim replied, "We have 2 options. He suggested they either recruit the person to help take down Go Chang-beom or eliminate them entirely. Not long after, Go Chang-suk invited Kim Hyun's to his side. He boasted, "Go Chang-beom barely has a high school diploma, but I graduated from a top university." He argued that while his brother was busy in bars, he was building real experience at the company. He told Kim Hyun's, "Dad won't let him inherit, which is why you reached out to me, right?" To which Kim Hyun's replied, "Maybe, but I have a condition." Go Chang-suk was so desperate for the alliance, he agreed instantly, shouting that he would accept anything asked of him. Back at the company, everyone swarmed Go Chang-suk about the deal, and he claimed he only asked for one thing: a seat on the board. Director Kim Ki-il panicked, calling it crazy to hand a board seat to someone they didn't even know. Go Chang-suk slammed the table, demanding to know where Kim Ki-il was when his own reputation was being shredded. He told the room that if a capable person wanted in, a board seat was a bargain, telling them to look at the bigger picture. Kim Ki-il persisted, arguing that Myeongjin Construction was built on tradition. He reminded him that all their executives had given 20 years to the firm, but Go Chang-suk cut him off, calling that mindset the reason they were failing. Go Chang-suk promised that if he took the chair, everything would change, assuring Kim Ki-il he wouldn't be left behind. Kim Ki-il felt sick. He had backed Go Chang-suk all the way, but now his own position felt incredibly shaky. He knew Go Chang-suk was selfish, but he figured at least the man actually cared about the company, unlike Go Chang-beom. Just then, Kim Ki-il's phone rang with another call from an unknown number. The caller cut straight to the bone, asking if he was unhappy about Go Chang-suk's recent board seat decision. The mystery caller claimed they never wanted the seat, only to show Kim Ki-il the difference between the two brothers in terms of respecting Myeongjin Construction's traditions. They argued that if Go Chang-suk truly understood the chairman, he never would have offered such a prestigious seat so cheaply. The caller urged him to support Go Chang-beom, insisting he wasn't the same reckless kid he used to be. Kim Ki-il shook his head, refusing to betray his pick, but the caller countered that it wasn't betrayal. They just hoped decades of Kim Ki-il's hard work wouldn't go to waste a few days later. Kim Ki-il sat down with Go Chang-beom and asked the question directly. He wanted to know who was helping him behind the scenes, but Go Chang-beom just offered a tight smile and refused to say a word. Kim Ki-il didn't push him, opting instead to reminisce about the days Go Chang-beom followed the chairman to sites to help carry bricks. He spoke of a time the boy fell and nearly gave him a heart attack, admitting he'd always had high hopes for him. Kim Ki-il sighed, noting how Go Chang-beom changed as he grew up, trading hard work for partying and chaos. That was the only reason he'd supported Go Chang-suk for chairman. He couldn't hand the firm to a man who couldn't even keep a job. He confessed he'd given everything to the company, just like the chairman, and couldn't bear to see it fall into irresponsible hands. But he admitted Go Chang-beom had changed, and now, it didn't matter who was behind him as long as he delivered results. He told him Myeongjin Construction needed him, and he was putting his faith in him. Meanwhile, let's check in with Kim Hyunung. Not long ago, Kim Hyunung had intentionally leaked the rumor that he'd had a falling out with Byun-ho. Kro Tae-jun reported the students' reactions while Kim Hyun narrowed his list of suspects down to 3. The first was Yoo Jin-young. As the top student, Kim Hyun's sudden rise threatened her position. The second was Lee Jin-hyung. He and Kim Hyun had clashed right at the semester's start. Despite his low profile, his family owned massive amounts of land. And the third was Cho Shona, whose father was a high-ranking official. Her grades had actually surpassed Kim Hyun's at one point before he climbed back on top. Kim Hyun decided to set a trap. After days of careful observation, he focused on one person. The next day during soccer, a girl hesitated nearby, debating whether to confess. It was Cho Shona, his prime suspect. Oh Haiji tried to dissuade her, claiming Kim Hyun was not the good student he used to be. She warned that dating him might lead her astray, but Cho Shona countered that others had messed with him first. Summoning her courage, Cho Shona approached him. Kim Hyun smiled slightly, saying he had something private to discuss. Class was about to start, but the two hadn't returned, and Oh Haiji grew worried. Suddenly, she got a text from Cho Shona asking for help. Kim Hyun had brought her to the storage room. Cho Shona felt nervous, yet she reassured herself that Kim Hyun was still a good student. She didn't think he would cross the line, but he locked the door behind them and asked why all these things were happening to him. He explained someone was pulling strings from the shadows, so he set up traps sending different signals to 3 suspects. He told the first person he was exhausted and wanted to transfer schools. If she were the mastermind, she would be thrilled. So he told the second person he had fallen out with Byun-ho. If he were behind it, he would come looking for trouble. And to Cho Shona, he hinted he was holding on despite being tired. He knew if she were the one pulling strings, she would push Golden Circle to act faster. Before long, Oh Hee-ji rushed in anxiously, asking if Kim Hyun had bullied Cho Shona, but Kim Hyun spoke up from the shadows. He told Cho Shona she could go. Baffled, Oh Hee-ji watched her leave as Kim Hyun shut the door, telling her to stay. Even though Cho Shona looked suspicious, he had reason to believe she wasn't the culprit after asking Gang Biome to investigate. Cho Shona had a tragic past, as her brother had taken his own life after being bullied. Her family had moved to Dasan to protect her, and because of that, she hated school violence more than anyone. When she heard about his experiences, she had encouraged him to be brave, leaving only one conclusion. Cho Shona only passed along rumors she heard, but the real mastermind was Oh Hee-ji. Oh Hee-ji broke free and ran for the door, protesting her innocence, but it was locked from the outside. She tried to reason with him, insisting they had always been close and she had no reason to hurt him. She claimed it was Cho Shona's idea, noting how upset she got when grades shifted, and blamed Golden Circle's high-ranking connections. Kim Hyun wasn't fooled, as he had never mentioned Golden Circle in front of her. Once her cover was blown, Oh Hee-ji dropped the act and said he brought this on himself by being so cold. It turned out Oh Hee-ji had met Kim Hyun months earlier, and she was smitten from their first encounter. He was handsome, top of his class, and a gifted athlete, appearing practically flawless. Many girls liked Kim Hyun, but he turned every single one of them down. Afraid of being rejected, Oh Hee-ji tested the waters, feeling she had a chance whenever he helped her with problems. She even had friends ask about his ideal type, and Kim Hyun had said he liked girls like Oh Hee-ji. Hearing that cheerful girls were the most attractive to him gave Oh Hee-ji renewed confidence. With a gift and a heartfelt letter, she summoned the courage to confess to him in person. But she was rejected anyway, and growing up wealthy, this was the first time she had ever tasted defeat. Her resentment deepened as she angrily demanded if he commissioned Golden Circle to get back at her. She yelled, asking why he led her on if he never liked her after saying she was his type. She claimed she never meant for things to go this far, and just wanted him to know what despair felt like. She begged to be let go, but Kim Hyun calmly replied he didn't reject her because he disliked her. He explained he simply had no time for a relationship, and he couldn't afford the lifestyle she was used to. Even if he did like her, he would still have to say no, and Oh Hee-ji wondered why he hadn't just told her that sooner. If you had been honest, I would not have ended up like this. Can we not just go back to how things were? Suddenly, Kim Hyun grabbed her hair. His voice was icy cold. It is too late for that. I am going to tear your life apart piece by piece. You will never understand why I am this cruel. Do you know why I survived without becoming a vegetable? Why my family did not collapse? Why I endured 10 years in hell? Because I never stopped fighting. People like you are the ones who pushed me into the abyss and then sat back to watch the show. You better start researching which plastic surgeon is the best in town. Just then, the homeroom teacher burst in, shocked by the scene. You are even hitting girls now, Hun replied simply. She is the one who hired Golden Circle. The teacher's attitude flipped instantly. If she truly is the client, then perhaps you went too far. However, she must pay for what she has done. I will handle the fallout. But Kim Hyun said, no need, just send her home. When Oh Hee-ji's father, Oh Chunum, saw his daughter's battered face, he was furious. I will make you pay for this. Kim Hyun and Chung Baum, I will see both of you in jail. Before taking action, Oh Chunum wanted to confront the Golden Circle middleman about the leak. You said you never fail. I will make sure every client hears about this. But the middleman, Jung Shansu, was unfazed. Do whatever you want. Our business is finished. As you said, Golden Circle has never failed. If I broke the rules, what do you think would happen to me? I have already given all the evidence of our deal to Kim Hyun. It is my insurance in case I want to stay alive. Oh Chunum shouted. Then let us all go down together. I will report you and expose Golden Circle for what it is. No one will get out of this unscathed. Jung Shansu said nothing more and hung up. Jung Shansu had done this because Kim Hyun had contacted him before Oh Chunum ever did. You're Golden Circle's local middleman, right? I have already sent Oh Hee-ji home safely. Jung Shansu was stunned. Not only did Kim Hyun know the client, but he also had his phone number. He realized instantly that Cho Tae-jun had betrayed him. Kim Hyun continued. You have exposed the identity of a client. Now you are a threat to Golden Circle. Their only option is to silence you and Oh Chunum permanently. As he spoke, two men with knives appeared silently behind Jung Shansu. Kim Hyun's tone shifted. Do you want to live? Then do exactly as I say. Report to your superiors that the assignment was a success. Tell them I've been taken care of. The client is satisfied. And Cho Tae-jun completed the job. Meanwhile, immediately after hanging up, Oh Chunam's doorbell rang. To his shock, Kim Hun himself walked in. Kim Hun sat on the sofa and ordered coldly, "Sit down and listen. I will give you two choices. If you want revenge, call the police. But if you do, I will release all the evidence Jung Shansu just gave me. Golden Circle will not go down, but both you and Jung Shansu will be finished. You will go to jail, and Oh Hee-ji will be implicated as well. Neither of you will have a positive outcome. You will get at least 3 years, and she will get a few months at most. What do you think will happen to Oh Hee-ji while you are gone? Do you think I will let her off?" Oh Chunam roared. "You are threatening us. Do you think you will get away with this?" Kim Hun replied with a confident sneer. "You cannot touch me. I have Chang Baum behind me. I could have him hurt Oh Hee-ji, ruin her eyes at this." Oh Hee-ji trembled, barely able to stand. Kim Hun slowly reached behind him, pulled out a knife, and tossed it on the floor. "Here is another option. Do it yourself. Make sure this demon can never hurt anyone again." With that, he left the room without looking back. "You are insane," his wife screamed. "I will call the police. He is gone. Call the police." But Oh Chunam just knelt, staring at the knife, haunted by Kim Hun's words. "If this gets out, he is going to jail. My Jin construction and my reputation, they did not stand a chance. If their lives and legacy were destroyed, who would be responsible? Without me, can you protect Oh Hee-ji? I told you not to spoil her too much." Seeing the look in her father's eyes, Oh Hee-ji fled in terror. For the first time, she saw madness in him. To protect his status and power, Oh Chunam was finally willing to sacrifice his own daughter. No matter how she begged, it was useless. Jung Shansu asked. "Even if Oh Chunam chooses the second option, you are not just letting this go, are you?" Kim Hun answered calmly. "I have evidence of all his crimes. If he resists, I will report him for domestic abuse. When that happens, their family will lose everything. She will be left disabled, living alone." Jung Shansu was stunned by his ruthlessness, but Golden Circle will find out the truth sooner or later. Kim Hun replied, "That is why I want to make a deal. I will be a Trojan horse. I will infiltrate your organization as a mole. You joined Golden Circle for the money, right? Work with me, and you will make more." Jung Shansu laughed. "You think my Jin construction alone is enough to support you? I admit I joined Golden Circle to climb the social ladder, and Golden Circle has the power for that. I am betting my life on you because I am just as scared of them as you are. But you want me to trust you and Yongjin Construction with this? Forget it." Then Kim Hun said one word: top tiers. "What if you handled only the top tier members for the next 2 years? These were Golden Circle's most elite clients, the absolute cream of the crop among Korea's wealthiest families. Golden Circle kept special middlemen for them with astronomical pay. Being a top-tier middleman made you an elite member too." Young Shansu was stunned. He never expected Kim Hun to know that much. "How could you possibly get me that kind of position?" Kim Hun replied coolly, "You just need to keep your mouth shut for the next month. After that, you will get what you want." He knew because in a few years the whole world would hear about the coming storm. They would call it the Golden Gate Scandal. But the list of top-tier members would never see the light of day. The whole thing would quietly vanish. Taking down Golden Circle was not enough. Their massive wealth and power would not crumble so easily. Now he was ready to set the next phase of his plan into motion. To utterly destroy Golden Circle, Kim Hun decided to recruit a congressman from the Prosperity Party as his new backer. Kim Panho, a former university professor, had used his status to claw his way into the National Assembly. He built those connections by opening doors for the children of the elite. But then, a twist emerged. Congressman Jang Hoyle from a rival party exposed a massive corruption scandal involving Kim Panho. This was exactly the opening Kim Hun needed. Kim Panho desperately needed an out. Kim Hun told him, "Congressman Jang Hoyle holds no personal grudge against you. Attacking you brings him almost zero political benefit. I suspect he is acting as a mouthpiece for someone else, that someone is your own party's rising star, Assemblyman Young Minu. You grew your power too fast and he wants you out. But since you are in the same party, attacking you directly is way too risky." So he let Jang Hoyle strike first. As an opposition member, Jang Hoyle's accusations look much more convincing to the public. Kim Panho countered, "Even if you are right, what is your solution?" Kim Hun replied very soon, "A drug scandal involving international students will break out. One of those students will be exposed by name. Coincidentally, Jang Hoyle's own son is studying abroad right now. If you play this right, you can turn the tables completely. I have other plans to help you too. If you are willing to trust me, give me a call. I will wait 1 week." A few days later, the scandal hit just as predicted. Kim Panho eyed him with deep suspicion. You are just a student. How could you possibly know these things? Kim Hun simply smiled thanks to Go Changbayam. His circle hears everything. Kim Panho praised him. You have got guts and a sharp mind. So, what else have you prepared? Kim Hun answered. Before I share more, tell me, are you planning to run for president? Frankly, your odds are slim. You lack a story that actually moves people. You come from an elite family. Everything has gone your way. As a professor and lawmaker, you are in the top 0.01% in Korea. Normal voters just cannot relate to you. At this, Kim Panho grew furious. Are you telling me to throw away everything I have? Kim Hun replied calmly, with your personality, you would never give up. So just leave everything to me. I will make you a king. Yongjin Construction will bankroll your campaign. I will craft your presidential image and build a story that inspires real respect. You will become the political hero who finally brings down the Golden Circle. Once society condemns the Golden Circle, if you can swiftly clean up the mess, you will become a star overnight. I will handle everything, even the unexpected crises. You just need to step up at the critical moments. I know you are wary of trusting a student, but I suggest you investigate me quietly. You will discover I am much more than just a student. I am the strategist behind Go Changbayam, the very advisor his brother has been desperately trying to find. Back at school, students whispered about Oh Hai's sudden withdrawal. Some said she had been hospitalized just days before, so badly injured she could not even walk. Kim Hun had not expected Kim Panho to go that far against his own daughter. Now all that is left is for this power-hungry man to accept my proposal. If he refuses, I will trigger my backup plan. I will eliminate him if he finds my identity, then recruit someone new. Maybe I will have to face an even tougher opponent. Worst case, he joins forces with the Golden Circle. Just then, someone called out to him from behind. A burly man threatened, go in by yourself or we will drag you. These were Kim Panho's men. He already knew Kim Hun was Go Changbayam's secret strategist. I don't get it. You were never a victim of the Golden Circle. Why do you hate them so much? Kim Hun shot back. Have you ever felt the pure despair of being targeted for absolutely no reason? Completely helpless. Maybe you could fight back with your power, but the Golden Circle never targets people like you. They hunt for those with no strength, no way to defend themselves. Victims can't even transfer schools. It'd ruin their futures. Teachers and adults, they just look away. The Golden Circle has already infiltrated everything. At school, you get beaten. After school, you're never safe. You can't do anything but endure. It's absolute hell. I'm going to break this endless cycle of violence for good. Violence might never vanish, but the Golden Circle, which profits from all this pain, must be wiped out. Kim Panho went silent for a moment before speaking. Tell me your plan. After that, I'll give you my answer. The Golden Circle stays tied to the powerful because they never fail. But I've already convinced a middleman to submit a false report. Next, I'll transfer to a top high school in Gangnam for my senior year and hold my rank as the #1 student nationwide. In Gangnam, academic performance is the only thing that matters. If the elites there find out the Golden Circle couldn't handle me, their reputation will tank. I'll need your help to make sure I'm not expelled. The longer I last, the more passive the Golden Circle becomes. Kim Panho suddenly asked, you know why I want to be president? Honestly, I just want to experience it for myself. Everyone around me dreams of it, so I figured, why not me? I've never failed. Top university professor, lawmaker, why not president? But if you fail even once, I'll drop you immediately and erase every trace you worked for me. If you can handle that, I'm in. The next day after school, Cho Shona approached Hyunsung. She saw what happened to Oh Hwan and wanted to join the revenge. Her brother, too, had been killed by those people. Cho Shona couldn't stand people like Oh In-gyu, self-centered, lacking all empathy, classic sociopaths. As Hyunsung rummaged in his bag, he asked, how far are you willing to go? Cho Shona answered, I'll do anything. Hyunsung handed her a pen. Could you take out someone's eye with this? When I break someone's bones, I'm prepared for my own to be broken. If you ruin someone's life, you must be ready for yours to be ruined too. If all you have is a little resolve, how can you truly help me? Don't come to me with half-hearted intentions. They'll only drag me down. To Hyunsung, this path was way too dangerous for Cho Shona. The same went for his friend Kim Si-yi. Kim Si-yi could fight alongside him in Disan, but not in Gangnam. One person jumping into the fire was enough. Even if Hyunsung left, he hoped Kim Si-yi would live well here. Just then, Kim Si-yi said that guy from the cram school is back. Recently, every cram school in Disan was fighting to recruit Hyunsung. This was largely due to the principal's obsession with elite schools. To boost the school's reputation, the principal had the media report Hyunsung's perfect scores on the mock exams. The man in front of him offered a deal. If Hyunsung agreed to be their star student, he would receive a 3,000,000 won scholarship every month. He didn't even have to attend, just admit to having studied there. It was tempting, but Hyunsung turned him down without hesitation. The next day, a new face appeared at the school gate. Lee Miso. She introduced herself as the administrator of the Daichi Area Skyom Forum. This forum was a hub for Daichi area parents to share educational information, making it a crucial intelligence network in the local scene. Lee Miso hoped Hyunsung could tutor her and several friends' children after school. She offered 4 sessions per month at 2,000,000 won per student, with lessons held in Daesan. Unfamiliar with the forum, Hyunsung said he'd need a few days. That evening, he researched the forum online. He found most posts were parents discussing study routines, nothing with real value. Then Lee Miso discreetly handed him a premium membership account worth 10,000,000 won. She claimed it offered access to a secret message board visible only to paying members. Once inside, Hyunsung's interest spiked. During the last Life's Golden Gate incident, the fiercest backlash hadn't come from politicians. Instead, it came from parents fiercely protective of their children's futures. Their rage wasn't about Golden Circle unfairness, but that their own kids couldn't access those resources. Hyunsung instantly realized how valuable this group's influence could be. So, he agreed to Lee Miso's request without hesitation. The next day, Lee Miso's son and a group of wealthy kids arrived in Daesan as scheduled, but they didn't buy into Hyunsung's reputation. Why should a student from a small town be number 1 in the country? Kang Minwoo immediately suggested, let's ditch class. Some worried their parents would take away their phones, but Kang Minwoo reassured them. If we all skip, they'll just fire the teacher. Even the top student in Korea has no power here. When class started, the room was dead empty. The group was hiding in a club. Kim Hyunsung tracked them down fast. Before Kang Minwoo could snap, Hyunsung slapped him hard across the face. When a teacher shows up, don't you at least have the manners to say hello? Kang Minwoo roared. Do you have any idea who my parents are? One phone call and your life is over. Kim Hyunsung replied coolly. Then call them right now. Go ahead. Tell them on your first day at cram school. You got smacked by your teacher like a dog. Hyunsung had that pure street punk energy. Kang Minwoo never imagined the nation's top student would act like this. He expected some bookish, cold academic. Kang Minwoo immediately called his mom to complain, but once she heard he'd been hit for skipping class, she blew up. Did I not tell you to listen to your teacher? It is your first day and you are already skipping? When will you actually learn something? Kim Hyunsung grabbed the phone and flipped it to speaker. Limo apologized profusely, begging, please, just forgive him this one time. I promise this will not happen again. Hyunsung reminded her. Remember what I said about my authority to punish? She agreed instantly. Of course, if Minwoo messes up again, you have total free reign to punish him however you think is best. The other parents all nodded in agreement. Hyunsung faced the room. Your choice. Pay attention or get taught a real lesson. After class, Kang Minwoo was still fuming. He asked Shin Yumi if Daesung had any local tough guys he could hire. He needed serious payback after that hit. As it happened, Shin Yumi knew someone who claimed to be the big boss of the area. Kang Minwoo told her to call him. He wanted to take Hyunsung down. With a little coaxing, the so-called boss agreed right away. Nobody expected this boss to be Park Jin-woo. He had no clue his target was actually Kim Hyunsung. Trying to look tough for the girls, he bragged endlessly. Since Hyunsung had to train at the gym before class, Shin Yumi led them straight there. As soon as Park Jin-woo entered, he shouted, Who is this student? Drag him out here. I want to see what he's got. Fresh from training, Kim Se-woo recognized him and asked, What on earth are you doing here? Shin Yumi's eyes lit up seeing Kim Se-woo. You know this handsome guy? Park Jin-woo was relieved that Kim Se-woo was not his target. Suddenly, Shin Yumi pointed a finger. He is the one who hit us. At that exact moment, Kim Hyunsung walked into view. Park Jin-woo's face turned white and he bolted. Shin Yumi chased after him, shouting, Where are you going? Park Jin-woo broke into a cold sweat, realizing he'd almost triggered a disaster. She caught up and grabbed him. Park Jin-woo, the tutor is Kim Hyunsung, the guy who hit us. Aren't you the boss of Dunsan? Park Jin-woo panicked. Say no more and never call me again. If you want to stay in one piece, just listen to Hyunsung. With a look of pure defeat, he muttered, I knew this would happen. In the end, nothing is worth losing your life over. After that, the spoiled students had no choice but to head back to class. During the lesson, someone started nodding off. Hyunsung raised his voice. Wake up. I know commuting to Daesung 3 times a week is rough, but you should at least try to understand your parents. After you finish my course, if your grades do not move, what do you think happens? You just get even more tutoring. Accept it. But if your grades go up this semester, we cut back to once a week. I will even talk to your parents so you can drop the other cram schools. If you follow my method, your grades will rise and getting into college will be no problem at all. Do you want to live at cram school every single day, or just take my class once a week and have your freedom? Half a month later, everyone's final grades jumped a whole tier. Lima was thrilled and begged Hyunsung to keep tutoring them once a week. We will pay you 10 million won per student every month, and if the scores go up again, there is a bonus. Hyunsung did not care about the money. As long as you keep your word, I will do it. She agreed immediately. Just as she was about to leave, Hyunsung suddenly asked, "What does Minwoo's father do?" The truth was, he took this job to get close to Kang Minwoo's father. These families had money and power, but had never joined the Golden Circle. The reason was simple. Kang Minwoo's father was the deputy chief prosecutor at the Central District Prosecutor's Office. After finals, winter break arrived. Kim Hyunsung and Kim Se-woo asked Coach Jung to evaluate their current skills. Jung said, Se-woo's boxing is pro-level, but his grappling is still weak. He can only compete with amateurs. As for you, Hyunsung, you could challenge pro fighters, but only those ranked at the bottom because your body has not fully matured yet. Your real opponents are in their 30s at their peak. Against them, you would lose, whether it's boxing or ground fighting. The physical gap is just too massive. Hyunsung grinned. Then, Coach, let's use this winter break to bulk up together. At 5 a.m., they started training with a simple run. Then they went straight to strength training, lifting heavy, doing pull-ups and squats. They trained 3 times a day and ate 5 meals. One day, after all those hellish days running on the grind, Hyunsung wonders if he pushed too hard today, or if it is just because he forced himself to eat. Cold sweat drips down his back. His insides feel like they might snap. If the coach finds out, those workouts are getting cut. But he is improving fast. He cannot stop until he can take down Taeyun. That guy is a solid B rank. This is only the beginning. He needs to endure because he finally has all the pieces to destroy the Golden Circle. He cannot let anything fall apart now. He has to remember the suffering he went through before and the desperation of begging for just one more chance. As long as he gets his revenge, it is worth everything, even if he loses his life. Sinwoo watches his friend from afar. Sinwoo goes to the coach's room, saying he needs to stop Hyun before things get worse. The coach just says, "I noticed that," but Hyun does not plan to stop. Pushing a coach like this is something he should never do, but his decision is already made. He does not know what happened to Hyun, but he knows he will never stop. If I try to stop him, he will just find a more dangerous path. If that is the case, I would rather be the one looking after the boy. I was letting him make his own choices because I do not have the right to decide for him. During the 5th week of training, Hyun drills a right cross into the heavy bag. He drives forward, landing a straight punch. Then he calls out to the coach, "What level am I at now?" His coach analyzes the situation. "Your muscles developed quite fast. They are not dense yet, but I think you can fight a professional now." The protagonist wonders what would happen if the coach were his opponent. The coach smiles, calling him a brat. He tells him to get in the ring to check for himself. They face off, with Hyun saying, "Don't go easy on me." His coach evaluates the movement. "Your reaction time is good." He holds up well, and his focus stays sharp until the coach spots a tiny opening and drills a strike into the protagonist's knee. With his confidence peaking, it is easy for him to misjudge his level. So, the coach has to show him his place. He tags him in the face with a glove to stop him from taking reckless risks. But Hyunsung snaps a counter into the stomach. The coach instantly retreats. The protagonist thinks, I need to create opportunities and keep them, because no matter who he faces, he has to win at any cost. If he keeps making excuses about opponents being stronger or outnumbering him, it is over. The coach quickly advances to strike his face, but Hyun blocks the blow, landing a hook to the coach's chin. His coach responds with a grin, impressive. Then he retaliates with the same attack, but with much greater intensity. Hyunsung hits the floor, knocked out cold. His coach says, I have no doubt that he has talent, but there are still worlds you cannot reach. The protagonist wakes up minutes later, with Sin-woo asking, are you okay? You are not weak, but the coach is a monster. He took all your hits and still overpowered you. However, Hyunsung just starts to laugh. Sin-woo asks, did you finally go crazy? The protagonist responds, the first time I fought the coach, I could not land a single blow. But this time, it was different. He lost the same way, but the trainer fought seriously. He still has another year. He can become even stronger than this. Later at the construction site, Chongbong asks, "Did something happen to you? You are scaring me." Hyun replies that he just trained a lot, then quickly changes the subject. He mentions that the house is for sale. Chongbong questions why he needs it. The neighborhood is empty. It cannot be for a shopping mall, and there are better spots for a factory. Hyunsung decides he has to reveal his name to convince him. He mentions getting this information from Senator Kim Ponho. The next day, the seller signs the papers. He says, "You made an excellent decision." He was worried about selling it, even at a lower price, but Director Chang doubled the offer. Previously, the director commented that the area would become an industrial zone and part of the land would become an expressway. The protagonist confirms it is a prime location. They should consider the Mongjin building as a complex. Chongbong then calculates the profit. In Hyun's past life, this land was sold for 20 times the original price. But there was a more important reason. He asks, "Did Changbong see the cadastral map? There is a limit to development. Instead, there are about 20,000 square meters of land here that would be useless right now." But he questions, what if they buy this land and combine it? Even if it starts low and rises to 2 million per meter, the profit would be 30 billion, and they should add that to the construction company's premium. It would not just be his achievement, it would be an opportunity to prove himself as CEO. Back in the present, Chongbong asks, "Do you know who owns that land?" The protagonist walks through the school streets. He thinks training helps, and with Chongbong and Ponho as support, I am set. But some problems I cannot solve alone. I will need guys like Chansu and Shanghu during my second year. There is still a lot of work to be done, but I will continue preparing calmly now that spring has arrived. It is March, and he returns to school. Somewhere in the halls, delinquents talk word his second year Kim Hyun is violent. He already took care of Shin Young men. A friend asks, wait, did he not just get out of reform school? A guy with a big nose mocks them for believing that rumor. Jang Hoojin scoffs Shin Young is the best fighter I have ever seen, but someone approaches. They order him put out that cigarette. The big-nosed guy turns to see who it was. His friends grab Hookjin. They tell him to calm down, and they beg, please forgive him, senior. He should have looked at Hyunsung's name tag. Hookjin turns pale. He begs, I am sorry. I will put out the cigarette. On the rooftop, the protagonist says he heard about the Daesan hierarchy and the agreement to protect their territory without fighting. He also hates bullies like the Shin Young men, so he completely cleaned up the high school, and he plans to expand this over the next 6 months. His subordinates are impressed. Siho says that is not just talk. If they look for a fight first, the high school will become enemy number 1. Mere students are already aware of the factions, especially those who knew about the Golden Circle. They manage to help each other. He has to completely remove this shadow. So, he announces, I am not forcing any of you to follow me. I will give 500,000 won for each school you take down. He asks, do you think that is worth it? A few days later, Hookjin calls a kid a bastard and shoves the boy's face into a table, yelling, you have had that ugly face since yesterday. He thinks they were idiots in his class. Soon they will be in the palm of his hand. Hun enters the room right after. He asks, was it you who hit that kid? He lands a kick to his stomach the moment he confirms his guess. The delinquent is thrown across the room by the impact. He gets up and tries to swing at the protagonist. He asks, why are you bothering me? Hunin then strikes him in the face. Hookjin wonders, what was that slap, so strong? The teacher tries to enter the classroom, but upon noticing the protagonist, he turns to grab the class newspaper instead. Hun asks, do you know why you are getting beaten up? The guy replies, no. The protagonist says he should not pick on others, and he does not get involved in simple arguments. But he cannot let violent scumbags like him get away with it. That is why he came just to beat him up. He strikes Hookjin's face once more. Everyone in the room is impressed by the violence unfolding. After the fight ends, they comment that Hun beat him up just for intimidating others. It was really intense. The senior Hunang forbade anyone else from doing that. A student comments that soon he will clean up all the schools in Dasan. Anyone interested can go on their own. He says if he is one of the leaders, hundreds will drop into his bank account. On the rooftop, Seongho says that dominating Dasan will create conflicts with other schools. The protagonist admits it might cause problems with one half, among them, Yong Heeman from ICT High School, because he defeated young men in an amateur fight. Zeon Go questions how he plans to continue, as just looking for a fight is not the right way. Hyunsung thinks that with the help of Chungbong's experts, he discovered Haman is a mercenary from the Golden Circle. Centered around him, A strange atmosphere was transforming Dasan into Gangnam. At this rate, it would not take long for this reality to take root in Dasan. He then says that where there are scumbags, there are also victims just like light and shadow, and these victims will become his justification. At Jail High School in Dasan, the teacher asks, did Dahyun steal money from others? He was informed that Dahyun had been messing with other students' backpacks. The teacher decides he will call Dahyun's parents. Dahyun begs for forgiveness, saying he will not do it again. The teacher asks, what is wrong with you, kid? To steal 500,000 won, you need to return the money. But Dahyun replies, I lost it. The teacher is surprised. He shouts, you not only lied after stealing, but now that you have been caught, you lost the money. He says, get on the floor, you need some lashes. Later on the street, a bully says Dahyun went around stealing from others. If I had not seen it, the other kids would have blamed me. He continues, next time, just beg others for help since you are poor. People like you are why the school has a reputation for bullies. His friends joke that it is hilarious, and the way he torments Dahyun is creative. Dahyun thinks it was him who stole the money. That delinquent asks, did that hurt? Then he orders, take off your pants. Dahyun pleads, please do not do this. The bully sneers, reminding Dion how on that rainy day, he promised on his knees to obey every single order. He growls, you better be a good boy before I lose my patience. And Dion lowers his pants, everyone around is shocked. Classmates mutter, that is disgusting, we are going to puke, while Hongjin walks up, complaining the money was too little. You should bring another 50, he demands. But Dion insists, I do not have all that money. The bully kicks him, asking if he was wrong to ask. Then adds, you made a mistake, because if the son cannot pay, they should beat the mother. He warns his friends. We are going to pay his mom's store a visit later. Dion shouts, stop it, you bastard. But Hongjin stops mid-stride, demanding to know who he just called that, and Dion quickly begs, I am sorry. The bully replies that he must pay for his mistakes, that the world will not go easy on him, but his words are cut off by a sudden kick. Hongjin crashes to the ground, leaving Dion and his friends stunned, and everyone whispers, who is he? He does not look like he is from our school, and then, the stranger punches every one of the bullies with his fists. He says, I am just a friend of Dion. But in the past, after another beating, Dion wondered how he ever reached this point. Why did he have to pay for something like this, he wondered, and even considered using a knife. But he could not bring himself to do it. He had never fought anyone in his life, and this existence felt like hell, until a notification popped up on his phone, and Dion opened it, crying. The message says they are receiving reports of school violence. He needs to state who he is, how he suffered, and who was responsible, promising they would guarantee his revenge. Another day at the plaza, Hyunsung asks Dion, was it you who sent the email, and adds, this world is a mess for you to suffer just for being weak. Some people ignore your suffering, he says, and they call it a kid's prank, but it is not that simple. Victims are traumatized, while aggressors do not even feel guilt, and it should not be like this. After all, accepting only brings more aggression, and confronting only makes things worse, as a single attempt could turn victims into criminals. The victim's concerns are always one-sided, so this page exists to force a real deal. The next day at the school, Hongri opens the door, asking, who is Dion? Hongjin points at the boy and says, this loser must have forgotten who my brother is, and Hongri walks to his desk and slaps his face. He demands, answer me, then grabs his hair, calling him a bastard and asking how this trash called a friend. Dion questions, why are you hitting me? And Hongri gets furious at the way he spoke. He says he will not let him go unscathed after hitting his brother, and asks, who is this damn friend of yours? And Dion finally makes the call. After it connects, Hyunsung answers, and Hongri introduces himself, asking, were you the one who hit my brother? Hyunsung tells him to put the facts on the table, explaining he was just getting revenge for his friend. Hongjin had been bullying Dion for 4 years, he says, and even took off his clothes in front of a girl, so he is giving them one chance. His brother should apologize for what he did, but Hongri snaps, that is a bunch of trash. His brother was just having fun with a loser, so tell me your name and school so I can beat you up. But Hyunsung tells him to choose. He introduces himself as Hyunsung from Chal High School, and in the evening, he goes with his group to the meeting spot. Hongri asks, was it you? And Hyunsung confirms, so Hongri suggests, if we fight this will not end well, we should try to resolve it calmly. He asks about apologies from each side. Hyunsung thinks that judging by his behavior he already knows the truth, and replies, your brother is the one who should ask for forgiveness. I can see through your tricks to save yourself, he says, and they stare at each other angrily until Hongri tells his brother to apologize and stop the trouble. Hongjin steps in front of Dion and apologizes, but Dion says, "I did not hear you." Dion asks Hongjin, "Do you know that Hyunsung gave you two choices? The first option is to end things if you promise not to mess with him anymore. That is the safe option. Or you can get your revenge for everything you have done. But that does not break the sick cycle." And suddenly, a fist hits Hongjin's face as Dion says, "I chose the second option." He calls him a piece of trash, and the guy falls back, knocked out, while Hongri screams, "You bastards." He adds, "The war has begun, we must finish everyone here," and Seonho punches one delinquent, hitting 3 more as he counts them off. He thinks, "I will get 500 for each school, and the bonus will be mine." Another guy tries to attack from behind, but Seonwoo kicks him in the face, thinking, "I must prove myself here at any cost." He lands more kicks, wanting to be useful to Hyunsung in the future because he needs to stay by his side until the very end. The other gang members run toward the school, shouting that they are going to make a lot of money. Hungryl lunges, raining blows down on his enemies. "How dare you pull this crap," he thinks to himself. He tries to target the protagonist, but Hyunsung is too fast. A brutal punch to the nose sends him flying. Hyunsung pulls out his phone, playing back every single word Hungryl just spit out. "What will you do now?" Hungryl taunts. Hyunsung retorts the victim's testimony was plenty for disciplinary action, and with this audio, it is over. As far as everyone knows, this was just a internal scuffle among the Ja guys. If a single word about this gets out, you are looking at more than just suspension, you are looking at total expulsion. He grabs him by the throat, barking a demand for an answer. He knows Hungryl is too terrified to stay silent. "Answer me," he repeats. Hungryl is trembling, and the rest of the class watches, frozen in fear as he screams in pain. The protagonist yanks out one of his teeth, stands up, and drops a cold warning, "You took too long to give me an answer." The next day at school, some thugs bump into Dihun, ready to start trouble. They go to call him trash, but the second they remember Hyunsung, they turn white and start apologizing. Dihun stands there. Shocked, it feels like his entire world shifted on its axis. School used to be a ghost town, but now it is finally his turn to keep his word. He checks the forum post promising to punish the bullies, waiting for the emails to flood in. Other delinquents are already typing trash, swearing they will disfigure anyone who shows up to challenge them. Hyunsung spots Youngho and calls him out. The bully turns around, sneering, "Who are you? Do I even know you?" Hyunsung tells him he knows him perfectly well, thanks to a deep dive into his history of robbery and violence. Youngho just laughs and waves him off, asking what exactly he plans to do about it. The protagonist stares him down, calling him exactly what he is, a piece of absolute trash. Elsewhere, Xianho signals the end of Lichol as the forum views on Dihun's post go nuclear. The inbox is overflowing, and Sinwoo confirms he has finished off Yang Ju as well. He stares at the groaning delinquent, asking if it hurts. Sinwoo lands a heavy blow, telling him he sure enjoyed the pain when he was the one doing the extorting. He vows that life will never be normal for scumbags like this ever again. At Daesun ICT High, a nervous student asks Haemon what to do about Kim Hyunsung. He worries that if they keep letting him act this way, he is going to ruin everything for them. Haemon scoffs, telling him to stay in his lane instead of panicking about Kim Hyunsung taking over the district. He tells the guy to drag Hungryl over here. They are still friends, and he refuses to sit back and watch. Once the guy arrives, Haemon notes how Kim Hyunsung is playing the hero, using victims as his excuse. He asks Hungryl if he thinks that bastard will let him go easily, considering he already left him toothless. Hungryl just mumbles that he doesn't really care at this point. Haemon snaps that he should hit back, then asks for a favor: go tell the teachers Hyunsung beat him senseless. Hungryl refuses, but Haemon grabs him, calling him a coward who is clearly terrified of Hyunsung. He tells him he will snitch for him, whether he likes it or not. At the school, a teacher confirms a report regarding the coordinated assaults orchestrated via social media. Kim Hyunsung is definitely going to face punishment, because no student has the right to treat others like this. The teacher admits he can barely believe a gang movie is playing out in his own hallways, and turns to Dihun. Dihun apologizes, but insists Hyunsung had absolutely nothing to do with any of this. The teacher points out Dihun wrote the post, but Dihun explains it was just revenge for 4 years of torment. He claims someone else helped, but he refuses to budge on the truth of the incident. Elsewhere, the other delinquents are whispering about why Haemon called this meeting. Haemon lays it out: this piece of trash is using a system to hunt down anyone acting like a bully. He tried to bait the others into reacting, but they were silent, so now Hyunsung thinks he owns the place. Haemon is livid, swearing he will not tolerate a punk like this ruining their fun. He tells them the plan is simple, and it is going to screw Kim Hyunsung over for good. Inside the warehouse, A punk mocks. Hojin, did you really think that post wouldn't turn you into trash? He claims Hojin brought this on himself, the one who threw the first punch over a stupid toy. He winds up to strike, but before the blow lands, the protagonist steps in. You must be Hojin, and the trash standing right next to you must be Yoo Jun-hyun. Hojin turns, desperate. I had no choice. They threatened my brother's life if I didn't play along with their twisted little plan. The punk silences him with a punch, while dozens of other delinquents emerge, laughing about the scheme. He introduces himself, sneering that it is a real pleasure to meet such a pathetic piece of trash. They know he is trying to take over Disan, so they set this trap to crush him for good. Hyunsung just sighs. 100 of you? Looks like trash has way too much free time on their hands. He asks if they want a funny story, mentioning that the page administrator, Jo Jin, sees every single anonymous post. Jo Jin, desperate to prove his loyalty, had actively participated in leaking every name to Hyunsung. Hyunsung smirks. I am close friends with that admin, so we know exactly who was hiding behind those screens. Anyone who commented against Lim Hoon is just as much trash as Yoon Jong-yoon was. The other thugs panic, whispering about Cheon Hai, while Hyunsung asks why they are all huddled on that side. Hyun turns to Hojun, asking if he regrets helping his friend that one choice turned him into a toy. But he tells him not to feel guilty, because he already knew the trap was meant for the delinquents, not him. Hyunsung looks at Hungryul. Do you know all the trash from Sheol? Who do you think was behind them being sent to reform school? Hyun asks, what should I do with you? Hungryul begs for forgiveness, pleading just to be allowed to graduate instead of facing the music. Hyunsung realizes he might be useful. Start tomorrow by gathering everyone from Jil High for me. Amon scoffs. There are barely 20 of them. What can we do with that pathetic group? Besides, Hun already beat them all to a pulp. They have zero pride left. Haman yells, have you lost your mind, Hungryul? Do you realize what happens if Dies falls into the hands of Hyunsung? Hyunsung snaps, what the hell does that concern me? Who do you think you are to interfere once Dies is taken over? Hungryul screams that Hyunsung is the crazy one. They argue over who is the real boss, until Haemon asks if Hungryul is sure he can handle this. Hungryul retorts that whoever dominates Disan is the strongest, so fight Hyun one-on-one if you are so scared. This was part of the plan. Hyunsung stares him down, telling him to come at him right now. Haemon hesitates, knowing the guy can fight, but they are clearly outnumbered here. Hyunsung gets impatient. You are taking too long, and blasts him with a brutal knee strike. Hyunsung charges, tearing through the line, leaving Haemon wondering why his own subordinates are just standing there watching. Maybe this madman really intends to take them all down by himself. Haemon finally snaps, shouting for everyone to attack. While Sinwoo remembers Hyunsung saying he would show everyone the cost of disobedience. He would make it crystal clear, right here, in front of every single one of them. Hyunsung drops an elbow on a thug, then a fist, muttering that Gangnam will be a whole different level. There are groups far stronger than Chun waiting there, even as a delinquent clocks him in the face. Hyunsung counters with a knee, while Sinwoo recalls the warning never join a fight without calling for help. Because if a single fight brings you to your knees, you will never, ever get your revenge. Sean Ho asks if he is all right, but Sinwoo just watches, knowing they were told to wait. A thug screams in frustration, asking why they are struggling against one guy, and they all rush him at once. Hyunsung fights back, one by one, while Haemon trembles, realizing this guy is a complete, utter lunatic. Hyunsung grits his teeth. I will see this through, even if it kills me, and bites the arm of his choker. He refuses to go down, refusing to lose consciousness. While Haemon screams, what the hell is this guy? He is insane. Haemon turns to flee, knowing if he stays, he will end up just like the others. The remaining thugs realize their leader is ditching them. Hyunsung calls out, where are you looking? If you started this, you had better finish it. The delinquent panics, shouting for everyone to get out of his way. I will finish him alone. He preps a blow, but the protagonist dodges, throwing himself backward, moving quickly to grab the guy by the waist. That delinquent hits the ground hard. The protagonist smiles. He says, I am Yoo Jong-yoon. Then, he hits him in the face again and again. Those delinquents shout, he is crazy, get that bastard away from him. They try to grab Hyunsung while others tremble in fear. That delinquent begs him to stop. We lost. Shang-ho and Sinwoo celebrate, saying, it is game over. Stay away from Hyunsung. The protagonist stands tall, saying, from now on, everyone in Disan follows Cholhai's orders. If I tell you to come, you come. Anyone disagree? 2 weeks later, at Disan ICT High, classmates gossip that Haemon was there and fled in the middle of the fight. Haemon thinks that even if he beat that madman, retaliation would follow. And honestly, you just do not mess with a lunatic like that. He then shouts, I get it, you bastards. Shut up, because if you keep gossiping in front of me, you will face the consequences. Then Hyunsung says, I found you. Calling out, young Haemon. Haemon asks, why are you here? The protagonist replies, I could not say it last time, but you should know Moonbyong sent an email. Haemon thinks, that is the target the Golden Circle hired me for. I need a way to silence him. He advances, asking, what are you going to do about it? He approaches quickly, but only gets a punch square in the face. He wakes up in a hospital bed next to the Daesun High principal. He says, it was all Hyunsung's fault. How can he cause trouble in other schools and get away with it? But the principal says, you were the one who hit first. Hyunsung only came to talk to you. The world calls that self-defense. Haemon stands up, asking, what nonsense is that? The principal says, everyone else said Haemon was in the wrong. You are quite famous for causing trouble, and it all fits. Haemon shouts, my face is hurt. I will take this to court. But the principal asks, do you know who Moonbyong is? Haemon did not know that while he was unconscious, the dean covered for the protagonist. They made a deal the Golden Circle did not know about. Kim Hyunsung had already gotten to work to send Haemon to hell. Outside, Haemon thinks, this sucks. I was expelled. Plus, my dad is blaming me for losing his manual labor job. Young Haemon could not even imagine that, as always, Kim Hyunsung was behind everything. Hyunsung calls the guy and says, it has been a long time. I heard about you. You should not be hurting over this. Since Dongjun's family is also a mess, he is just a piece of trash who hired the Golden Circle to come after him. Hyunsung would make sure to destroy his life and his clients' lives. Haemon wanted to become an instructor. Sinwoo and Seon Ho appear behind him, saying, it has been a while. Byonggu says that dream won't come true since you cannot use your hands anymore. At Daesun Science High, some students gossip about how crazy everything that happened was until a guy bumps into a delinquent's shoulder and apologizes. The blonde guy shouts at him, apologize. But the guy replies, I already apologized. Yoonjin says, you are not in a position to offend him since you were the one who bumped him. The blonde delinquent slaps his face. Do you want to lose your life? Last winter, the protagonist asked, which high school do you want to go to? Hyunjin replied, Chol Il-hai. I want to go to the same university as you. His brother thought, unlike his past life, he could protect Hyunjin even at Chol, but maybe it is better to open a different path. He told him to study hard, suggesting Daesun Science High School. Hyunjin asked, should I enroll there? I will do whatever my brother wants. Back in the present, the boy explained the situation, how he had been punched. The teacher shouted, Byonggu, because Byonggu was shouting, even though he was the one who threw the punch. Byonggu insisted, Hyunjin hit my shoulder first. I did not start it. He thought, this old man will not fall for that lie. Hakboom thought he had a brief idea of what happened. Both of you are wrong for fighting. You must bring your guardians tomorrow. Byonggu agreed. Hyunjin looked downcast. On their way out, the blonde boy said, he is such a goody two-shoes. If he pulls a stunt like that, his grandma would get sick having to come here. Hyunjin repeated, don't talk about me. Byonggu scoffed. He warned, my dad owns a construction company. That old man is a suck-up after all. Plus, my older brother is the top dog at Daesun University. He ended his school life. He asked, why would a miserable orphan do something like that? The next day, the teacher met Byong's father and introduced himself. Chulho ordered him to explain. Hyunjin treated my son as a joke. He even hit him yesterday. That is too much audacity. My son could not just stay quiet. Violence is wrong unless it's self-defense. Teacher said Byonggu's father acted correctly. Chulho wanted this over. He thought Hyunjin should finally get what he deserved. He said if Hyunjin's guardian apologized, he would drop it. The teacher interrupted, I have a duty to guide my students the right way. That is why you are both here. Go to the council room. Hyunjin's guardian is waiting. Chulho turned away, grumbling the teacher is stubborn. But this is a trivial matter. Byonggu thought they were talking about his father and brother. Hyunjin was screwed. Everyone in the room was surprised. Hyunjin's brother arrived instead of his grandmother. All three kept their heads down. The teacher began to recount the incident. Witnesses say Han Byonggu started the fight with violence. Cholho shouted, I apologize. It was his fault for raising his son so poorly. Byonggu should apologize for lying. The boy shouted, I did nothing wrong. Hyunjin hit me first. His head was struck. His brother ordered apologize right now. Hakbam replied that the school would take disciplinary measures against Byonggu. His father agreed. The protagonist stood up. The teacher asked for a moment. He said, at this school, I am seen as a goody two-shoes. I follow rules, but I just want my students to live. I hear the big guys support Hyunjin despite not liking him. If Hyunjin can attend without problems, I will consider the protagonist a proper guardian. Hyunsung thought, this is why I transferred my brother here. In my past life, this teacher was fired for protecting a student. He trusted him for not giving into wealth, for always making the correct judgment. So he warned, I will ensure this does not happen again. If Hyunjin does wrong, punish him severely. He bowed his head in thanks. For an educator like him, it was fine to do this with pride. Byonggu complained about his father not standing by him. Cholo asked, don't you understand? You messed with Mongjin Construction? The delinquent asked, why are they supporting him? His brother questioned, don't you know the child you messed with? Because his older brother is the man dominating Dessen. The protagonist opens the door. Byonggu, come with me. I have something to say. Byonggu follows. Hyunsung asks, why are your brother and dad not coming too? Outside the school, Byonggu kneels and begs for forgiveness. I will not mess with Hyunjin ever again. Cholho replies, we will make sure it never happens again. Byonggu's brother nods. But the protagonist says, with one call, your father goes bankrupt. Your older brother will spend his life in a hospital bed. Anyone in Daesun who messes with me is screwed. Getting rid of you is too easy. Both men kneel and beg. Seeing Hyunjin hurt reawakened a trauma Hyunsung had long suppressed. He warned them that scoundrel dared to lay hands on my brother. I could tear you to pieces right now. I am holding back for Hyunjin's sake. If you want to calm my rage, you should beg my brother. Later in the classroom, Byonggu kneels and begs for forgiveness. From now on, I will not do this to anyone. Hyunjin says it is okay, you can get up. I know it is hard to do this in front of everyone, so I accept. Hyunsung wanted to protect his brother's innocent side. That is why he sent him to Daesun Science High School. From that day on, Hyunjin's world changed. Even the seniors wanted to meet him. Hyunjin thinks I knew my brother was popular, but not on this scale. That was the moment Daesun fell into Hyunsung's hands. Rumors swirled about him, but time passed, and he stayed quiet. June arrived. The air grew hot. In Chongbong's office, a secretary bursts in, we got it. The government made an official announcement about the Sejong reconstruction project. Chongbong cheers. My gamble finally paid off. A few months ago, the directors had argued we do not know what will happen to this zone. If any prediction is wrong, we suffer a massive loss. The construction business does not work on prayers. Another executive says you are only looking at one side. Warning leader Changok, buying land at this price is a bargain. A luxury villa complex is just a bonus. If we are right, the road plan is already in initial stages. That is enough to see the land has demand. Chang asks leader, are you still going to act imprudently? A director says we need to focus on money. People want buildings made by Mongjin, yet you are spending on a complex. This is the most inefficient plan possible. As a director, you do not even know that? Chang replies, the land is not going anywhere. We just need to wait for the right moment. Are you the only one who does not understand that? Stop whining if you want to become an executive director. But the leader interrupts, I put my name on this plan. Success or failure, it is in your hands, Chang. Chang asks the CEO, trust me, I will not disappoint you. In the present, a director analyzes the profit is already 30 billion. It will increase even more. The CEO stands up. Chungbom has always been a problematic son, but he found a new source of business and he succeeded. I said before, success or failure, it would be his. So today, I will announce that the next CEO will be Executive Director Go Chang Bayong. Chungguk stands up. You cannot do that. Reforming ministries is basically a lottery. The CEO responds, it is not because of the results. What did you do when the idea first came up? You were against it, only focused on Changum's success instead of the company. That is why he is the best option. He asks what the others think is my eldest son not good enough. All the executives agree. Mongjin Construction only needed a successor. Starting tomorrow, Chungguk must leave the construction company. I will reward you now for everything you have done until today. Outside, Chongguk asks how could this happen? He kicked me out as if I were nothing. I did not want to use this, but I cannot leave the place I should inherit. Mr. Reporter, are you busy? I want to have lunch with you. At a coffee shop, Chungbom asks if the protagonist remembers this place. The protagonist replies, of course. This is where I got my chance. The young man says, to be honest, I thought you were crazy. But do you know why I believed in you? It is because you did not hide your greed. I realized you would become CEO no matter what you had to do. So, thank you. I have secured the position thanks to you. And now about my promise. I will support you until the end. Hyunsung says that if he keeps his word, he will remain his top priority. Then director Cheljin calls Chang Bayong. Chungbom panics, then asks who said the article was released. On the internet, people were talking about Mungjin Construction's heir being a bastard. The result of an affair decades ago. Changguk says that idiot should not have coveted my position. He should know his place. If he had just stayed quiet in his corner, I would have treated him like an older brother. But thinking about it, he is very lucky. I managed to get a look at some strange money flow from the CEO. Chang mentioned this to his mother just in case. That is how he discovered Myong-jin had an affair. But the most important thing was the woman who gave birth to a child decades ago. His mother asked him not to tell Changgong. Chungbom warns the director, I do not care if you wipe everyone out or bribe them. Get rid of these articles. Then he apologizes to the protagonist, I have to go. Chang made a mess. The protagonist understands that Changguk used every trick to become CEO, but there are things that should not be done. He will not forgive him this time. Hyunsung asks, what exactly are you going to do? Are you going to find Gong-suk and beat him up? That will not change anything, and it might have the opposite effect, making you lose everything. Chang says right now, it is like my mother has been stabbed. Hyunsung asks him to be honest. The illegitimate son is not him, it is Changguk. In the past life, Chungbong broke his brother's jaw. Mungjin hired an expert for the succession, and that is how the scandal started. However, Hyunsung was not so focused on the violence, but on the family's movements. The succession race was already favorable for Chang. Even so, Changguk made a revelation. Yet, Mungjin still supported Changgong. Not only that, but Chungbong's mother resolved his problems. Chang, however, was sent to study abroad by the very mother who had embraced her husband's son. After investigating the mystery, Hyun deduced that Changguk is the bastard. Why did you not use this fact against your brother? It would have resulted in his downfall. Chungbom says, when I was little, Mungjin was not a good father. He was the worst. My mother and I fought every day. Little Chungbom asks, should I scold Dad? Perhaps touched. She said something that stuck with her son. Changguk is not your brother. We do not even know who his mother is. He is still your father's son, and I had no choice but to raise him. But every time I see him, my heart breaks. Chang asks his mother for a divorce. You can stay with me. But that day, his mother said, even so, we are family. This was the reason the competition was a separate matter. He could not let it hurt his mother. He wondered if he should take Gong-suk's life, but Hyunsung called his friend. He said, I have a way to solve this without hurting anyone. He asked, do you want to hear it? The next day in the press room, Chungbom thought, I am not an alcoholic. I am the heir to the corporation. Then he introduced himself. He apologized for letting everyone down with his family drama, vowing to answer every question right now. It was true his father had an affair, he admitted, but that does not make him a bastard. Holding up a DNA test, he declared, this proves I am CEO Mungjin's son. As you can see, my mother and father's blood runs through my veins. A reporter immediately fired back, asking if there was another bastard. The young man replied, there was one. Unfortunately, that child passed away before coming into the world. His father felt deep guilt over that, which is why he sent pension money. The crowd began to lose it, shouting out questions. Chang cut in, telling them this is the cold truth about his family. If anyone bothers them with bad intentions after this, as the next CEO and the eldest, I will ensure you face severe retaliation. Changguk slammed the wall, furious. He shouted that it was all a lie, yelling that everything was false. In the meeting room, Mungjin thanked his son for standing up for the family. The young man just replied, I only did what was expected. His father told him not to worry. Live a life you won't be ashamed of as CEO, he said. Then asked Chongbong to wait outside so he could speak with Chong-suk. Mungjin said, I know you did everything to become CEO. I cannot blame you for that. There was a time when I thought you would be the best option, so the family would finally treat you well. You would not suffer as a bastard, and yet you dug your own grave. Chang knelt down, begging for forgiveness. Mungjin said, it was scary. Your mother was so wicked. Just look at how she was sucking money, but I thought the boy would be worth it. Then he announced, I will give you some buildings so you should not worry about money. But Changguk pleaded for one last chance. The father shouted, explaining why Chang had kept the secret and never used it in the competition. It was because you are part of this family. He did it because he considered you a younger brother. In retrospect, I could have easily passed the CEO position to Chang, but I gave my bastard son a chance to enter the race. Not only Mungjin, but your mother and Chang also thought of you as family. Chang realized his mistake and broke down in tears of despair. He had been the truly privileged son all along. His elder brother heard every word from behind the door. At Incheon International Airport, Changguk said, I only married without feelings, I even had an affair. He handed over the materials his brother needed to manage the company. He added that he sent his staff to take care of the future CEO from now on. They are usually useful, so make good use of them, he said. But first, I want to ask one thing. He asked, who the hell helped my brother? Chang smiled when called brother. The younger one continued, it might have been an executive. If it was not someone from the company, the only one I spent money on was Hun, just a high school kid. But he questioned his brother's reaction. Chang asked, are you serious? Was it really him who helped? Changguk thought, you are an imbecile for letting your guard down. Then he said, I will not let you get away with it if you touch Hun. Chang admitted, you are better at using people, which is why you should be the next CEO. You bet on a high school student after all. Now, far from his brother, he answered a call. Hun said, I already know who it was. Chang asked, do you want to say goodbye? The protagonist replied, I was just going to warn you. I am not like Chang who resolved things peacefully. You can live as royal family, but you have zero power, so do not try a single trick. Though Changguk just laughs. He notes his brother would not let him get away with touching Hun, and he envies their loyalty. He clearly recognizes his brother's capabilities, so he thanks him for that. As the youngest, and for Mongjin Construction, Hun walks the terrace thinking he solved the problem. He has a few months left, the day he pulls the trigger on his plan to take down the Golden Circle. Before that, a kid under the table begs Hun. Minho keeps calling and messaging non-stop, so the protagonist needs to clean up his mess. In the principal's office, he asks, to what do I owe the honor of your presence, Chongbong? The young man says, it is nothing complicated. He warns that Hun will transfer to Seoul next year. The principal is surprised, thinking Hun is an asset to make their school famous. Chang says, eventually, Hun will graduate. You should focus on your relationships without depending on him. I want to continue supporting this school. The principal says, as an educator, I care about my students. Someone like our protagonist should swim in bigger waters than this. Minho keeps messaging Hun, who comments that this guy is a joke. Soon, Minho arrives and asks, do you have a minute, protagonist? After fleeing, he dreamed of starting over in a new city and school. Minho thinks his parents spent a lot of money to erase his past. Minho decides to start over, pay for snacks, help out, maybe blend in as a normal student. He leaves, thinking he is safe until a call cuts through, asking if he wants a ride home. It is right around the corner. Minho sees that look in the guy's eyes, pure bully. He knows if he acts like a fool, he is done for. He has to stand tall, not look like a pushover. He says firmly, I do not want to. Park slams a kick into his gut. Minho knows if he crumbles from one hit, his life is over. He cannot show weakness, so he lunges out, asking why they are hitting him, but Park just sneers at his frailty. Park lands a brutal jaw strike, spits on his head, and tells the room to greet their new toy. That day, Minho's world shatters. The class turns on him, beating him down, ignoring his every word. Reality grows even darker. Elsewhere, Park asks casually, is it really just 50,000 won? He knows Minho is paying for everything. There is no escape, no point in telling parents or fighting back, because Park's friend has serious money. A single word from that rich family makes even the principal cower, crying changes nothing. If Minho snitches, Park's side will just hire a lawyer to bury him. Minho asks why they are doing this, but Park just grins someone paid for it, and Minho should have lived better. Kim Hyunsung was waiting for Minho to climb that false hope, just so he could watch him fall harder. Shan-soo warns him there is a guy named Park Minggu at Jung School who is genuinely dangerous. Hyunsung offers 1,000 as an advance, 5,000 more later, making sure Minho feels total despair. His friend calls him a crazy bastard, but Hun just takes it as a compliment. Minho knows the protagonist hired the Golden Circle, and he is trapped, desperate to find an exit. He wonders what is left for him, just endure, suffer, and hope that maybe things improve. Another day, Park gloats about his elite brew, left to age for 3 full days. He shows how thick and disgusting it has become. Park promises that if Minho drinks it and holds it until the next class, he will leave him alone. Minho has to wonder if it is real. Park gives his word. Minho drinks it all, but as class starts, something feels deeply wrong. He tells himself he just needs 1 hour, just 1 hour of holding on, and he is free. But he breaks. A sudden sound forces him out of the room. Minho sprints as his classmates laugh and call him sick. He is at his breaking point. He cannot do this alone, and now, he has evidence right on his clothes. If the teachers see this, they have to help. In the office, Park apologizes, acting like it was just an extreme prank. He promises it will not happen again, then tells them he is actually one of Minho's closest friends. Outside, Park beats him, mocking how teachers are just public servants who want a quiet retirement. He tells Minho to pay attention, slaps his own face to frame him, and warns him. Now they are both guilty, but everyone will only blame Minho. Park dares him to snitch. Minho stumbles away, hating that he trusted a teacher only because he had no one else to turn to. He is losing his mind from the abuse. His classmates corner him, asking if the rumors are true. They whisper about him being expelled from Disan for bullying. Minho realizes this is karma coming back. With his last bit of hope gone, he decides to quit school. Days later, Park kicks his door in, grinning. Minho asks why he is there, but Park just smiles. The job is already done. Park admits that sometimes, clients have strange requests, like paying to have him beaten once a month. Back in the present, Minho is on his knees, begging for any kind of mercy. Hun tells him he has finally seen how malice can end a life, but offers him one last chance. To prove his worth, he has to take Park out. Minho screams that he has no money and no power left. The protagonist says he has his body just start a fight wild enough to bring the police in. If Minho wants freedom, he has to show what he is really capable of doing. Park sits around, bored that his toy is gone, thinking the golden circle is the easiest business ever. He cannot believe he banked $6,000 for the beatings, plus an extra $1,000 every single month. Suddenly, a police officer walks in. He says, "Park, you need to come with us quietly. Young Minho jumped from a building yesterday." The officer adds, "He's still alive but unconscious." Park asks, "What does that have to do with me?" The detective replies, "That is a lot of nerve. Young Minho put your name in his will, saying he could not live because of you." The detective continues, "There were many witnesses who saw you bullying others. We even have security recordings of you invading homes. One look was all it took. We are flooded with evidence." Park thinks this is unfair. He claims he did not want to do it, but they are forcing him to take the blame for everything. He says, "I was just hired by the Golden Circle." The detective cuts him off. "Shut up." He turns away as Park asks, "What are you doing?" The detective says, "Do you not understand why they gave you money? It was not for the work. It was for you to take the blame if something happened. You can talk about the Golden Circle all you want, but you have no proof. Keep trying if you want to know your fate, but you should take the blame if you want to live." At Gyeonggi General Hospital, a television reports that the bullied student jumped from a building. He survived, but the culprit is Park. He will be arrested soon. People in the comments say he can rot in prison. Hyun thinks Park took the fall in the end, though he could have ended up just like him. Hyun needs to act calmly to take down the Golden Circle, enjoying his own small pleasures while he works. Minho's mother is shocked when Hun enters the room. She tells him, "Get out of here right now." Hun says, "I just want to talk to Minho. I am not crazy enough to do anything in a hospital. I promise not to bother him, but I do not know what I am capable of if this persecution continues." Minho's mother warns, "Do not you dare touch a single hair on my son's head. Remember that, because I will come in if I hear anything." Hun replies, "Do not worry." He holds Minho's hand, whispering that he prayed for him to wake up so he would remember these words. "You should have given up like the others. You should have accepted your fate. Watching a guy like you struggle to survive was entertaining, but I have no intention of keeping that promise. It is better to continue like this because if you wake up, we will meet again in the hell I call reality." Later at the market, Hoon thinks about how he chose this path for revenge, but he cannot sink too deep because he needs to make sure his friends are happy. A girl scans snacks at the checkout. Hun plans to prepare eggs for his brother. The girl sees him, gets scared, and runs away. Hun recognizes her immediately as Oh Hyunji. Chang comments, "I spent money to investigate, and it is just as I thought. They faked cutting her Achilles tendon." He wonders if they should get rid of the doctor or Hyunji. Hun says he has money and power. He would not abandon his daughter easily since he hired the Golden Circle for her. He asks if Chang knows what she bought, just some snacks. She acted like a patient for months. It must have been suffocating, wearing a hood just to avoid being caught. This might not be the first time, and it does not matter if she goes out like this once in a while. She can walk on her own, but not in front of others. That is basically hell on earth. Time passed, and the end of the second year approached. The days were calm, but not for Hyun. He fights Sinu in an octagon. Hyun dodges and strikes the blonde's arm. As his fist approaches, his friend's foot does the same. They nearly collide right as the fight time ends. Sinu asks, "Are you not tired, my friend?" They have been going at this for 5 rounds of 5 minutes each. Hun replies that he could handle it, but the professor calls them over, saying they were training properly. Dukol asks, Hun, do you remember? When we first met, you asked me to take you to a point where you would have no rival by the winter of your second year. His training was nearly finished. He needed to clear his schedule for the weekend to check the results in Seoul. Before that, Doohyuk asks, why would Dukol do this? Is it to punish his own students? Dukol thinks Doohyuk has not changed at all. He is the same trash with a disgusting past. Doohyuk says, I will not try to debut again. I just want to see how much they have improved. He boasts about having a junior like him. Doohyuk thinks this is his chance to humiliate Dukol and promote his academy, so he accepts. In Seoul, Sinu comments that the city feels different. Doohak snaps, drop the country bumpkin act. Sinwoo notices the crowd famous faces, people from the pro scene everywhere. Doohak clearly set this up to rattle him. Doohak gestures to his students, listen up. He claims they understand why every spectator here was dragged out just to watch one sparring match. It is not about the difficulty of the fight. The point is, if they finish this right here, no other student will ever dare climb to their level. For the first time, Doohak feels his blood boil through his students. Coach Doohak prepared this for a brutal clash. The bald fighter frowns, I hate hitting a kid, but Sinwoo's look is getting under my skin. The fight kicks off. The fighter charges, aiming to smash Sinwoo's face, but Sinwoo snaps a low kick into his calf. Does this kid know Taekwondo? He faked a head strike and a high kick. It was all a setup just to block and counter. Then another shot to the calf. Sinwoo is using low kicks to shock the nerves and lock his opponent in place. The fighter scowls, this kid has a dirty way of fighting. Sinwoo lands yet another clean kick. The fighter retreats, he is fishing for a takedown since I am a boxer, but he just keeps aiming lower. Sinwoo knows exactly where his focus is. He expects a ground war. Instead, Sinwoo whips a kick straight into the bald fighter's jaw. I just need to be half a second faster. That one strike drops him cold. The ref waves it off. Sinwoo thinks Hyunsung must be planning a move to Seoul. I need to prove myself right now because his story does not end in Disan. Sinwoo looks at Doohak's Seoul is a wide ocean. But this pro did not even last one round. If this is their peak, there is no reason to drag Hyunsung into this. I will take the next one. Doohak explodes in anger. Sinwoo, you insolent brat. Your own academy clearly failed to teach you any manners. He is just talking too much. Dukol should shut him up. He is just babbling after getting a lucky win. Dukol counters he is not wrong. That guy folded in under one round. That is how the professional world works. You have to be ready to eat a loss. Dukol turns to Doohak. So, what is your next move? Sinwoo is just getting warmed up. Doohak snorts, Dukol just got lucky. Then Doohak yells, I will handle this myself. If my student gets crippled, that is on him. The bald fighter limps out of the ring. Doohak barks at him, shut up and go train. He points to Damyong, you are up. Damyong nods, you know I am an expert in this style. Doohak smiles, I trust you. The fight begins, and Damyong starts circling. He is cautious, just flicking jabs. Doohak feels like they know exactly how he fights. Damyong is testing the water to gauge Sinwoo's reach. Suddenly, he lunges forward. Dukol watches that kick snap like a lightning bolt. It barely misses. Damyong has incredible distance control. Dukol wonders what Sinwoo will pull out next. Blocking the strike, the blonde struggles, he is strong. But if I fold here, all that hellish training means nothing. He dodges, remembering the beatings he took every single day, until he spots a gap in Damyong's guard. But Damyong fakes a takedown and rips across. Sinwoo stumbles back, his blood pumping even harder for the fight. He lunges back into the fray. Damyong wonders if he really wants a test of pure strength. Sinwoo remembers when his friend was kind and cheerful. He just wants to know what went wrong. No matter how cold he acts, he is still the same person deep down. He cannot understand why Damyong is trying to face this danger alone. It might take a lifetime to truly get it, but just as he helped him during his own darkest days, he would do it again. Sinwoo locks Damyong in a triangle choke and squeezes. The kid taps out. The ref stops the match. The blonde breaths out, I beat two pros even though I am the underdog. This is exactly what Hyunsung needs. He will be my chess piece. If he says no, I will do it my way. Why go this far? You look like someone who lost everything. Doohak growls, what the hell are you babbling about? Focus on the next fight. Shin Chang-hun still needs to be taken down. The crowd whispers Doohak is finished. A pro fighter forced to tap out by a high school kid. That coach realizes his reputation is in tatters. People will only talk about how Dukol is the true master here. So he shouts, Chang-hun, you must fight. The student hesitates. I haven't even had my debut yet. He is Doohak's secret weapon. He wanted a flashier debut to become a star. Chang mutters, Coach, You owe me big time for this. Duhawk says, Dutch wants to test his student's true skill, so have that other kid fight Chang. The coach turns to the lead character, asking what he wants to do. Hyun remembers his past life. Two fighters had real futures in the martial arts world. One was Kim Muyol, the other was Chong Hun. Chong Hun had a flashy debut, known as Dynamite, and he stunned the nation by reaching the biggest stage. Hyun agrees to the match, thinking Chong Hun has raw talent but isn't quite at that level yet. He adds, I will talk to Sinwoo later. The fight starts, and Duchal is caught off guard by how fast the lead character moves. Chang figures this guy is walking right into his own grave, so he throws a strike to end it fast. But the lead character dodges, planting a clean blow right into Chang's stomach. Stung, the fighter tries another strike, but he gets blocked and countered with a cross. Soon, Chang and Hyun are trading blows in a blur of motion. Ducal watches, confused. That is not the style I taught my student. Hyun mutters, I cannot guarantee how long playing it safe will work. Seoul is unexplored territory, and I will be facing some real monsters. So enough of this. I have to trust my instincts, because my soul is not going to be perfect either. Hyun attacks non-stop now. Chong Hun is panicking. He was trying to corner his opponent, but now he is the one staring down a finishing blow. Ducal realizes that as a fighter, Hyun is essentially perfect. Nobody is above him. The scariest part? He does not care about his own safety. He is determined to win, no matter what it costs him. A single hook drops Chong Hun to the canvas. The crowd cheers for the fallen fighter. Hyun calls his trainer over. I know asking for this favor was meaningless, and I am sure it was not easy. But I reached the level I was hunting for, so I am truly grateful you kept your promise. Ducal replies, that is all I could have done for you. Take care. Then, Hyun's students absolutely wreck Duhawk's fighters, shocking the entire national scene. Everyone who heard about Hyun was hyped for his official debut. And after seeing the market value of young Ducal's students, the people who ignored him started crawling back. But none of it mattered to Ducal. He complains that he feels like he lost his drive. At first, he was just in it for the money. But somewhere along the way, he realized he loved being a teacher. He used to feel inferior to Lee Duhawk. Training those two changed everything. He could make cash off either one, but he knew he would never find another student who satisfied him like that. Until a young man walks into the gym, asking, Are you Coach Young Dukil? That sparring match left me very impressed. I do not care what anyone else says. I believe you are extremely talented, so I am asking for your help to train me. I want to become a champion. Ducal wonders why the kid reminds him of Hyun. He asks, What is your name, kid? The guy replies, My name is Kim Muyol. A few days later, on a park bench, Hyun says, I am sorry, but I cannot take Sinwoo to Seoul. He knows how dangerous things are going to get, but I never said he was not needed. If I need him, he should come to Seoul, because at that moment, I will want my friend. I accept all the sincerity he is showing me. So, until then, I will leave Dison in his hands. The next day in class, Sinwoo asks a question. Who do you think should lead when Hyun leaves? Xiangho says, It is obvious it should be me. That blonde guy has never accomplished a thing. Sinwoo just says, That is a problem. It is clear that once Hyun leaves and Xiangho graduates, the spot will be wide open. Even if you try to take over, the bullies will not listen, so he suggests a fight. Xiangho says, Power is too sweet. It is way too early to overturn the hierarchy. Sinwoo replies, I learned a lot from Hyun. They start fighting right there. Outside the classroom, the rumors fly. Sinwoo is taking down Xiangho, and I heard he is cleaning house with every bully who tries to step to him. After dealing with Xiangho, Sinwoo starts restructuring the hierarchy. Third years come for him, then second years and the strong freshmen, but they all lose. By the window, a bystander says, If someone is at the top, there is always a second place. I am satisfied being that. His friend says, Hyun is the leader. The bystander replies, Having third place is not bad. The hierarchy is set. Sinwoo is the new leader of Chenille High School. Exams end, and time keeps moving. Hyun thinks, I got a perfect score again, and that is exactly why I prepared. My grades and my presence in Gangnam will be taken seriously. These two things will be a total disaster. He knows the golden circle will not sit still until a chubby kid walks in and calls him. A student warns him that he has something to say, and Hyun glares at him cold as ice. The student begins, I know how brazen it was to ignore you after you helped me. If you want to curse me for it, I get it. After that, everyone shut me out, calling me selfish. All I did was study, but it wasn't hard at all. Honestly, I was actually happy back then. Park Mole and his gang stopped bothering me. I finally felt what a normal life was like. Being alone for a while wasn't the worst thing. And now, I've got friends who really get it, friends who walk that same path. But every now and then, I find myself thinking, what if I could go back to when the revision board was still open? I probably couldn't do it. I'm just a coward at heart. I spent so much time running because your words, Hyunsung, terrified me. But I can't keep doing that, not after hearing about the transfer. I can't forget it. So, I need you to know this, we are truly grateful. Because of you, we're actually alive. Hyunsung's actions became a catalyst. Other students started coming to Hyunsung for help. Hyunsung thinks, I didn't stop the bullies for anyone else's sake. He tells them, quit the smiling and the praise. I don't deserve it. Don't confuse my selfishness with kindness. You need to let this go in one ear and out the other, because if I lose my edge, it might all end. The problem is, it wouldn't just end at school. A new guy asks, are you Hyunsung from Cheolil High? He says, I'm so grateful. Without you, I wouldn't even be standing here. Hyunsung replies, I just crushed those annoying jerks to prove I'm stronger. But the guy says, it doesn't matter what your reason was. The fact is, escaping that hell was all thanks to you. There are so many more kids just like me and Dason. After he dominated Dason, that page turned into a massive bulletin board. People chat there, tracking every bully that gets taken down. Reading the posts, people are dying to go to Cheolil High. They want to thank Hyunsung for everything he's done. Because of him, everyone can finally live happily. Truly, thank you. Our protagonist thinks, more students are smiling when they see me now. Vivid memories flood his mind, all those trembling, fearful gazes once pointed at him. He realized hate only breeds more hate. It must be evil. It doesn't matter if it was just distorted justice. He thought he'd stepped into something truly immoral, but as he took out the trash, people actually became happy. And that's not evil, it's a blood judgment. Something no one else wants to touch, but someone has to do it. And I'll gladly take that role, because it might be the only way I can go back to the past. Winter break arrived, and after today, Hyunsung's tie to Cheolil would be over. He already finished talking to Owan about the transfer. He gave a quick goodbye to Yunil, but they had no idea. Anyone Hyunsung keeps in his sights will never find a moment of comfort. He thinks, I have zero intention of forgiving you just because you helped out a little. You'll definitely keep helping other trash. Siona suddenly calls him up, asking, do you have a moment? My father wants to meet you. In the dining room, an old man says, Siona was right about how you look. We can talk while they prep the food. Hyunsung says, I was just your daughter's classmate, so please, speak freely. Sunil thanks him for the candor. Hyunsung knows he's the president of the anti-school violence committee. He lost his son. There has to be some benefit to being here. Sungpil says, I asked to meet you after hearing everything that went down. I tried to wipe out school violence, but it was never easy. Knowing how tedious this task is, I couldn't hide my joy when I heard what you did. If my son had a friend like you, or had spoken up fearlessly like that, he wonders if his boy would still be alive today. This is all meaningless now. If I had done my job right as a father, none of it would have happened. But I was an incompetent dad who missed every hint. I didn't even know my son was struggling to express himself. When his grades dropped, I just lectured him without asking why. Then suddenly, he started talking about transferring schools. I thought he was just trying to run away from the work. That memory still hurts me so deeply. I only ever wanted a happy family, but I didn't realize what I was prioritizing above my own son. So I came to the committee to at least raise my daughter the right way. In the end, it was Hyunsung's method that actually worked. He's the one leading the club that punishes evil. Going to Seoul means he wants to expand that influence. So, I have something to say. No matter what you do in Seoul, I'll be on your side. It won't be easy for anyone to stand in your way. Keep that in mind, because behind you, there's me and many others. Hyunsung stands up, says, I won't forget today, and thanks him. Outside on the playground, Siona mentions she wanted to take the lives of those who hurt her brother, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. She didn't have the nerve. Hyunsung replies, it's not your fault. Siona says, I know, but I have a new dream now. After he acquired this power, he didn't face a single problem. I saw it with my own eyes. That is the disgusting part of having power, and exactly why I need to grab some for myself. I am becoming a prosecutor to live life on my own terms. So, do me a favor, do not lose. Be my hope, because I am never giving up. He tells him, I will genuinely root for you. When the break started, he focused on family time. They shared good food and soaked in the scenery together. They even hit an amusement park. He could not stop staring at his grandma, seeing her look like a young girl again. She looked so happy. Still, no matter where they went, staying home felt better. Those were precious, happy moments. Honestly, the best part of returning to the past was seeing his family's pain just vanish. Nothing else made him happier. Chongboom tells him, "It is all done. I will see you in a week." Daeyoung Group, the third richest company in the country. They sell everything under the sun and run countless subsidiaries. It is consistently in the top 3 firms for any fresh graduate. A young man walks by. People whisper about how handsome he is, the heir to Daeyoung Group. Yoon Hunman wishes everyone a great day. The girls dream of a date with him because he climbed from rock bottom to the top all by himself. He would have become a partner anyway. Inside the car, he pulls off his tie. He asks, "What is this situation?" The same chaos is erupting at school. Mothers are fuming, demanding answers. They will not calm down. With their kids in 12th grade, even a tiny shift in ranking is a disaster. Rumor has it that the top-ranked student in the mock exams is transferring here. You need to explain this now. The director tries to speak, but another woman storms in. She demands to know if he is really going to accept this student. As the parent association lead, she has buried plenty of scandals before. The director knows how much she has invested, but he has no choice. A month ago, a masked guy dropped evidence of every bribe and crime the director committed. It is enough to send him to prison for life. You really should be more careful when you drink. It would be a shame if all this hit the public eye. The director stammers, asking what the man wants from him. The masked man replies, "A top-tier student is transferring to your school, and the parents will hate it. Your life is worth more than a few high school students." The director sighs. Gangnam parents have way too much power. I can't handle this. But the man tells him, "Don't sweat it." He is sending someone to help. He messages Chong Baum. The director is sweating, he only has 5 minutes to stall them. So, he lies, saying he tried to stop the transfer, but the paperwork was perfect and the address change was legal. Denying it would only cause more trouble. One mother shouts that it is his problem, not theirs. "Our children are the ones suffering because of you. How are you going to pay us back?" The director tells them to stay calm. Getting emotional will not fix anything. But the mothers laugh. Johai says, "I thought you were logical, director." "My mistake." She continues, "I am going public with your bribery scandal. I will make sure you see the scale of your error." The director reaches for her, but she slaps him hard across the face. She demands to know how she is supposed to stay calm when her child is facing a new obstacle. She is not some naive girl. She is not going to just let this slide. The director tries to appease her, but then another mother enters. She asks what is going on. Johai turns around and asks, "Are you Minwoo's mother?" Lee Miso's life shifted the moment she met Hyunsung. Her in-laws adored her, and her status skyrocketed. That was when Hun called to ask for a favor. Lee Miso posted the tips he ordered to be spread online. The mother's Sky Cafe exploded, gaining 30 times more users in just 3 weeks. She became the absolute boss of the city's largest forum. She says, "I can barely believe this, even with my own eyes." She continues, "You have gone way too far. Threatening the director over a transfer student? I do not find that acceptable." Johai argues that this involves her school. Miso cuts her off. "In that case, you do not need the information I shared." The mother panics. "That is not what I meant. Minwoo does not even study at this school, so stay out of it." Lee Miso shuts her down. "The transfer student is a very close friend of my son. I am not standing by." She adds, "Of course, do what you think is best. Just know that some choices look a lot like hostility." Johai lets out a nervous, forced laugh, and they decide to end the argument there. They were feeling a bit uneasy. The last mother says, "We went this far for him. We will turn a blind eye for Miso." She tells Hun, "This is how I resolved it. The parents will not interfere anymore." She continues, "Since you are looking after my Minwoo, just call if you need anything." The protagonist thinks this was just the beginning. Desawai High School, this was where the Golden Circle operated most openly. If he, the top-ranked academic student, transferred there, they would never let that slide. In a school where commissions are common, being a target is expected. His past in Disan means nothing here. And Hyun feels excited. He finally reached the Gangnam of his dreams. Time passed as planned. But the world? Still just as rotten. An agent reports to Hunman the protagonist was targeted before. Your agents failed, and the job was closed. After investigating, they found it was a total failure. Everyone got retaliated against. Hunman asks, "Why was I not informed?" His secretary replies, "Jung Chan-soo and Tae-jun were compromised by Hyunsung. They went after Jung Chan-soo, but he was already gone. He must have realized the danger before fleeing. Judging by this, he only stayed in the Golden Circle to leak internal secrets." Hun asks, "Is that your conclusion?" The secretary kneels to beg for forgiveness. but his head gets stomped into the floor. The blonde man demands, "What took you so long to explain? We are drowning in trouble?" If this leaks, the Golden Circle will panic. This could cause a collapse they cannot fix. He cannot lose control over his members because of these idiots. He has to keep this going, but Hyun is interesting. He could have graduated in Disan, but he chose Seoul. His target is definitely the Golden Circle, and he is approaching them knowing everything. The police, justice system, press, politicians, they were all kneeling to him. He orders them to deal with Hyunsung. Within a month, a man on the phone promises a summary on the target. Given how he crushed those agents, he clearly knows about the Golden Circle. He even unified all the schools in Disan. Even if it is not as strong as Seoul, his power is estimated at rank A or S. Hun only created these problems because the principal and teachers backed him. He even had sponsorship from the executive director of Mongjin Construction. Additionally, a parents' committee tried to block Hyunsung's transfer, but they failed because Lee Miso, Dongcho's wife, interfered. She manages the mother's forum right now, and they suspect she has a relationship with the protagonist. In short, Hyunsung came to Gangnam with a clear goal. The speaker asks if anyone in the meeting has any questions. A young man asks what is his connection to Vice Chief Prosecutor Dong Cheol. The speaker responds he will not lift a finger for Hun. Another asks if politics are involved, but the speaker denies it. Park Hyung-jin, a Golden Circle executive, thinks the guy is impressive. They cannot leave him alone after all. There is no failure in their organization's history. He asks if anyone useful remains at the school, and the speaker mentions Chi Mong-hun, rank S+. Hung-jin replies that there should be no problems, while the speaker notes the teachers are on his side and are replacing the principal. The executive says, "I will handle this personally this time. They must prioritize this over everything else, ask for support whenever necessary." The superiors want it done within a month, but they plan to finish it within the first week. Hyun walks through the campus thinking time flies. He cannot believe classes have already started. Skyscrapers everywhere, luxury cars, crowds near the subway station, everyone looks impeccable. Daesungmai High School is worthy of the downtown area, rich enough to rule Korea's future from Gangnam. Passing through that gate, this is the first step of his revenge. In the third year, third class, the teacher speaks. "There is a friend I would like to introduce. You have all heard of the top scorer on the mock exam." Jang Wongi tells the protagonist to introduce himself. Hyun thinks the guy looks problematic. Those bastards see him for the first time with hostile looks. He does not know if it is because of his grades or an order. He states his name to everyone, secretly thinking he loves chaos, while the teacher starts the lesson. The March exams will be the SATs, so you need to focus on last year's questions, but something catches his attention. The teacher says the protagonist was first in the national mock exam and has good looks, so show us how to solve this problem. Hyunsung thinks that he does not care about the attention. The issue is that all the teachers are being cautious. It is as if they think he will make their students' grades drop. His blood ran cold at the thought, but he didn't have much time to process it. Reality was already crashing down on him. A student gripes, "This is total garbage. We really need to protest against the #1 student. It isn't the school's fault. The real problem is this transfer student. Why come to our grade-focused school and ruin everything? Pure selfishness." Then he points out we saw it earlier. When the teacher asked him to solve the problem, he stood up way too confidently. His ego is on another level. Hyunsung thinks they're all low class, like they can just do whatever they want. But then Hyun slams the table. "Hey, are your ears clogged? What the hell were you thinking? Transferring to this school?" Hyun shoots back, "Am I obligated to answer you?" The guy gets annoyed. "Everyone here is bothered because of you." Then he threatens, "If that is how you are going to act, fine. You will get exactly what you deserve." Suddenly, he punches himself right in the face. Hun asks, "What are you doing?" The student sneers, "Just screwing you over." Then he drops to his knees, screaming, "The new kid is hitting me." He begs for help while Hyun just watches, disgusted. In the lounge, Wongi says he hit your friend to shut him up so he could study. Hun replies, "I did not do that." The teacher demands, "Explain the bruises on his face." Hyun repeats, "I did not do anything." Wongi calls witnesses and asks, "Did Hyun hit Dong-soo?" His friends lie. Hyun started the fight and beat him unilaterally. We heard plenty about him. He was a complete lunatic back at his old school. Hun wonders, are they part of the Golden Circle, or do they just want me gone? Either way, he's trapped on day 1. It hasn't even begun. This proves the Golden Circle already found him, his secret, and why he came to Seoul. There is no way to know their internal moves since Jung Chan-soo isn't here. This is all-out war. He warns them those witnesses are unreliable. "If I am actually guilty, I will accept the punishment." But the teacher snaps, "The evidence is right there." But this brat keeps lying. He asks, "Who are you calling?" Hyunsung says, "I am calling the police." Someone is attempting school violence right here at Daesung High School. They need to come fast. The teacher asks, "What do you think you are doing?" Hun says, "I am just clarifying the facts." And there it was, the evidence. He pulls out a pen. He is cautious and convincing. The detective sighs, a student threatening to hit himself? What a disgusting world. He asks, "What the hell were you thinking, Dong-soo?" The boy hesitates. "I was frustrated hearing the top student was transferring." The detective sighs, the teacher is wrong for not hearing both sides. Wang-gi mumbles, "I lost my reason." The detective continues, "Hyun must feel terrible about all this. It was his very first day." A woman adds, "Grades aren't the only thing that matters. Gangnam is all about grades, so I am sure none of them had bad intentions." She continues, "The upperclassmen act on impulse, and the teacher just trusted the student he already knew." The detective says a complaint has been filed. Kyung-gi replies, "We should punish him, but there is a lot happening right now. We usually don't accept transfers, but the director insisted. And we are busy with internal hearings, so the detective should be lenient with these young kids. We will be sure to take disciplinary action strong enough to make the oppressors reflect." The detective just listens. He says if you are willing to do that, Hun should receive an apology and move on. Hun realizes this is a well-rehearsed play. They were protecting each other. A familiar, sickening feeling of victim helplessness. As expected, from the students to the teachers and police, this Gangnam cartel is on a different level than Daesung. It is clear this is the Golden Circle's base. He thinks it is bizarre. He never agreed to forgive anyone. Yet, the police officer is speaking for him, and the vice principal is already negotiating a compromise. It is written in their eyes. If he refuses, he will be a fool for trying to sabotage something they want covered up. Kyung-gi says, "I made the suggestion so he wouldn't be seen in a bad light." The detective adds he still has a school year ahead, but the protagonist thanks them for their concern. However, he is still a minor. This matter requires adults. A tall man enters the room. He introduces himself as Kim Hyunsung's lawyer, Park Jong-soo. Lee Miso was not in his plans. Her power comes from her husband, a chief deputy prosecutor. His plan would be better with him on his side. But research shows he is not that type of person. Even if he is driven by justice, his skills and track record are truly extraordinary. He's basically untouchable in his field. Hyun knows approaching him wrong would be a total disaster, but this feels right. He needs someone on his side who knows the law. Finding a sharp, competent lawyer is crucial. Lee Miso takes the call. She says she was listening to the professor. Back in the present, Young-soo says he understands the situation. This is a clear incident where the involved parties should face prosecution. There was assault and even concealment. I can't even understand it. The professor insists it is all a misunderstanding, but the lawyer fires back, "I'm not talking to you right now." It would have been better if the school had acted properly. But they just coddle the culprits under the guise of caring for students. Kyung-gi asks if the treatment is too severe since they are so young. Young-soo snaps back that he isn't the one who judges that. The court does. Dong-gu hits his knees, yelling that it will never happen again and begging for forgiveness. But the lawyer shuts him down. Mistakes happen when situations are unintentional. Malicious actions are defined as crimes in court. Now, he wants to see exactly how the vice principal will react. Everyone trades looks. They agree to handle the matter as he wishes. At first, the lawyer thought it was an outrageous offer. He would tag along for the next year and earn $10,000 every time he took action. All this to skip a real trial. If this went to court, compensation would be a different story, provided the client was a victim. He left the prosecutor's office for the sake of justice. As a defense lawyer, he has seen plenty of filthy situations. But Hyunsung's case is different. It is intriguing. He asked to stay close on the very first day, so he demands to know who the hell he is. Hyunsung tells him he is not welcome there, that is all he can say. By the window, Kyung-gi says they were tasked with caring for this case and need to ensure everything goes perfectly. Putting this case aside, nobody expected Hyunsung had a recording. They have to be much more careful from now on. They do not always get such short deadlines from superiors. If they miss this one, they can safely assume it is the end. They need to tread carefully, just as they have been. Kyung-gi agrees they will do this the old-fashioned way. Hyunsung thinks hiring a lawyer paid off. The school suspended Dong-gu and his friends. The protagonist went from being someone people suspected to someone they actively want to avoid. Regardless of what the Golden Circle wants, Hyunsung is naturally isolated. He never expected life at Seoul to be easy anyway. If anything, this is better. This exaggerated reaction just makes it clear that he affected the entire school. Someone walks by, sneering that this lunatic has a lot of nerve coming to the cafeteria during lunch. They snatch food from his plate. They ask to try some. Hyunsung thinks finally, he's here. It's Choi Mong-hun. He asks if that is the recorder. He does not care. He gets straight to the point. You won't be treated like a human, but it is all thanks to you acting up. If you act out of pure frustration, teachers will discard you. Your proud record from Dissen will mean absolutely nothing. But he is saying this because something interesting will happen because of him. If you get angry or frustrated, come at me. I'll wipe the floor with you. Welcome to the madness of Dongmai High School. A friend asks Mong-hun why he let him off with a warning. After all, the teachers are supporting them too. Mong-hun says that after reading the intel from the Golden Circle, he knows that Bastard is not normal. He faced an entire school alone. He destroyed everyone and left them in that state. He sent them to juvie or turned them into vegetables. One was from the Golden Circle. That guy is insane. He thinks that is why the Golden Circle is paying 100 million. If he does his job perfectly, he might even get a bonus. He cannot treat that guy like an idiot. He doesn't give up a fight easily. They need to show him that, unlike Dissen, Seoul is hell on earth. He needs to understand what that really means. In the classroom, Hyunsung thinks the deadline from the Golden Circle likely ends with the first semester exams. The commissioners will handle it. The Golden Circle won't stay quiet even with a recorder. An eraser piece hits his desk. He thinks he predicted something like this. Even so, they were acting more childish than he expected. This is also a kind of test. He wonders how long he can endure this. How long until it becomes an ideal situation for the Golden Circle and he explodes. They know how crazy he is. Yet, they play games. He even prepared for this lifestyle. Even if he destroys Mong-hun, someone else will just replace him. What he needs is a clear example that the school system cannot stop him. He would much rather be a permanent thorn in their side. He asks the guy, "Are you having fun?" The student looks shocked, but Hyun just repeats the question before clicking off his pen recorder. Hyun slams the student's head right into the desk. The kid gasps out, "Why am I getting beaten up?" Hyun thinks, "This isn't right." The student yells, "This is school violence, you hit me first." Hyun replies, "I know that." Unlike the situation with Dong-soo, he fell for the provocation on purpose. The two cases are just completely different. He is only doing what he needs to keep his plans moving. Then he turns to the room. "You are all witnesses to this." He starts throwing punches at the student's face like a madman. Back in the teacher's lounge, they demand an explanation from Yongho. Yongho claims, "I got angry because Dong-soo ended up like that because of Kim Hyunsung, so I was throwing erasers at him just as a joke, but this went way too far." The teacher replies, "You were unilaterally punched." Kyung-hae chimes in, "The action taken against Dong-soo was fair, and I'm glad you recognize your mistakes. However, Kim Hyunsung using violence against a classmate because of a prank makes him just as bad as the bully. If he thinks he's innocent, he should show that amazing recording. But Kim Hyunsung admits, 'I hit him, and I don't think this should be resolved that way.' He will be punished if necessary, so he hopes they make a fair decision." The teacher mutters, "It's strange he's obeying the suspension. He is such a meticulous guy, the type who would actually prepare a recorder. He knows there's a plan to appease the council, and he's being way too compliant. This is Gangnam, beyond the Golden Circle. This place isn't influenced by background or external favors. No chance of that working here. He's just improvising now. Everyone should stay calm because he doesn't attend this school anymore." Lee Miso brings snacks to her son and opens the door happily. She asks, "How are your studies, my dear?" But Minwoo replies, "Something bad happened. Mr. Kim Hyunsung said he can't teach me anymore. 7 days until the council opens." Lee Miso tells other parents that her tutor seemed to be in trouble after unilaterally beating a student. She says, "We must join forces in this case to support him and ensure he isn't treated unfairly. If we show our sincerity, maybe he will continue the tutoring." Lee Miso talks to her husband. She says she talked to other members and wants her husband to help a little. Dong-sil replies, "I don't receive money from taxpayers and a certain amount of power to use for my personal agenda." His wife looks downcast. The man says, "It's not your fault if Minwoo doesn't get into Korea University. He was very distant until now." He wipes his wife's tears, saying he would teach his son separately. "I can't help as a prosecutor, but I can as a husband." 5 days left until the council opens. The lawyer screams, "This is different from the proposal. I can't represent him at the council. If you want to buy with money, void the contract and find another prosecutor right now." Plenty of trash would salivate over these conditions. He gets irritated and slumps onto the sofa. He says, "To be honest, I didn't even sleep after that." He wants to know what happened and who is supporting him. The innocent student and teachers want to see him as a villain. He sincerely wants help, but won't say it. He thinks he just wants to know the true intentions. Kim Hyunsung says, "The conditions haven't changed. I'll void the contract without any fee if you want, but the die is cast." He questions, "Do you want to hear what I have to say?" He wants his opponent to lose his life. He doesn't intend to just stand there. On the day of the council opening, a heavy atmosphere hangs over the place. Kyung-hae says everyone seems to be present. The council will now begin the discussion regarding Kim Hyunsung and the school violence. A few days earlier, a radio plays, saying the teachers would tear him to pieces cruelly. The protagonist says, "It's the weakness of the golden circle." Kim Hyunsung's explanation was enough to leave Jang-soo speechless. He was the only target the golden circle can't get rid of. Jang-soo couldn't answer immediately. Challenging the golden circle was really bad. When he accepted requests from victims in the past, they were expressions of fear. But now he met another victim of the circle. He says he was wondering if he made the right choice in stopping being a prosecutor. He went against the corruption of veterans and was ostracized. His wife divorced him for it. He wondered what was the right choice if he wanted to be a good father and husband. If he left his conviction aside, everything would have been in vain. So he seeks justice and admits he did nothing wrong. He gave his best to survive. The protagonist says to this council, "Please don't go." Then the teacher says that the incident occurred because Yong-ho acted immaturely, and Kim Hyun-sung retaliated with violence but went too far. Because of this, he suffered permanent damage. This surprises everyone. According to the diagnosis, Yu Yong-ho lost 3 teeth. The high school parents aren't holding back, they're demanding Hun face punishment, claiming he needs therapy for his violent behavior. They argue his history is circumstantial evidence that points toward a deeper, more dangerous pattern of aggression. They are pushing for severe disciplinary action, and Lee So is convinced I couldn't possibly help him now. Kyung-hae thinks everything is falling into place, but Hyunsung? He remains eerily calm. Where is his lawyer? The sudden silence is strange, worrying even. The diagnosis, the statements, the missing counsel, this was all staged. They grill him, asking what he has to say for himself. And Hyunsung fires back. He admits to hitting Yong-ho, but denies any permanent damage. The detective immediately cuts in, asking if Hyunsung is calling the medical diagnosis a lie. Hyunsung doubles down with 2 key points. First, he wants to know when Yong-ho's teeth allegedly fell out, because that certainly didn't happen during the fight. Second, he reminds them of that time the school wrongly targeted him thanks to Dong-soo's past lies. He points out he would have been unfairly punished the moment he stepped foot in this school. Hyunsung refuses to trust these results. He knows the school acts without investigating, and Yong-ho's report is nothing but a fabrication. The detective stands up, calling it speculation, while the teacher demands Hyunsung show some real remorse for his actions. Kyung-hae just looks at him with contempt, thinking he's only admitting to the assault to save face. She still sees him as total trash. She insists he showed clear violence and hasn't reflected on anything he's done. Citing multiple incidents, she drops the hammer student Kim Hyunsung is expelled, while elsewhere, an executive praises the director for pulling it off. She went through with the expulsion despite the risks, and the man promises her a reward for the result. She's proving more than capable as director now, and she welcomes the news. Thanks to that puppet director, everything is running like clockwork. Fueled by the power of the golden circle, life is good. The next day, she storms into the classroom, screaming for that bastard, demanding to know why he's still here when her words are supposed to be law. He was expelled, yet there he sits. Hyunsung replies calmly that he has no reason to follow that decision. The director snaps that a mere student doesn't get to refuse, but Hyunsung just tells her to take the paperwork to his lawyer. He has a class to prepare for, leaving the woman absolutely livid as she demands to know what kind of game he's playing. Yong-soo steps in, explaining that yesterday's council result is full of controversy, so they have requested a stay of execution. No matter what they try, his client isn't going anywhere even if they force the expulsion to push this case forward. Hyunsung will use every tool at his disposal. By the time this is over, his client will have already graduated. Once that happens, all those bastards tied to the golden circle will be scrambling in a total panic. Kyung-hae thinks suspending the discipline is ridiculous, muttering that instead of talking trash, he should be praying they never discover his plan. Jung-soo cuts them off, warning that no matter how much money they throw at the court, they cannot just buy their own verdicts. If they set a precedent with a nonsensical ruling, the judge could lose his job, and he's brought the evidence to prove it. He reveals files detailing every time the Golden Circle used this exact method to bury disciplinary cases. He drops the paperwork on the table, challenging them if they want to deny the stay. They'll have to ignore their own history of corruption. In Hyunsung's past life, there was a case exactly like this. An aggressor student pushed someone to the brink of taking their own life, but the Golden Circle stayed the punishment, and the kid stayed in school. Since then, Hyunsung reconciled with Jang-soo and learned every move in the Golden Circle's playbook. Hyunsung declares they'll keep doing this, but he's ready to make sure they never touch him again. He's going to use their own dirty tactics against them. Back in the present, Jang-soo asks if they realize the common factor among everyone in the room: they were all Golden Circle clients. Every one of these cases involved a stay of disciplinary action, and every single one of those students graduated without a scratch. If the Golden Circle tries to create problems, he'll use every one of those precedents in court to ensure justice is served. Hungi calls him crazy, claiming they'll just dispose of him because sacrificing a judge is nothing. How dare he challenge them with nothing? They swear he won't be able to touch their client, but Jong-soo smiles, saying the timing is absolutely perfect. He tells them that if they want to see this situation explode into total chaos, they should take a look outside right now. They've prepared a special gift, and out there, Sunil is already on the mic, introducing himself to the public. Sunungpil screams that anyone can be a victim of school violence, including their own children. And there are always clear signs. They cannot ignore these clues, or their own young ones might end up losing their lives. He shouts, "Do not live with the regret of losing your children like I did, so do not make the same mistake." Jong-soo says, "Money and power are two things everyone wants, but they cannot convince that organization." The executive summarizes, if you mess with him, it will expose the Golden Circle to the world, and there is nothing else they can do in this school. Kyungi says, he is making this into something big to erase everything that has not been exposed yet. The executive agrees, but since it has come to this, they need to get rid of him, so the teachers must do nothing tomorrow. On another note, Hyun was not the only victim of the Golden Circle at Daesungmai High, as Mong-hoon was busy beating a guy named Jae-wook. He had told him, "You have to drop out of school or transfer if you want to live." But when the boy says he is sorry, Mong-hoon just calls it a lie. "You think you can just chill this year because you are a senior, but I know you are a rat who hid for a year." "It has been a while since I have seen anyone like you," Mong-hoon says. "And even if I feel bad, it will be faster if you leave this school than if you graduate." He holds Jae-wook's finger, and as the boy groans in pain from the break, Mong-hoon coldly orders him to stop crying. A few days after Jae-wook took first place in his freshman year exams, Mong-hoon appeared to ruin everything. Even if it was just for his parents who moved to Gangnam with high hopes, he planned to endure the intimidation. But it was too much unbearable pain for any human being, and recent rumors only pushed Jae-wook into deeper despair. But because Hyun retaliated, he had to face the council, and he thought it was impossible to challenge Mong-hoon until he heard a specific rumor. Hyunsung is still attending classes even after being expelled. Apparently, he can stay until the court verdict comes down from his appeal, and by the time that finishes, he would have already graduated. Jae-wook thinks, if Senior Hyun can stop Mong-hoon, there might actually be some hope for me too. So, he introduces himself to the protagonist and says, "I have something important to tell you. I am still not sure, but that jerk Mong-hoon was provoking us on purpose, and I am being bullied just like you are." But Hyunsung asks why he is saying this now. Jae-wook says, "I hope you overcome the intimidation." But just then, water hits the protagonist's head, and the boy asks if he is okay. The protagonist replies, "You are right about one thing. Mong-hoon is intimidating both of us on purpose, so stay out of it because you do not know anything yet." While a friend comments that the protagonist really wants to rise up, Mong-hoon sneers, "That jerk thinks we are idiots, so warn everyone that the plan has already begun." The protagonist walks down the stairs, but more Golden Circle members approach him and ask if he is indeed Senior Hyun. But the protagonist punches one in the face before they even finish the sentence. The protagonist says, "These damn guys better come at me now," and even as their commander tells them not to be afraid, they all advance together. Hyunsung kicks one of them in the stomach, knowing about Jae-wook because of Chansu's intel. Then he dodges another blow and makes the enemy trip, proving he was always just a great student after all. That guy starts tumbling down the stairs as another advances, and just like back then, Jae-wook comes to him, desperate for help. If he can get down these stairs safely, maybe they can finally have some peace. As he knocks another opponent down, their commander says, "This is insane," watching his subordinates get beaten until they are covered in blood. Hyun grabs one by the hair and asks, "What are you doing just standing there? Because this is only getting started." Back at school, Jae-wook wonders if the protagonist will be okay, certain that Hyun went straight to where Mong-hoon is. Students rush towards the stairs, shouting that a fight is going on and every guy who can fight is going after Hyun. Jae-wook thinks, this is a group beating, a trap set by Mong-hoon, and he wonders what to do now. He needs to help the senior, so he opens the teacher's lounge door and shouts that something bad has happened. They are beating Senior Hyun in the next building. but the teacher tells him to leave, repeating the order. Don't stand in my way, the teachers are in an important meeting right now, and if you understand, get out of here. Jae-wook wonders how they can just stand by. But he decides he will report it to the police instead. Pulling out his phone, he tells the operator, "This is Daesung Mai High School, and there is a huge group fight happening right now." But the officer says, "Unfortunately, we would like to send officers immediately, but there is a major case involving 3 cars and a drunk driver that we need to resolve first." Jae-wook thinks, the teachers were in a sudden meeting, and that is way too much of a coincidence for him to understand. Last night, the executive warned Mong-hun, "Dung will become a lawless land tomorrow, so you must exterminate the target. There will be no interference, no witnesses, no evidence," and Jae-wook wonders if he should just turn a blind eye to it all. The senior was his lifeline, but this wasn't his fight. Still, he couldn't just sit back. Hun was the first person ever on his side. He wasn't about to stand there like a loser. He snaps a broom, gripping the wooden stick tight. This was his war too. He climbs the stairs, breath hitched, then a scream cuts through the air. He kicks the door open, eyes wide. A Golden Circle thug was brawling with the protagonist, while Hyunsung stood there, drenched in cold sweat, clutching a bloody knife. Back in January, before the move to Seoul, the protagonist was deep in training. Time was running out. He slams a final punch into the bag. Sinwoo steps in, "Look, you'll end up dead at this rate. You've proven enough." Hyunung shakes his head. The Golden Circle is irrational. There is no telling what sick acts they are capable of. I have to be ready for any scenario. Climbing those stairs now, the protagonist realizes I knew I was right. He drops one guy with a strike while the other cowards shout that he's insane for taking them all on at once. The protagonist scoffs from the teachers to the police. Nobody is coming to help, so these guys think they can do anything. It is twisted. But here is the silver lining. Whatever goes down, they are forced to pretend nothing ever happened. Noise erupts on the rooftop. The protagonist smashes the door open, dragging one of Mong-hoon's subordinates along. Mong-hoon claps. He actually came here on his own. Mong-hoon finds the whole thing incredible. He knew Hyunung was a total psychopath, so he had written a script. Hyunung went insane, attacked them, and tripped to his death. When the police finally show up, they are going to report him as the aggressor. The result was already written. Aggressor and victim, a messy, ambiguous end. Mong-hun laughs. Isn't that just perfect? Hyunung grins back. Someone was going to lose their life anyway. Both of them lunge, smiles plastered on their faces. Down in the principal's office, a teacher trembles. Is it really okay to do this? Kyung-hae snaps back. There is no other choice. We are in the Golden Circle boat now. They have people in the police and the halls of power. They can bury anything. The teacher hesitates. What if it all blows up? The director sneers. Mong-hun isn't the only S rank in this school. Just get an excuse ready for the cleanup. Hyunung eats a heavy punch. He stumbles, cursing, "That bastard caught me. I could have dodged that, but my reaction speed is slipping." He was totally spent. But that changed nothing. This fight was rigged from the start. If he lost, he was finished. Even if Mong-hoon was an S rank in the Golden Circle, he was nothing compared to the coach. Hun tanks Mong-hoon's punch with his forehead. Mong-hoon grimaces. "My hand hurts." Hyunung winds up for another blow. Hyunung lands across, hammering Hoon's core repeatedly. On the final strike, Mong-hoon narrowly dodges. He fires an uppercut, sending Hyunung flying. Mong-hoon thinks this guy isn't holding back a single ounce of power. Even so, he's nothing next to me. He's at his absolute limit. Hyunung is still standing after that hit. He grunts. "That hurt, but I can take more." They would keep going until one of them stopped breathing. Mong-hun stares in disbelief. How is this even possible? He was sure he'd broken Hyunung, yet he still fought back with raw, terrifying strength. He blocks a kick. Does this guy never fall? Is he actually going to lose here? Mong-hun shrieks in terror, calling out to his lackeys. One of them bolts forward, pulling a blade from his jacket. Hyunung senses the movement, but takes a hit. A knife slices him. He barely holds his ground. Jae-wook screams for the veteran. Mong-hun snaps. Why did you help so late? He questions how many times that subordinate had already dodged his punishment. Guys who don't fear prison are the most dangerous. The man with the knife yells, "Finish him. He is a real psychopath." Hyunung spits. You must be the trash who got S-rank status by doing all their dirty work. That S-rank thinks he nearly took a knife to the chest and didn't even flinch. I need to stay away from this guy. Hyunung drives a knee into his skull. He gets back into his stance. Is that really all you have? That you guys ended up like this is the fault of every adult, especially the teachers. Neglect destroys children. The teacher stammers. What is that on the stairs? What were you doing? Hyunung says, you know exactly what. This punk ordered them to kill me. and this is the result. Look at them. The infirmary won't be enough. Call an ambulance, and this is way beyond the school's pay grade. You need to call the police, too. Jae-wook rushes over Senior. Are you okay? But then he realizes you stepped into a room that isn't yours. The protagonist stands tall. He said, sending dozens of people wasn't enough? They even used knives and the police are nowhere to be found. Ambulances cut their sirens. They clear the scene in secret. The protagonist asks, why do you think all this is really happening? The boy stammers, how would I know? The protagonist replies, it's because of the golden circle. You went there and made the request. Grabbing the boy by the collar, he presses, isn't that right? On the terrace, Kyungi commands, listen up. We report this as a simple student fight. The knife? We ignore it. A teacher asks, can we really get away with that? The principal snaps back, if we don't, we are all finished. They turn the entire school into a lawless zone, all to take down Hun. But Hun used their own trap to flip the script. Evidence is everywhere. We cannot silence that many witnesses. Hyun will just bring in his lawyers or some private firm. If this blows up, every one of us goes down. The teacher mutters, I'm sorry. Kyungi retorts, just remember this. Right on cue, we were stuck in an important meeting. That is why we were late to intervene. She thinks, I am sure I covered everything. Yet, a gnawing discomfort remains. Suddenly, it hits her. She barks at the teacher, get downstairs right now. She screams, go after my young Suchin. The protagonist says, he had perfect grades. He could go to any university in the country. Why would I ever hit a guy like him? Mongoo-chan hated that Jae-wook, a kid from outside Gangnam with no private tutoring, stayed in first place. So he turned to a dirty method, the Golden Circle. It is an organization paid to beat students until they break. That is how his grades started dropping. The bullying paradox began. Jae-wook asks, what's the connection here? Jae-wook continues, so, by that logic, someone actually paid this group to jump me? The protagonist replies, still skeptical? I'll show you the proof. It hasn't even been 5 minutes since I arrived. He thinks, what will these teachers do now? They didn't lift a finger for me, but now I've beaten Mongoo-chan, they move. The teacher bursts through the door. He orders the protagonist, stop this right now. But the room feels wrong. In a moment like this, he needs to stand his ground. The teacher approaches, asking, Hun, why pick a fight with an innocent student? Jae-wook steps in, but the teacher ignores him. Hun shouts, I told you we were in a meeting. Now you come running just to tell me to stop? The protagonist adds, he ignored me before, but he sprints over the second that guy gets hit. Like I said, they were paid by the Golden Circle. The teacher lies. I have no idea what you're talking about. Calm down and we can talk later. Afterward, an executive asks, did we fail? The principal snaps, do you have any idea how bad this got? We managed to stop it from escalating, so clean this up. The executive thinks, she's just trying to save her own skin. But I have to fix this mess. We can't handle this with just high schoolers. What do? Ideally, I deal with him secretly off campus, but I can't. Golden Circle commissions must happen inside the school. Adults treat this lightly, which is why this twisted organization has survived for decades. This case is completely unprecedented in the history of the Golden Circle. I am speechless. He is going to be busy. Then, his phone rings. Mong-hun is calling. The executive wonders why he is calling. A moment ago at school, Mong-hun asked, did Hyunsung beat my son? His life is over. I am an executive at Gunman Enterprise. I will use every connection I have to destroy him. The protagonist says, if I get punished, I'm bringing in a private organization. The truth has to come out. Hunok is an executive at a massive corporation. He hired the Golden Circle to bully the top student for his son's sake. He knows his position is unstable. His son's corruption is bad timing, to say the least. The teacher realizes, this bastard isn't a VIP, he's just a client. This is worse than I thought, Hun says. You think no one knew? The Golden Circle promises anonymity. But did you really think you could keep this quiet? Let's stop wasting time. The person responsible for this situation isn't me. It's the Golden Circle for letting identities leak. Mong Hunok bellows, my son's face is covered in wounds. He was threatened. You need to fix this, I don't trust you anymore. I'm telling the Golden Line members to file a complaint. He warns his friends, and they all cut ties with the Golden Circle. The executive trembles, terror taking over. He sparks a cigarette, then tosses it aside. He has to get rid of Hyunsung, whatever the cost. If he fails, he's the designated scapegoat. His mind is a total blank. He wonders who this bastard even is they need to disappear, fast. Nearby, A waitress drifts past with a cart. Proxy slides a drink toward him. The executive thinks, this is the man who manages all the boss's dirty wishes. Proxy speaks up, you must know why I am here. It is clear that the client's identity has been exposed. The traitor named Chan Su is to blame. This isn't the first time, either, not even in the regional sectors. Chaos is erupting right in the heart of Gangnam, and it is ruining our clients. It is the first time a member's name has ever been leaked. The executive mumbles that their trust is shattered. Proxy just keeps talking. This could mean the end of the Golden Circle's entire existence. The executive pleads, give me a chance, I will fix this no matter the cost. If you turn a failure into a success, trust grows stronger. You need to prove this to the other members. Yoon can be erased, and anyone tied to him will pay the price. Fulfill this, and you earn a meeting with the boss. The executive downs the soju poured into his hands. He swears he will succeed. Hyun thinks I gained nothing here, but the Golden Circle is just as empty-handed. I am still a thorn in their side, and they will keep trying to take me out in the open. They will mobilize every asset. They will burn through precious funds just to find one weak point. And that will be my moment. I can keep acting as bait. Two big things are looming first, the end of the semester, which will drive them to go all out. The waitress passes by again. The executive grabs the ice, his phone buzzing. He wipes away the burns. He orders his men to contact anyone available. They are starting a total cleanup in Disan. That is the second piece of the puzzle. Outside Disan school, an agent grumbles, I came here because of that lunatic, but he picked a fight with the wrong target. No matter what he does, he cannot protect his people alone. A police officer knocks on the door, asking to speak with him. He wonders why this guy has been parked here for so long. The man says he is leaving now, just finishing a call. He thought parking was more restricted here than in Seoul. The officer tells him to wait and demands his ID. They had a report about someone targeting students in the area. It is just a standard precaution. Patrolling during school hours. I am not accusing you of anything. The guy hands over his ID, and the officer thanks him. You are Yoon Ki-ho, here from Seoul for business. You must be busy. Just be careful while you are in Dasan. The police are taking strict measures to stop any trouble before it starts. The man thinks this bastard already knows why I am here. What a terrible first day. The police officer must have noticed. Old man Kim Hoonin lives here. I need to get familiar with the area. I cannot waste this first day. Ki-ho lights a cigarette, thinking he feels better now. I should have ripped that officer's eyes out. But Sinwoo walks up, is that cigarette lit? Ki-ho asks what his problem is. Shung-ho says smoking is banned here. His colleague adds, if you don't stop now, we will have to make you stop. Ki-ho demands to know who they think they are. Sinwoo just crushes the cigarette, saying this is the youth council. Use the designated area. The Golden Circle member mutters, I was already pissed off enough. They are just kids. He swings at Sinwoo, but the boy dodges with ease and slams a kick into Ki-ho's head. You really should listen when someone is talking to you. Sean Ho adds, if you are planning any crap, you will see us every single time you try it. They start beating him while a security camera captures the whole scene. Ki-ho screams at them. The police officer calls out. The kid asks, was it wrong to smoke in an alley? Is violence really the answer? You should check the camera footage to see what actually happened. Ki-ho thinks they are screwed. They better bring an expensive lawyer, because they can't just do whatever they want. But the officer calls for Mr. Yoon Ki-ho. He is stunned to hear his name. The officer lists his locations, the Science, High School Gate, the Sancheon apartments where Kim Hyunjin lives. That camera doesn't even work. The student stopped you because you were trying to break into someone's home. This is evidence of invasion. The youth council are our witnesses. You had better get a very expensive lawyer. Ki-ho shouts that they are bastards. The police can't fake evidence like this. The officer just looks at him. We can. You should have understood just by reading the situation. Just come with me in silence. Unless you want to add obstruction of justice to the charges. Later, he calls Chung Bayong and says, apparent measures were taken. The superiors bit the bait. The director thanks him for the assist. If anyone is in trouble, Mungjin Construction Company will take responsibility. I won't forget your kindness. Chang thinks, this world is crazy. I thought I was exaggerating, but these trash tried to mess with the family of Hun. This means everyone came here to get rid of him. Compared to these guys, I am nothing. But they won't do whatever they want in Disan. We move to the next step. He orders the workers to prepare. Ko thanks someone on the phone. I got out quickly. But the caller asks, is Dai's already prepared? The executive confirms. They will gain nothing by messing with him. It is not like he is the boss here. But Chong Bayong winning the air battle is a primary factor. Country bumpkins stick together. Those who have much are afraid to lose. so you must get rid of Chong Bayong. Since there are plans for him, Ko must remain available. And the young man asks, why don't you go after them at the same time? Just like the Golden Circle always does, and the executive agrees. Kiho gets excited and says, Hun messed with the wrong person. He thought he could manipulate the minds of immature minors, but no one in Disan can mess with Hun Jin. He says he is the one going after kids in Disan. If he keeps this up, he is going to get screwed. He needs to get out. His stubbornness for revenge ended before it began. A few days later, officials walk in and introduce themselves as the tax authority. You must stop what you are doing and pack everything up. They unplug computers and store them away. Chong Bayong says, your tax authority is incredible. You emptied an entire company in one day. That official tells him to correct his statement. It is only the corrupt construction company. Thinking Chong Bayong doesn't know what a tax investigation means. After a few minutes, they finish their work and leave. The president asks, did everything go well? Chong Bayong confirms, yes, they took everything they wanted. Then Mong Jin asks, was my son confident? 2 months ago, he was irritated to find a statement where Chong Bayong used the company name under disguises. Mong Jin tells him, get rid of Hyunsung if you want to be president. But Chang Bayong says, I can't do that. Chang Bayong said people need to be treated well, and that is why he defeated Changok Hyunsung and made a deal. So even if the construction company faces problems, Chang Bayong wouldn't abandon him. He says, I have engraved my father's words into my bones. It is good this happened because I am not the president, so I can be fired at any moment and test my own capabilities. He makes a bow saying, if my arrogance negatively affects the company, I will take full responsibility. Mongjin says he still sees his son as an immature child. I am sorry, but as a man, you must be ready. However, this is far too dangerous. It is not a matter of giving up the position. You will need to leave everything behind. Mongjin adds, a valuable person is replaceable. You do not need to protect them. Chong Bayong calls out, Father, Chong Bayong says, as an entrepreneur, I show respect, but I am not a president who would treat people according to mere beliefs. This is the life I chose, and this is the kind of president I want to become. Mongjin says there were more successful construction companies than theirs, but they fell with a simple tax audit. They could not handle the billions in fees. The construction company I established isn't clean either. It went further than others without being inferior. When the tax audit starts, it is obvious that Mongjin's foundation will tremble. And if you want to protect your company, you will throw out every possible bait. Even if that bait is your own son, the tax official says you don't need to worry about the construction company. Their areas are poorly managed, but they are still one of the best, and they will fall easily. So, the Golden Circle needs to decide the scale of their revenge. Will you stop with a simple warning, or do you want to destroy Chang Bayong, too? The executive says he will call him later, because for a high school student, Chong Bayong held up very well against the Golden Circle. Hyunsung, abandoned by Chong Bayong, is nothing. Since everything was planned, they should start to pressure Chong Bayong. But the executive wonders why Songyong Chong, one of the highest-ranking executives of the Golden Circle, is calling. The executive answers and Song tells him, stop what you are doing right now. You must stop the tax audit of Mongjin Construction immediately. Hyunjin thinks Song believes he is hot stuff just because he is in a high position. I'm not losing this chance. Hun says, I'm sorry, but this is a direct order from our superiors. He tells him to take it up with the boss. Song warns him Mongjin Construction is a ticking time bomb. Back home, our lead wraps his hand in bandages. He overdid the training, but luckily, no permanent nerve damage. He needs to be careful. Those hands are the only things that will take down the Golden Circle. It's clear they're hunting his people, but he's ready. He's already set up security for his family. There is more. The people helping him, especially Changum, are bait. They have everything to lose. If he wants to crush the corporation, a tax audit is a solid move. To the Golden Circle, it seems like nothing. The real issue is that a direct counterattack is impossible. Months ago, he told Chongbei to follow every instruction. Chongbei Mong mentioned a tax audit, but he quickly changed the subject. Our lead hands him a USB drive. He explains it holds files on the Golden Circle superiors. Chongbao must wire money to them using Mongjin's name. If they take the cash, they become accomplices. The tax authorities, who are already dismantling the company, will use this to drag those bosses down too. To survive, they will have no choice but to expose themselves. They'll protect Mongjin just to sniff out the rats. He asks if Chongbei isn't excited to see who they are and how far the Golden Circle's power reaches. Hun leaked info on everyone cutting deals with high-ranking officials. After Chongbum got close to Ponho, he used money as a poison. On the surface, Chongbum's value only grew. Everyone thought they were in the clear. But the day for the company's tax audit finally arrived. He calls someone, panicking about how to stop the government officials before his own crimes come to light. He knows that pulling the right strings is the only way to keep those relationships healthy. He pressures the suspected high-ranking members with a deadline. He tells Hyun he trusts the plan will work. It isn't just confidence. With contracts increasing, the competition is getting fierce. If they dodge the audit, the company climbs even higher. 1 year was enough to make Chong a successful businessman. Days later, an unknown number calls. The young man answers. It is the director of Mongjin Construction. Hung Jin wants to meet. At a cafe, the executive gets straight to the point. He says, "You need to leave Mongjin Construction." He warns him that if he pushes forward, there is very little he can actually do. Chang Bom scoffs we're meeting for the first time, and you're already talking nonsense about the audit. Chang asks if this kid even knows why he picked this shop. He gets no response. He explains, "This is where I first met Hyunsung. He didn't look like some high school kid obsessed with girls. He looked like a guy who wouldn't care if he died right there." Changbom couldn't grasp why, but the moment he saw him, he knew. This guy was pathetic, dripping with greed and malice. Youngjin says, "Refuse me," and the company goes bankrupt. Changbom screams a bastard making money off kids is threatening him. "I will drag you down with me." They were in his territory. He grabs Hungjin by the collar and slams him against the table with everything he has. Patrons start clearing out, whispering, "Don't intervene, it's Chongbam." Chongbam tells the bastard to deal with it himself and hits him again. He wasn't the only one facing heat for helping Hun. Someone filed official complaints against Jong-soo. The lawyer hangs up, cursing those bastards. He knows he handled his consultations with total sincerity. Problems happen, but for everything to surface at once isn't normal. He remembers Hyunsung saying the lawyer would be targeted once he made his move. They'll do anything to break him. If he can just endure this, it'll be worth it. Jong-soo thinks he was right again. The kid really must see the future. If he were going to crumble this easily, he would have never quit being a prosecutor. He's going to see this through. When he bites, he never lets go. They want to force his hand? Fine. He makes a call. "It's been a while since I saw Dongcho." Later, he meets his friend and says, "This brings back memories of when we used to drink cheap coffee right here." His friend is cold, unable to break the ice, but Dongcho asks, "Why did we meet?" Jong-soo hands him a paper. He says, "This is about the Golden Circle. They're a criminal organization. I have selected the proven cases. Read these papers and you will understand." Dongcho asks, "Is this a personal request?" Jong-soo replies, "This is an accusation from society. If you get involved in this, you will have to give up a lot." Jong-soo asks, "What should I do? I need to get rid of this cancer. No matter how much I think about it, Dongcho, you are the only one who can handle the blow." He says, "So, I will leave a copy. If you do not want to read it, you can throw it away. But if you want to help, just call me." He adds, "My client is a victim of the Golden Circle. His name is Kim Hyun." Dongcho stands there drinking his coffee. He thinks, "I have heard about the Golden Circle before." He does not know exactly what kind of organization they are. The number of reports has been growing, yet it is probably just the tip of the iceberg. But for Jong-soo to have given him such detailed information personally, Korea really is corrupt. Besides, this Hyunsung is his son Minhwa's tutor. If he had helped that time, it would not be a problem. It is true, Hyunsung was put in an unfavorable position, but the reason he did not do anything was because he is a prosecutor. He makes no exceptions. This is different. It is a system that gathers the rich and powerful to increase their money and power, and it is trying to destroy an individual. He asks himself, what choice should I make in this situation? I do not want to become someone ashamed of myself. So he makes a call saying, "This is Kang Dongcho. I want you to come to my office tomorrow. He needs a favor." He thinks, "I have countless reasons to investigate this case." In a restaurant, Proxy says, "I gave a hint and a chance, but the result is the complete opposite." Hungjin says, "I have no excuse. I will fix this situation." Proxy replies, "You stuck your nose where it did not belong, chasing results. You lost the chance to destroy Kim Hyun's connections." He continues, "You must prove that the Golden Circle will do anything to achieve its goals." He adds, "Fail him in the first semester exams or ensure he does not even take them. Just get rid of Kim Hyun." Hyungjin shouts, "I promise I will prove my worth this time." In his office, Chung Byong announces, "Your threat worked." They received a call, ordering them to stop the tax audit. Kim Hyun thanks him for keeping his promise, saying, "It must have been a difficult choice for the construction company." Chongbei replies, "It was not the first time." Chonggong says, "For someone like him to manage a business, he needs someone with a brain like yours, so you should stay safe." But still, Hyunsung wants to know, will everything be alright? Hyunsung thinks, this is just a guess. But only a few high-ranking members know who the boss is. If those powerful people did not trust him, the Golden Circle would not even exist. So that is why this tax audit was so important. Congressman Kung Chol was a key member of the dominant group. Even in his past life, he was active when the Golden Gate fell. He built his reputation over 20 years, which was probably linked to the circle he had suspected from the beginning. So he set a trap with Kim Panho's money, and Kyung Cho quickly bit. It was not just Kyung Cho. Others reacted specifically, like Kim Chi-young. These were the high-ranking members he exposed through Young Chan-soo and Hung Jun's contracts. On the other hand, after the incident, the atmosphere within Dongmirai High School changed. Students began to respect Hyunsung. More rumors emerged about the Golden Circle and whether Suchan's commission. However, since it was something minors could not handle, they kept a certain distance. The students were not the only ones who felt the consequences. Before the exams, they used the teachers to torment the protagonist as much as possible. Kungi thinks they no longer trust her. Even the students feel this way. So, she asks, what if we were more discreet and analyze the situation first? But Hungjin replies, we are in the same boat. If she fails this time, both of them will be responsible, and it will not matter that he is a foreigner. The director is surprised to hear this. Hungjin says, you are not so innocent yourself. Hungi tells him to go ahead with his plan. Then in the classroom, the teacher asks, why are you late, Kim Hyun? He replies, I was doing a favor for the literature teacher. The teacher then says, those are two different things. You are just doing whatever you want because you are first in the ranking. He touches Kim Hyun's forehead. He asks, are you going to hit a teacher? I cannot even teach because I am so scared. This was just the beginning. Another teacher told him, resolve this issue with sincerity. Every time a new class started, Hyunsung's name was mentioned. In the eyes of students who did not know the truth, this was not a good situation. But Kim Hyun accepted it and kept his composure. A few days later, in the teacher's office, the teacher says, your attitude in class has been terrible. I expected better from you. Write a reflection paper, mess it up, you start over. Hyunsung starts writing. He thinks they are just forcing punishments to stall me. This has the Golden Circle written all over it. Classmates whisper, you doing okay? Are the teachers really picking on you? Is the Golden Circle tormenting you this bad? Hyunsung nods. They gave the orders, but this is the most they can do. Even these scoundrels have limits inside school walls. Don't be afraid. The ones with everything to lose are the teachers and their Golden Circle puppets. I will endure this until they break their own rules and show malice off campus. He hands the note to the teacher. Let's see how long he lasts, the teacher thinks. But reading it, the teacher's face goes pale. He yells that, crazy bastard, you call this a reflection? The paper details the teacher's secret corruption and side income. Hyunsung asks, how will the Golden Circle react once your corruption goes public? They might risk everything to silence me, or just throw you to the wolves. My note ties up all the loose ends. I bet the Department of Education has it. Just as expected, the teacher bolts from the room. They couldn't even protect their own. The Golden Circle needs happy clients to survive, but they cannot stop one student. Their fall is a matter of time. To them, I am a ticking time bomb. The master will try to eliminate me, but he won't act outside school. Good. I need to go deeper. This pathetic sabotage was nothing. If they manipulate my grades before the exams, I am finished. I must end this now. Gi talks to Kyung Hai, who asks Hungjin to handle the fallout. But thanks to Hyunsung's strategy, it ends right here. At the protection center, Dongch asks how the school could let teachers take bribes. That manager shrugs, not our problem. Dong snaps, check Wanji's assets now. How can I calm down? Even the vice director is taking money for attendance fixes. The secretary says they have to follow protocol. Dong loses it. It is too late. My son is suffering. The Department of Education must investigate this case immediately. The manager is sweating. How did the news find out about this? Dong Cho is here because of the intel Hyunsung leaked. Even Yonghan News is involved. Hyunsung has more allies than anyone thought. Days ago, he asked the deputy for help. He found the high-ranking members, even Kyung Cho, the one he wants destroyed. Hyunsung told him, I created this opening for you. Take a stand, and you become president. Panho laughs. The kid delivered exactly what he promised. He asks, what can I do for you, young man? Hyunsung tells him to keep the school scandal in the headlines. People need to see you taking interest. Panho grins, use my name if you need to. Now, with clear evidence, the civil group makes the front page. Junghan News publishes everything. The story mentions no names, but the pressure forces the school to back down. A man from the Department of Education arrives. Be honest about the violence. They are doing a show, terrified of what happens if a student speaks out. Even Kang Jae-wook is wondering what to write. Provocation won't solve this. The school is rotting. He thinks of Hyunsung. Don't forget, if they mess with you, you make them pay. Jae-wook writes his truth. He won't stand by anymore. He is finally changing.